Chapter 1541. Emohi obviously wanted to challenge Tian Chue and Xuaningxin. In the end, Emohi's eyes fell on Xuaningxin and said coldly, "Come out." "Fight," Xuaningxin said and stepped forward. "Senior sister, be careful," Lu Ming said. Xuaningxin nodded and stepped onto the battle stage. "I'll kill you in this battle." Emohi's demonic aura surged as the demonic saber on his back unsheathed and slashed toward Xuaningxin. Xuaningxin roared and turned into her true form. She opened her mouth and spat out a stream of icy air toward the saber. Boom! An intense collision occurred, and Xuaningxin's slender body trembled as she retreated. Xuaningxin had been severely injured in the previous battle, and it was impossible for her to recover in such a short time. She was at a disadvantage from the start. Demonic Saber Division. The demonic saber in Emohi's hand merged with his domain and slashed out again. The demonic saber division was the ultimate technique of the Sky Universe demonic sect. It was said to be able to split everything with a single slash. Snowflakes appeared around Xuaningxin and flew toward the demonic splitting saber with a whistling sound. But when the snowflakes came into contact with the demonic saber division, they seemed to be affected by a terrifying vibration and exploded. Clang, clang, clang. The snowflakes collided with the demonic saber, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. The snowflakes collapsed, but the power of the demonic saber was also rapidly weakening. Emohi's demonic aura surged as he slashed out again. Then he slashed out again. One slash after another, and each slash was extremely terrifying. It was as if they were going to split the sky. Xuaningxin's dragon claws stepped on the air and pounced toward Emohi. Boom, boom. Terrifying explosions were constantly heard as the two of them exchanged more than 10 blows. Gradually, Xuaningxin was losing. Her injuries were acting up, and she couldn't use her full strength. Puchi. Dragon scales were cut and fell everywhere. Deep and long wounds appeared on Xuaningxin's body, and blood dyed her snow-white body red. Emohi's devil saber pierced through Xuaningxin's attack and slashed at her head, trying to decapitate her. Xuaningxin retreated quickly, but it was still too late. A wound was left between her eyebrows. Xuaningxin was already heavily injured, and now that she was injured, her battle prowess was getting weaker and weaker. She was no match for Emohi. "Senior sister, get off the battle stage," Lu Ming said to Xuaningxin telepathically. If this went on, Xuaningxin would be in danger. Xuaningxin shouted. She was unwilling to give up. After exchanging another blow with Emohi, she turned around and left. "You want to leave? Stay." Emohi's demonic chi became even more terrifying. She soared into the sky and slashed out with her demonic saber. 8 saber lights slashed down, blocking Xuaningxin's path. Xuaningxin's dragon claws stomped on the ground, and the ground was instantly covered in a layer of ice. Ice swords rushed out and rushed towards the demonic sabers. Bang, bang. Unfortunately, Xuaningxin's battle prowess was too weak to break through the demonic sabers. Instead, the demonic sabers left a deep wound on her body, almost cutting off one of her dragon claws. "You can't escape." Demonic dragon seal. Emohi said coldly. His hands formed a seal, and a black demonic dragon roared and flew towards Xuaningxin. The two dragons, one black and one white, fought on the battle stage. Then, Emohi split the demonic saber and attacked Xuaningxin. After a few moves, Xuaningxin's injuries were even more severe. "Break!" In the end, Xuaningxin roared. Her true dragon body shrank rapidly, and a layer of ice covered her body, making her look like an ice sword. The ice sword kept colliding with Emohi's demonic saber. Finally, it rushed out of the range of the demonic saber and reached the edge of the battle stage. At this time, the ice covering Xuaningxin's body also collapsed. Xuaningxin's aura became even weaker. She stomped her dragon claws and rushed out of the battle stage. She let out a sigh of relief and quickly withdrew her aura. "Die!" Emohi roared and stood at the edge of the battle stage. His eyes were ferocious and filled with cold, killing intent. He slashed his demonic saber at Xuaningxin's head. Xuanixin's fall meant that the battle was over, so she completely let down her guard and withdrew her true yuan. She didn't expect Emohi to be so despicable and attack her again. Xuanixin didn't have time to dodge this attack. "You're courting death." On the platform, Lu Ming let out a roar and his true essence boiled. The black wings on his back suddenly extended. With a flap, he appeared next to Xuanixin and flapped the demonic saber. "Lu Ming, what are you doing? You interfered and used a saint weapon. You broke the rules." Seeing that his saber had been blocked by Lu Ming, there was a look of indignation in Emohi's eyes. "Shut up. Who broke the rules? My senior sister has already rushed out of the battle stage and landed on the ground. She lost. This battle is over, but you still want to kill her. Are you the one who broke the rules, or am I the one who broke the rules?" Lu Ming stared coldly at Emohi. If he hadn't been watching the battle stage and immediately used a saint weapon to rush out, Xuanixin would have been in danger. "Oh, her foot landed on the ground? I didn't see it." Emohi quibbled. Lu Ming didn't say anything. He only stared at Emohi with cold killing intent. He had to kill this Emohi. "Senior sister, let's go." Lu Ming helped Xuanixin to the spectator stand. "Junior brother, thank you for just now." Xuanixin had returned to her human form, but her face was somewhat pale. "Senior sister, there's no need to be so polite. I will kill Emohi to avenge you," Lu Ming said. "I believe in junior brother." Xuanixin smiled. She swallowed a healing elixir and began to recuperate while Lu Ming returned to the platform. The challenges continued. As expected, when it was the Desire Poison Sect's turn, an expert from the Desire Poison Sect challenged Tian Chui. Like the Sky Demon Sect, the Desire Poison Sect also had two top experts. Wu Qiandu had been killed by Lu Ming, so there was only one left. The Desire Poison Sect hated Lu Ming to the core and wanted to kill Tian Chui to avenge Wu Qiandu. However, Tian Chui's injuries were better than Xuanixin's. Moreover, Tian Chui cultivated the barbarian dragon body, so his defense was strong. However, Tian Chui was injured and couldn't defeat his opponent. After exchanging more than 100 blows, he was knocked off the stage. With Tian Chui's defeat, only Lu Ming was left in the Dragon God Valley. Countless gazes landed on the platform of the Divine Dragon Valley and on Lu Ming alone. Chapter 1542. The challenges continued and they were very intense. Now, the competition had entered the second half, and the weak had been eliminated. The remaining people were all very strong, and the battles were very intense. One battle after another, it was finally Dragon God Valley's turn. Lu Ming stepped out and landed on the fighting stage. "Emohi, come down and die." Lu Ming's voice resounded throughout the area. As expected, Lu Ming is going to challenge Emohi. In many people's hearts, Emohi had violated the rules earlier and almost killed Xuanixin. Many people guessed that Lu Ming would definitely challenge Emohi. Emohi carried the demonic saber on his back and stepped onto the fighting stage. "You've managed to escape the previous 2 times. Today, I'll finish you off." Emohi spoke. Even though Lu Ming had already killed 2 top-notch powerhouses, he was still very domineering. "Today, you won't have any chance. You will die without a doubt," Lu Ming said, and he was also very strong. Buzz. Buzz. The two stood facing each other, and their domains burst out at the same time, rushing toward each other. Boom. Their domains collided with each other, and there was a loud rumbling sound. They were fiercely fighting. Emohi's demonic Dao domain was at the peak of LV7, while Lu Ming's domain was only at the peak of LV4. However, Lu Ming's domain was not at a disadvantage at all. Their domains continued to clash and entangle with each other, stirring up a terrifying energy storm. "Kill, demonic saber division." Emohi shouted and unsheathed his demonic saber. A shocking saber light broke through the sky and slashed toward Lu Ming. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he used the 13th strike. A spear light burst out and collided with the demonic saber. There were 13 forces in the spear light, and they exploded with a terrible penetrating power. However, there was a terrible splitting power in the demonic saber that was rapidly splitting the spear light's power. In the end, the 2 forces dissipated. Lu Ming's eyes moved slightly. The demonic saber of the Sky Universe demon sect was indeed worthy of its reputation. Bush, bush. Then, the two of them rushed forward and collided with each other like two bolts of lightning. The demonic saber and the long spear collided with each other, emitting a terrifying roar. Every time the two of them collided, a terrifying shockwave would erupt. The shockwave was rampant and swept out in all directions. Around the fighting stage, there was a transparent light screen that blocked the overflowing chi. Otherwise, some of the weaker people in the spectator stands would have been injured. Kill! After exchanging several moves, Lu Ming roared. Two divine swords shot out of his eyes, shooting toward Emohi. Lu Ming used the divine sword art, and two pitch-black swords entered Emohi's body and attacked his spiritual divinity. However, Mo's body only trembled slightly and he was fine. A spiritual god defensive treasure. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Your soul attack is useless against me. Emohi sneered. His demonic saber swept out, taking advantage of this opportunity to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming's long spear shook, blocking the Devil Blade's attack. Then, the two of them clashed again, exchanging dozens of moves. In truth, Emohi was indeed very strong. He was even stronger than Emo and Wu Qiandu, who Lu Ming had just killed. He should be comparable to Han Sun, the leader of the Celestial God sect. Lu Ming's spiritual body and primal chaos domain gave him a slight advantage. However, Emohi's cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. The two of them fought fiercely, and it was difficult to determine a victor. Third bloodline. With a thought, Lu Ming's third bloodline appeared. A strand of energy entered Lu Ming's body, increasing Lu Ming's combat strength. Clang. Lu Ming's long spear swept out, and Emohi's body trembled. He was forced back a long distance along the fighting stage. Divine Gate, 9 seals. Lu Ming's hands quickly formed seals, and 6 sealing gates appeared around Emohi, wanting to seal him. Demon God descends. Emohi roared. Demonic chi surged, and a huge demon god with 3 heads and 6 arms condensed around him. It exuded a vast demonic aura. This was a secret technique, or rather, it was a secret technique brought by Emohi's spiritual body. It was very similar to by Mo's sword array. They were both secret techniques brought by spiritual bodies. Boom! The 3-headed, 6-armed demon god blasted out 6 palms, bombarding the 6 sealing gates. Boom! Boom! The 6 sealed doors trembled and directly exploded. At this time, Lu Ming's attack had arrived. The long spear smashed towards Emohi like a mountain. Boom! Boom! The 3-headed, 6-armed demon god's 6 giant palms bombarded Lu Ming. 2 of them blocked Lu Ming's long spear, while the other 4 palms pressed down on Lu Ming like 4 mountains. Lu Ming's long spear shook, turning into layers of spear shadows, and blasted out. The long spear collided with the demon palms. In the violent explosion, Lu Ming and Emohi's bodies were both pushed back. This brat, how long has it been? He has such combat strength. He must be eliminated. Emohi was shocked. Back when he led people to hunt down Lu Ming did not have much strength to resist in front of him. But now, Lu Ming could fight him head-on, and it was difficult to tell who would win. In a while, what realm would Lu Ming reach? Wouldn't he surpass him in all aspects? Thinking of this, he felt a chill in his heart. He and Lu Ming were already mortal enemies. If they met in the future, they would definitely fight fiercely. One of them had to die. But in a while, he was afraid that if he met Lu Ming again, he would be the one to die. Therefore, he had to kill Lu Ming now. Kill, kill. Emohi roared. His demonic chi seemed to burn, and the huge demonic god seemed to become corporeal. Shockingly, 6 huge demonic sabers appeared on the demonic god's 6 arms. Boom, boom. Emohi took a step forward and charged at Lu Ming. The huge demonic god brandished its demonic sabers and charged at Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. The power of his third bloodline continuously poured into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's killing intent to become even stronger. At the same time, devouring power burst out and enveloped Emohi, causing his demonic chi to become unstable. The demonic god's aura also weakened. Lu Ming took a step forward and soared into the sky. His long spear turned into a 1,000-meter-long spear light that smashed toward Emohi. Emohi's eyes were ferocious. He also used all his strength. The huge demonic god and the 6 demonic sabers continuously slashed at Lu Ming. The two collided fiercely. Spear light and saber light soared into the sky. Everyone, whether they were on the platform or in the spectator stands, held their breaths and stared at the fighting ring. They were afraid that they would miss the exciting scene. What strong combat strength! He can unleash such terrifying combat strength when he's below the 7th martial royal realm. I'm afraid that even the 8th martial royal realm would be killed by him. A genius above the 7th martial royal realm said with a serious look. They're all peerless geniuses. In the future, they have great hopes of becoming the top 10 monstrous geniuses of the Tsang Prefecture. That's right. I wonder who will win this battle? Chapter 1543. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Emohi had exchanged dozens of blows. At this time, the demon god that Emohi had condensed began to tremble. Clearly, maintaining this demon god was taxing on Emohi's true chi. Moreover, Lu Ming was constantly releasing his devouring power. Emohi could feel that his demonic chi was constantly being devoured by Lu Ming. This made his demonic chi even more difficult to sustain. Seal! At this time, Lu Ming used the sealed doors again. The 6 sealed doors shone brightly and suppressed the demon god. This time, the demon god was finally unable to break through the sealed doors and his movements became stiff. Boom! Lu Ming seized the opportunity. His long spear turned into a huge spear light and smashed heavily on the demon god's head. 13 different powers instantly superimposed and exploded. Emohi roared, and the head of the demonic god exploded. Then the body of the demonic god exploded as well. In an instant, the demon god's entire body exploded. Emohi's body shook violently and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. Retreat! Emohi gritted his teeth and flew back. He knew that he had lost today. He was no match for Lu Ming. Now, he had to rush down the fighting stage. You can't escape. Seal. Lu Ming said coldly. 6 sealed doors appeared in front of Emohi, blocking his way. Emohi slashed out with his demonic saber continuously, but he couldn't break through the sealed doors. At this time, Lu Ming had already put away his long spear. He was holding a large seal in one hand. Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal. Now, Lu Ming had cultivated the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal to the peak of the 3rd level. While its power was increasing, he was also becoming more proficient in using it. When he used the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal, he didn't need to use it at once like before. The consumption of true chi was terrifying. Now, he could control the power of the Chaotic Flipping Sky Seal. By reducing the power of the Chaotic Flipping Sky Seal, he could save a lot of vital essence and control it more smoothly. For example, the seal that Lu Ming was holding in his hand was the Chaotic Flipping Sky Seal that he had condensed. It had about 50% of its full power. However, if Lu Ming had used his full power, he would not have been able to hold it in his hand and control it to such an extent. With 50% of its power, it would be much easier for Lu Ming to control it. Boom! Lu Ming waved his hand and the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal smashed towards Emohi. Even with 50% of his full power, his attack power was still terrifyingly strong, surpassing the power of Lu Ming's 13 strikes of storing power. The Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal was like an ancient divine mountain as it smashed towards Emohi. The vast power and shocking aura caused Emohi's face to change drastically. Emohi roared and turned around to block. His demonic saber slashed out continuously, hoping to block the attack. Boom! The splitting demonic saber slashed at the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal. Not only did it not split the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal, but the demonic saber itself was shattered by the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal. The Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal continued to smash down. In the end, Emohi used his demonic saber to block in front of him. An Emperor's spiritual weapon armor appeared on his body. Together with the domain, it blocked in front of him. Boom! The Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal smashed down heavily. Emohi's body shook violently as he retreated frantically. His face was pale as he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His hands that were holding his saber were trembling nonstop. The bones in his wrists had been broken. He had paid such a heavy price to block the primal chaos flipping sky seal. However, there was a loud rumbling sound from above as another primal chaos flipping sky seal came crashing down. Ah! Emohi roared angrily as he exerted all his strength to defend himself. Bang! This time, Mo fell to his knees and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His arms exploded, and his demonic saber flew far away. As for Emohi's body, even with the protection of his ruler armor, he was unable to withstand all of the power. The frightening power shattered many of Emohi's bones. However, to Emohi's despair, the third primal chaos flipping sky seal came crashing down on him. No! This time, Emohi roared in despair. This time, he would not be able to block it. If he could not block it, he would die. Come out! Emohi roared as a small black pagoda flew out from between his eyebrows. A vast aura emanated from it. A sacred weapon. This small pagoda was a sacred weapon. The sacred weapon expanded rapidly and collided with the primal chaos flipping sky seal. The small black pagoda was sent flying. Emohi vomited blood again as he rolled on the fighting ring, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. He broke the rules by using a sacred weapon. Use a sacred weapon and kill him. The disciples of Dragon God Valley roared. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley stepped out from the pavilion behind Dragon God Valley. His eyes were cold as he said, using a sacred weapon on the fighting ring will result in death. The Sage Realm Elder struck out with his palm, and a huge palm print pressed down on Emohi. What are you doing? An elder rushed out from the pavilion behind the Empyrean demon sect. He struck out with his palm, sending out a blade light that shattered the Saint Realm Elder's palm print. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley looked coldly at the Saint Realm Elder of Empyrean demon sect and said, "Before the battle began, I already announced that anyone who uses a sacred weapon will be killed. Are you trying to stop me? Elder, save me." Emohi screamed in horror. The Saint Realm Elder of Empyrean demon sect frowned and said, "How about we spare him this time?" Spare him? You should ask the Taoists of the other sects if they agree. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley sneered. Many figures stepped out from the pavilions. They were the Saint Realm Elders of the 13 sections. The rules have been passed down for tens of thousands of years. We can't break them. Since they've violated them, kill them. The Elder of Life and Death Sword faction was the first to speak. That's right. If everyone uses a sacred weapon, what's the point? How can we tell how strong the younger generation is? It's just a competition of how many sacred weapons they have. So, we must kill him. The Demon Castle Elder said. I agree. We must kill him. If he didn't use a sacred weapon, he would have been killed already. I agree. The elders of the other sects spoke one after another. Emohi's face was filled with despair. Only the elders of Celestial Divinity sect and Poison Desire sect didn't speak. No, I don't want to die. Emohi roared and turned into a ray of demonic light, about to rush into the distance. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley roared, and a terrifying sound wave rushed toward Emohi. Emohi's body exploded in midair. Even the sacred weapon pagoda didn't have any effect. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Is this the strength of a Saint Realm Elder? He didn't even attack. He just roared and killed Emohi. Chapter 1544. Lu Ming, this sacred weapon is your spoils of war. Keep it. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley said. Thank you, Elder. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and kept the small pagoda's sacred weapon. Of course, he also kept Emohi's storage ring. These were his spoils of war and he did not stand on ceremony. Humph! The Elder of Sky Universe Demon sect glanced at Lu Ming coldly before he turned around and returned to his pavilion. The other sect elders also returned to their pavilions. Lu Ming, you've done well. You've made a great contribution this time. The sect will reward you accordingly. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley said with a smile. This made Hiyu, Blizzard Silver City, and the others in the spectator stands jealous. Lu Ming smiled and returned to platform 10. He sat down cross-legged and waved his hand. A large pile of origin stones appeared. Lu Ming devoured the origin stones and started to recover. Lu Ming had used up a lot of energy in the previous battle. He did not have much true origin left. Everyone on the spectator stands looked at Lu Ming with fear. In this small gathering, 3 top geniuses had died at the hands of Lu Ming. If Emohi had not used a sacred weapon, he would have been killed by Lu Ming. Therefore, he had been killed by Lu Ming. 3 top geniuses from Heavenly God Sect, Sky Universe Demon Sect, and Poison Desire Sect. This was a great loss. In the past treasure peddling gatherings, such a situation rarely happened. Moreover, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of LV4 Martial Royal Realm. It was a miracle that he had achieved such a result. In the treasure peddling gatherings, top geniuses who had reached LV6 Martial Royal Realm were extremely difficult to kill. However, this time, Lu Ming had killed 3 of them. Back then, the Divine Sun's cultivation was at the peak of LV6 Martial Royal Realm and he had only killed 2 geniuses of this level in the treasure peddling gatherings. Now, the Divine Sun was the top of the top 10 geniuses. Lu Ming had already broken the record of the Son of God. The 13 sects and forces all had different thoughts in their minds. The challenges continued. After Lu Ming's challenge, it was the turn of the Demon Castle on Platform 13 to challenge. This was because the Piyuan family on Platform 11 and the Blood Demon House on Platform 12 had already been eliminated. After the Demon Castle challenge ended, this round also came to an end. Next, it was the Heavenly Divinity Sect's turn again. The Heavenly God Sect's people glanced at Lu Ming with deep fear. They then sent out 1 person to challenge the other sections. Next, it was the Sky Universe Devil Sect's turn. Although they wanted to avenge Mo, no one dared to challenge Lu Ming, so they could only challenge the other sections. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the platform, but no one dared to challenge him. Soon, it was the Desire Poison Sect's turn. The Desire Poison Sect still had a top genius who had defeated Tian Chue previously. However, when he looked at Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with deep fear. How would he dare to challenge Lu Ming? He sent out another person to challenge the other sections. When it was the Dragon God Valley's turn again, no one dared to challenge Lu Ming. When it was Lu Ming's turn again, everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. They didn't know who Lu Ming was going to challenge this time. Everyone's hearts were beating fast, especially the Heavenly Divinity Sect, the Sky Universe Devil Sect, and the Desire Poison Sect. Whoever was challenged by Lu Ming would be courting death. Lu Ming stepped onto the platform. After the cultivation just now, his true yuan had completely recovered. The devouring power allowed him to recover his true yuan by devouring origin stones at an astonishing speed. No one could compare to him. Lu Ming's gaze fell on the Desire Poison Sect's side. He wanted to challenge the only top expert left from the Desire Poison Sect. Just now, this person had challenged Tianchu. He wouldn't let him off so easily. The Desire Poison Sect's expert stepped onto the platform with an ugly expression. However, the moment he stepped onto the platform, he immediately rushed to the back. He wanted to rush off the platform. Many people were speechless. This person had a superior earth spiritual body. He was as famous as Emo He and Wu Qiandu. However, he didn't even dare to fight and wanted to rush off the platform. It was clear that this person was afraid of Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming charged towards this person. However, this person's spiritual body was a poisoned spiritual body. His vitality was extremely tenacious. Moreover, he wanted to escape and didn't want to fight. On this small platform, it was difficult for Lu Ming to kill him. In the end, his opponent successfully rushed off the platform at the cost of a certain amount of injuries. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. It was a pity. In this way, the Heavenly Divinity Sect, the Sky Universe Devil Sect, and the Desire Poison Sect, a total of 7 top experts, were all defeated. The competition ended prematurely. There wasn't much suspense in the rest of the competition. With Lu Ming holding the fort alone, no one dared to fight him. Every time it was Lu Ming's turn, he would choose a genius from the Heavenly Divinity Sect to kill. This made the geniuses on the Heavenly Divinity Sect's platform extremely afraid. In the end, in order to survive, they purposely didn't fight and rushed off the platform. They even challenged the Sky Universe Devil Sect and the Desire Poison Sect in order to preserve more lives. The three sects were forced to such a state by Lu Ming alone. This was rare. After this battle, Lu Ming's name was destined to spread throughout the Tsang continent. The challenges continued. Because the Heavenly Divinity Sect's method was equivalent to admitting defeat, they were the first to be defeated. This move of the Heavenly Divinity Sect is really beautiful. Where did they learn it? Someone from the Dragon God Valley mocked. The Heavenly Divinity Sect's disciples on the spectator stand all flushed red, but no one retorted. They didn't have the face to refute. Before the treasure pedestal meeting, the Heavenly Divinity Sect had announced that they would be the champion 3 times in a row. But now it had become a joke. If they hadn't used the correct strategy to eliminate the 3 weakest sects in advance, they might not even be able to enter the top 10. After the Heavenly Divinity Sect was eliminated, Lu Ming targeted the Desire Poison Sect. Lu Ming considered that Xian Yanxing was the saintess of the Sky Universe Devil Sect, so after killing Mo, he didn't continue to challenge the other disciples of the Sky Universe Devil Sect. This made the disciples of the Sky Universe Devil Sect heave a long sigh of relief. The Desire Poison Sect was in a miserable state. They were all frightened, and in the end, they adopted the Heavenly Divinity Sect's method and became the second sect to be eliminated. As the competition continued, the number of people left from each sect decreased. Even the Life and Death Sword Sect only had a few people left. In this battle, the Life and Death Sword Sect was the same as before. Although they had fewer people, they were all elites with terrifying combat strength. Luo Xiang also rose in this battle. With his cultivation of the LV5 Martial Royal Realm, he had killed many LV6 Martial Royal Realm geniuses. Gradually, one sect after another was eliminated. However, there was still one person sitting cross-legged on the 10th platform. Lu Ming. Lu Ming was the only one left in the Dragon God Valley. However, Lu Ming was as steady as a rock and didn't move at all. In the end, will Lu Ming be the last to leave the Dragon God Valley in first place? Someone muttered. Many people looked at each other in dismay. If that was the case, it would be a legend that would be passed down for hundreds of years. A sword light flashed and Luo Xiang stepped onto the fighting stage. Lu Ming, how about we spar? Chapter 1545. Was Luo Xiang going to challenge Lu Ming? Many people were surprised and looked forward to the battle. Lu Ming was undoubtedly the biggest dark horse this time. He was only a LV4 Martial Royal Realm cultivator, but he had killed a few top earthly spiritual bodies and forced the Heavenly God Sect, Poison Sect, and the other sects to challenge other sects and lose on purpose. Luo Xiang was not weak either. Those who knew Luo Xiang knew that he was a terrifying person. He had stopped at the peak Martial Saint realm for 15 years to nurture his sword soul. Now, he was able to kill LV6 Martial Royal Realm geniuses as a LV5 Martial Royal Realm cultivator. His strength was unfathomable. Moreover, the Life and Death Sword art was terrifying. What would happen if Luo Xiang challenged Lu Ming? Lu Ming stood up and stepped out of the fighting ring, facing Luo Xiang. Lu Ming, how about we settle this in one move? Luo Xiang said. Sure. Lu Ming said. To be honest, he had a good impression of Luo Xiang. Luo Xiang was a true sword cultivator. He was sharp, decisive, and righteous. He had his own bottom line. Previously, when the Heavenly God Sect, Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, and Poison Sect were hunting the Dragon God Valley, Luo Xiang could not stand it anymore and killed the Heavenly God Sect's experts. He was a man who lived for the sword. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. My Life and Death swordsmanship can determine life and death with one move. It has the meaning of, I live and you die. If you can block my move, you win. Luo Xiang warned. Give it your all. If I die under your sword, I can only blame myself for not being good enough. Lu Ming said. There was a strong desire to fight in his eyes. He wanted to see the Life and Death sword art that was famous in the Tsang continent. Clang. Unsheathing his battle sword, Luo Xiang's body emitted a terrifying aura that soared into the sky. At that moment, Luo Xiang seemed to have turned into a peerless sword. He was no longer a human, but a sword. However, the sword in his hand was not a sword, but a person. At that moment, Luo Xiang's sword seemed to have come alive with a soul. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He felt a strong pressure from Luo Xiang. It was rare to see a LV5 martial royal realm cultivator giving him such a strong pressure. Lu Ming's true essence began to circulate rapidly. The Emperor's spiritual weapon Long Spear appeared in his hand and the chaotic domain spread out. At the same time, Lu Ming's muscles and bones were wriggling slightly, ready to launch a terrifying attack at any time. At that moment, Luo Xiang made his move. A sword gleam cut through the void and pierced toward Lu Ming. Under this sword light, the void seemed to have been pierced through. Everything in the world seemed to have lost its color. It was as if this sword light was the only thing left in the world. Terrifying, sharp, and accurate. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if there was a terrifying sword aura pressing down on his body, making it difficult for him to move. In the face of this sword, it was as if he could only be killed. At this moment, there was an earth-shattering dragon roar from Lu Ming's body. The dragon roar was vast and mighty, as though a real dragon had ascended to the 9 heavens. Lu Ming's true yuan surged as he broke through the Luo Xiang sword art. He merged with his spear and thrust forward. He had used the 13th strike of the accumulating force. The spear was covered in the chaotic domain. The sword art and the spear seemed to be the only things in the world at that moment. Clang. The spear and the sword art collided with each other like two meteors in the sky. A blinding light was emitted from the point of impact. It was like the sun had suddenly exploded, causing the heavens and earth to be filled with white light. Many people felt a piercing pain in their eyes. Those with weaker cultivations could not help but close their eyes. How terrifying! Huan. Those with stronger cultivations opened their eyes wide and stared at the scene before them with their true yuan. The blinding light disappeared in a flash. When it disappeared, the crowd could see a figure flying backward and landing on the fighting ring. The figure took a few steps back before coming to a stop. Luo Xiang. The one who retreated was Luo Xiang. At that moment, Luo Xiang's face was extremely pale. His hand that was holding the sword was trembling slightly. Lu Ming stood motionless. Dragon scales appeared on his body. What a terrifying sword! Lu Ming let out a long breath. There was a trace of shock in his eyes. In the moment of collision, Lu Ming's chaotic domain that covered his spear had been pierced through by Luo Xiang's sword qi. The terrifying sword qi followed the spear and broke into his body. Dragon scales appeared on his body to block the sword qi. Even so, there was still a tearing pain on the surface of his skin. From this, one could see how terrifying Luo Xiang's sword was. The life and death sword art. One sword could decide life and death. Every sword was a sword that could kill. Luo Xiang was much stronger than when he was in the Tsang Emperor's secret realm. This strength did not refer to the increase in cultivation, but the ability to fight against those of the same level. At that time, Lu Ming's spiritual body was only a low-grade earth spiritual body, but he could still defeat Luo Xiang. At that time, Luo Xiang was on the same level as Wang Jian and Shi Tian. But now, Luo Xiang could easily kill Wang Jian and Shi Tian of the same level. Spiritual body is still a mid-grade earth spiritual body, but it can release such a sword. Unbelievable! Lu Ming thought. I lost. Luo Xiang put away his sword and clasped his fists towards Lu Ming. That sword could be said to be Luo Xiang's strongest sword. If he couldn't defeat Lu Ming with that sword, he would lose. After saying that, Luo Xiang turned around and jumped off the stage. Lu Ming did not chase after him. He and Luo Xiang were originally exchanging pointers. After Luo Xiang jumped off the stage, Lu Ming turned around and returned to the platform. The challenges continued. The following battles calmed down, but there were undercurrents surging. Because more than 30 rounds had passed, there were very few people left on each platform. It was about to end. The remaining people were all experts. After a few more rounds, there were less than 10 people left on the 13 platforms. However, the remaining people were all top experts. Most of them were at the level of Bai Mo, Han Sun, and Mo. At this time, The people from the Heavenly God sect and Sky Demon sect had all been eliminated. A new round had begun. It was the Heavenly King Palace's turn to challenge. The Heavenly King Palace was very strong, not weaker than the Sky Demon sect and Poison sect. Now, there were only 2 people left. Both of them were top experts. There was only one person left from the Demonic Moon sect. The leader of the Demonic Moon sect was also a top expert. There was only one person left from the 9 Heaven Sword sect, also a top expert. There was only one person left from the Linglong Palace, also a top expert. There was also one person from the Life and Death Sword faction and the Good Demon Castle. Including Lu Ming, there were a total of 8 people. There were only 8 people left. On the surface, the Heavenly King Palace was the strongest with 2 people left. However, at this time, all the platforms were silent. The 2 top experts from the Heavenly King Palace glanced at the other people, but the one who they looked at the most was Lu Ming. The powerful figures from the other sects also cast their gazes on Lu Ming. Their gazes were solemn. Chapter 1546. According to the rules, the last person standing would get 7 Imperial Jade Pills as a reward. Who wouldn't want that? But if they wanted to get the Imperial Region Pills, they would have to defeat the others. Among the 8 people present, Lu Ming was undoubtedly a mountain that everyone who wanted to get first place had to overcome. Previously, Lu Ming had already displayed his terrifying combat strength and was able to kill top experts. The other 7 people were all wary of him. No one was confident that they would be able to defeat Lu Ming alone. There was a high chance that they would be defeated. Therefore, they were extremely cautious in challenging him now. Heavenly King Palace, it's your turn. Hurry up and challenge him. The remaining Sky Prides from the Demon Castle said. What's the hurry? One of the Sky Prides from the Heavenly King Palace said coldly. Everyone, all of you want to get first place, right? A youth in purple gold armor from the Heavenly King Palace said. Isn't that obvious? The Sky Prides from the Demon Castle said. Of course, who doesn't want to get first place? That's 7 Imperial Region Pills. Not only that, but you can also become famous in the Tsang state. The leader of the 9 Heaven Sword sect said. The others nodded. That's right. We all want to get first place. But I'll be honest. With Lu Ming here, none of us can get first place. The youth in purple gold armor from the Heavenly King Palace said. The others were silent. It was obvious that they agreed. Then what do you want to do? The Sky Prides from the Demon Castle asked. Let's team up and take turns to defeat Lu Ming. Then we'll fight it out. The youth in purple gold armor from the Heavenly King Palace said. Lu Ming glanced at the 2 from the Heavenly King Palace. He wasn't too surprised. With the combat strength that he had displayed previously, he had already expected that the other sects would take turns to fight him. Just like what the youth in purple gold armor had said, if they didn't defeat him, the others wouldn't be able to get first place. However, would it be that easy to defeat him? Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. I don't agree. There are 2 people from the Heavenly King Palace. Taking turns to fight him is beneficial to you. The Sky Prides from the Demonic Moon sect on the 4th platform sneered. Xia, this is the only way. If you don't do this, I'll challenge you now. Are you confident that you can defeat me? Even if you win, how much combat strength do you have? Even if I don't challenge you now, you will challenge someone else later. Who do you think you can challenge? The Heavenly King's Palace's purple golden armored youth asked a few questions, causing the others to fall silent again. That was indeed the case. After that, every battle would be a battle of the peak. No one could guarantee that they wouldn't be injured after defeating their opponent. That would only benefit the people behind them. In the end, no one was a match for Lu Ming. They had no other choice. I agree. The Demon Castle's genius was the first to agree. His geographical position was the best, so he could take turns fighting Lu Ming. After all, it would be his turn last. After so many rounds, Lu Ming would most likely be defeated. He would be at the back and could conserve his strength. I agree too. The Linglong Palace's outstanding talent also spoke. The Linglong Palace's position was also relatively towards the back. In the end, the 9 Heaven Sword sect nodded in agreement. In the end, only Xie Sha from the demonic moon sect was left, and his expression was ugly. His position was only behind the Sky King Hall. After the Sky King Hall's challenge, it would be his turn. I will be the first to challenge. The purple golden armored youth from the Sky King Palace said. All right, I agree. In the end, Xie Sha also nodded in agreement. At this point, he had no other choice. Luckily, the purple golden armored youth was the first to challenge Lu Ming. At least he could exhaust some of Lu Ming's battle strength. When the time came, he might have a chance. After Xie Sha agreed, the purple golden armored youth from the Sky King Hall stepped onto the battle stage. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, how about you fight with me? As you wish. Lu Ming stepped out and landed on the battle stage. The purple golden armored youth's eyes were solemn as he said, Lu Ming, how about we fight? Let's spar without killing each other. What do you think? Sure. Lu Ming said. He had already offended the Heavenly God sect, Sky Universe Demon sect, and Poison Desire sect. He didn't want to offend any more sections. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, the purple golden armored youth heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, it was a lie to say that he wasn't afraid of Lu Ming. After all, he was the one who had suggested taking turns to fight Lu Ming. He was really afraid that Lu Ming would kill him in a fit of anger. He wasn't confident that he could get out of the battle stage successfully. Be careful. The purple golden armored youth's body emitted a purple gold light. Even his skin had turned purple gold, making him look like a heavenly king. Boom. The purple golden armored youth stepped onto the battle stage. His body was like a giant beast as he charged towards Lu Ming. He threw out a punch, causing the void to tremble. The purple golden armored youth's fist smashed towards Lu Ming. Without a doubt, he was a genius on the same level as Han Sun and Mo Hao. If it was a normal battle, even Lu Ming would have to put in a lot of effort. However, Lu Ming didn't plan to fight a normal battle with the youth. Lu Ming's hands moved at a rapid speed, like a phantom. A huge chaotic cyclic sky seal appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The chaotic cyclic sky seal wasn't at full strength. Like the previous battle with Mo Hao, it was only at 50% of its power. 50% of its power was enough. Lu Ming threw the chaotic cyclic sky seal at the purple golden armored youth. The purple golden armored youth's face changed drastically. He had seen the terrifying power of this move when Lu Ming had fought with Mo Hao. Heavenly King Pagoda. The purple golden armored youth roared. His purple gold body swelled and he grew taller. The purple golden armored youth's body shone brightly as he threw out both palms at the chaotic cyclic sky seal. Boom. The purple golden armored youth's palms hit the chaotic cyclic sky seal. His burly body shook violently as the purple golden armored youth's body flickered and exploded. Bam! The purple golden armored youth couldn't even stand properly. His bones creaked as he knelt down and spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! At this time, Lu Ming started to form the chaotic cyclic sky seal again. Wait a minute, I don't want to fight anymore. The purple golden armored youth shouted. Then he rushed to the side of the fighting ring and flew to the spectators stand behind the Heavenly King's hall to heal his injuries. Lu Ming didn't chase after him. This could save his true essence. The chaotic cyclic sky seal that was halfway formed dissipated. The others looked at each other in dismay. The purple golden armored youth was defeated by Lu Ming in one move and rushed off the fighting ring. Was the gap in their combat strength so big? The gap is not that big. Lu Ming's move should be his most powerful unique move. Its power is shocking. However, such a unique move consumes a lot of vital essence. It is also very terrifying. That's right. I believe Lu Ming can only use a few moves with such a move. Chapter 1547. Lu Ming returned to the 10th platform. Next, it was Xie Sha's turn. Xie Sha's face turned ugly. The purple golden armored youth had only blocked one of Lu Ming's attacks before he was defeated. God knows how much true essence Lu Ming had used. If he were to challenge Lu Ming now, he was not confident at all. However, even if he went back on his promise and gave up on challenging Lu Ming, he wouldn't be able to make it to the end. If he didn't challenge Lu Ming, he would challenge others. However, none of the remaining challengers were weak. Even if he won, he would definitely be injured. Then, the next challenger would definitely challenge him and he would definitely lose. Fight. Xie Sha gritted his teeth. He knew that he wouldn't be able to make it to the end. He might as well challenge Lu Ming and leave a good name for himself. With a movement of his body, Xie Sha landed on the fighting ring. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, how about we fight?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. He took a step forward and returned to the fighting ring. Buzz. Lu Ming didn't waste any time. He stepped onto the platform and formed a seal with his hands. A chaotic flipping sky seal appeared in his hands. Boom. Lu Ming threw the chaotic flipping sky seal at Xie Sha. Xie Sha's face changed drastically. Evil chi surged from his body. A blood-red moon appeared in his hands and he threw it at the chaotic flipping sky seal. Boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion. The blood-red moon and the chaotic flipping sky seal clashed. After a few breaths, the chaotic flipping sky seal collapsed. Xie Sha's body was sent flying and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Lu Ming in shock. He finally understood how terrifying Lu Ming's chaotic flipping sky seal was. What kind of attack is this? Why is it so terrifying? Xie Sha thought to himself. Bam! Lu Ming stepped forward and walked toward Xie Sha. "I've lost this battle," Xie Sha shouted and rushed down the fighting stage. Like the purple golden armored youth, he admitted defeat. These people had selfish motives. After receiving the first move, they understood that they were no match for Lu Ming. Otherwise, given their strength, they could receive the second move of the chaotic flipping sky seal. However, in that case, they would be seriously injured. Like the purple golden armored youth, they were going to lose anyway. Why fight so hard? If they were severely injured, it would affect their cultivation. It would be better to leave it to the next challengers. Therefore, Xie Sha was the same as the purple golden armored young man. After receiving one attack, he immediately admitted defeat. This time, Lu Ming did not return to the platform. His gaze landed on the 9 Heaven Sword Sect powerhouse. "Next, you should be challenging me, right? Come down." Swoosh. With a flash of sword light, the genius of the 9 Heaven Sword Sect stepped onto the battle stage. "Just like before, let's spar and not fight to the death," the prodigy of the 9 Firmament Sword Sect said. "Sure," Lu Ming said, and a chaotic flipping sky seal appeared in his hand. Lu Ming didn't want to waste time and threw the chaotic flipping sky seal at the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect's disciple. The huge chaotic flipping sky seal was like a mountain, completely enveloping the opponent. In such a battle platform, it was difficult for the opponent to dodge. He could only take it head-on. A sword chime sounded and a bright sword light shot up to the sky, slashing at the chaotic flipping sky seal. In the next moment, the sword light shattered and the chaotic flipping sky seal slammed down, causing the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect's disciple to vomit blood. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. He didn't want to lose like this, but he didn't know how many more moves Lu Ming could make. Fight! The 9 Heavenly Sword Sect's disciple became one with his sword and turned into a bright sword light, slashing at Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming's body was covered in the chaotic domain. Another chaotic flipping sky seal appeared in his hand and attacked the 9 Heavenly Sword Sect's disciple. Oh no! The 9 Heavenly Sword Sect's disciple was shocked and quickly retreated. He wanted to dodge, but under the chaotic flipping sky seal, he couldn't. Break! The 9 Heavenly Sword Sect's disciple slashed out hundreds of times. The bright sword light collided with the chaotic flipping sky seal, causing sparks to fly. The 9 Heavenly Sword Sect's disciple grunted as he was blasted off the battle platform by the chaotic flipping sky seal. His clothes were stained with blood and his face was as pale as a sheet. After taking 2 consecutive blows from the chaotic flipping sky seal, his injuries were more serious than the previous 2. How can Lu Ming's attack be so powerful? Indeed, it's too powerful. There's no way to fight it. The key is, how many times can he make such an attack? He's already made 4 attacks in a row. He should be reaching his limit soon. In the battle platform, Lu Ming looked at the Linglong Palace's disciple. The Linglong Palace's disciple was a beautiful woman. In fact, all the disciples of the Linglong Palace were women. Each of them was as beautiful as a flower. The Linglong Palace's disciple stepped forward with a beautiful smile on her face. She said softly, "Mr. Lu Ming, please have mercy on me." Her fragrance made one want to take pity on her, making one reluctant to make a move. However, Lu Ming condensed a chaotic flipping sky seal and threw it at the other party. The beautiful woman's face changed. She waved her hand and countless petals appeared. The petals formed a huge hand and pulled at the chaotic flipping sky seal. However, the result was the same. The huge hand collapsed and the beautiful woman slid 100 meters away on the battle platform. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. "Mr. Lu Ming, you don't know how to be gentle with a woman." The beautiful lady wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth and glared at Lu Ming, seemingly coquettish and angry. "Fairy, you have amazing combat strength. If I were to be gentle with you, I would be the one to lose." Lu Ming took a step forward. The chaotic aura in his palm was rich, and it kept on rolling. The beautiful woman had amazing combat strength. She was the least injured after taking his chaotic flipping sky seal. "Young Master Lu Ming, I wonder how many moves you can unleash with such a powerful move?" The beautiful woman smiled. "Why don't you give it a try?" Lu Ming smiled. Another chaotic flipping sky seal formed in his hand. The beautiful woman looked solemn. Countless petals swirled around her. The endless petals were colorful, making the beautiful woman look like a goddess. Boom! Lu Ming attacked for the second time. The second chaotic flipping sky seal blasted out. This time, the petals around the beautiful woman formed a shield in front of her. The chaotic flipping sky seal pressed down and the shield exploded. The beautiful woman retreated to the edge of the battle platform. Her body trembled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. "Fairy, do you want to try again?" Lu Ming asked. The beautiful woman's expression changed. Finally, she sighed and turned to leave the battle platform. Lu Ming had defeated another person. At this moment, the whole place was silent. Lu Ming had already defeated 4 people consecutively. Every one of them was a top-notch prodigy, a top existence who participated in the small gathering this time. However, Lu Ming had defeated 4 people consecutively. In addition to the 3 people that Lu Ming had killed previously, this time, Lu Ming alone had defeated 7 top-notch geniuses like them. Chapter 1548. However, this was not the end. There were still 3 people left. Would Lu Ming continue to create miracles? Would they be able to witness the birth of a miracle? After the beautiful girl from Linglong Palace, it was the turn of the strongest genius from Life and Death Sword faction. He was a cold-looking young man in a black robe. Just by standing there casually, he seemed to be emitting wisps of sword chi. He took a step forward and landed in front of Lu Ming. Powerful sword chi whizzed out and filled the fighting ring. "Make your move," the genius from Life and Death Sword faction said indifferently. He was not like the others who had agreed with Lu Ming beforehand that there would be no life or death battle. For Life and Death Sword faction, there was no such agreement. Their swords were too dangerous. Once they struck, it would be a life or death battle. Facing the genius from Life and Death Sword faction, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. Boom! A chaotic cyclic seal appeared in Lu Ming's hand and blasted toward his opponent. Clang! The battle sword was unsheathed and a terrifying sword radiance cut through the void and slashed toward the chaotic cyclic seal. The dazzling sword radiance hit the chaotic cyclic seal and made an unpleasant sound. Bang! In the end, the terrifying sword radiance and the chaotic cyclic seal collapsed at the same time and dissipated in the air. Lu Ming and the genius from Life and Death Sword faction did not move at all. He blocked it. The genius from Life and Death Sword faction blocked Lu Ming's attack. How terrifying! Life and Death Sword faction is indeed worthy of their name. Their combat strength is so terrifying that they can block Lu Ming's attack head-on. Terrifying! The others are no match for them at all. I don't know how many more moves Lu Ming can make like that. This is going to be interesting. The fact that the genius from Life and Death Sword faction could block Lu Ming's attack attracted a lot of discussion. At the same time, many people were excited and were guessing who would win. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. He had already fought a few people in front of him and the terrifying attacks had already been unleashed 7 times. Would Lu Ming's vital essence be able to withstand it? On the platform, the only remaining genius from the Fiend Castle and a genius from the Sky Seat Palace both had extremely grave expressions on their faces. The genius of the Life and Death Sword faction and Lu Ming were too strong. With the two of them around, they had no hope of reaching the end. Let's hope that both of them are seriously injured. The Sky Pride of the Heavenly King's Palace thought to himself. Not only him, but the young man from the Demon Castle also thought the same. If Lu Ming and the young man from the Life and Death Sword faction were both injured, then they would have a chance. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. To think that his opponent was able to block his primal chaos flipping sky seal unscathed. His combat prowess was truly terrifying. Again! The genius of the Life and Death Sword faction had an intense battle intent in his eyes as he slashed out with his battle sword. Another terrifying sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming once again condensed the primal chaos flipping sky seal and collided with his opponent. This time, it was still a tie. What a powerful sword technique! I can only increase the power of the primal chaos flipping sky seal. Lu Ming thought to himself. He formed a seal with his hands and another primal chaos flipping sky seal was condensed. However, the power of this primal chaos flipping sky seal was 70% of Lu Ming's full power. A terrifying aura filled the air and everyone was shocked. How can this be? Lu Ming's attack seems to have become stronger. This is unbelievable. Did he not use his full power just now? The scene was in an uproar as everyone was shocked. Lu Ming had not used his full power when he had unleashed such a terrifying attack. Now, he had increased the power of his attack. What was Lu Ming's limit? Boom! The primal chaos flipping sky seal, which was 70% of its power, was directed towards the genius of the Life and Death Sword faction. Life and death in a thought. The genius of the Life and Death Sword faction said coldly. Then, a sword light burst forth as he became one with his sword. A terrifying sword light slashed towards the primal chaos flipping sky seal. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. The sword light and the primal chaos flipping sky seal dissipated. A figure retreated rapidly to the edge of the fighting ring before he could stabilize himself. It was the genius of the Life and Death Sword faction. At this moment, the genius of the Life and Death Sword faction was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. I've lost. After a moment of silence, the genius of the Life and Death Sword faction said. He took a step forward and rushed down the fighting ring, landing on the spectator stand of the Life and Death Sword faction. Phew! Secretly, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He felt that he was lucky. The genius of the Life and Death Sword faction was not seriously injured. If he had continued to fight, he would have been in trouble. This was because his true essence was about to be exhausted. He had used the primal chaos flipping sky seal so many times. Although he had not used his full power, the consumption of his true essence was still shocking. After so many times, his true essence was severely depleted. With the defeat of the genius of the Life and Death Sword faction, there were only 2 people left on the fighting ring. Next, it was the turn of the youth from the Demon Castle. Do you want to continue to challenge me? Lu Ming looked at the youth from the Demon Castle. The youth from the Demon Castle looked terrible. However, he had no choice but to fight. Boom! The youth from the Demon Castle landed on the fighting ring, causing it to rumble. Lu Ming, I don't believe that your true essence is endless. The youth from the Demon Castle let out a roar. His body swelled rapidly and turned into a giant ape that was dozens of meters tall. The ancient divine ape was a terrifying divine beast. There was no doubt that the true form of the youth from the Demon Castle was an ancient divine ape. Moreover, it was a pure-blooded ancient divine ape, a true divine beast. The ancient divine ape let out a roar. A huge iron rod appeared in its hand and it smashed towards Lu Ming. Wind element skill. This time, Lu Ming did not use the primal chaos flipping sky seal. Instead, he used the wind element skill to dodge the attack of the ancient divine ape. Many people were stunned. Why did Lu Ming stop attacking? Although the ancient divine ape was strong, it was at most on the same level as Mo. It was not as strong as the genius from the Life and Death Sword faction. Why did Lu Ming not defeat it directly? In the next moment, they all knew the answer. Lu Ming waved his hand and a pile of origin stones appeared. The devouring power in Lu Ming's hand exploded and he started to devour the origin stones. He is absorbing the origin stones to recover. His true essence can't continue, it's all used up. Many people shouted. The eyes of the people from the Heavenly King's Hall and the Demon Castle lit up. Lu Ming had finally exhausted his true essence? The ancient divine ape was even more excited. The iron rod in its hand smashed towards Lu Ming like a storm. If he did not use this opportunity to defeat Lu Ming, he would not have another chance. Lu Ming used the wind element skill and dodged the attacks of the ancient divine ape. At the same time, he devoured the origin chi of the origin stones and refined them rapidly. Boom, boom, boom. Shadows of the rods smashed on the fighting ring, causing it to rumble non-stop. Lu Ming's body flickered as he shuttled through the shadows of the rods. The ancient divine ape is not good at speed. Damn it. Chapter 1549. At this moment, he was the most anxious person. He could not wait for the ancient divine ape to blast Lu Ming off the fighting ring. It would be best if Lu Ming retaliated appropriately and injured the ancient divine ape. That would be perfect. That way, he could easily defeat the ancient divine ape and clinch the victory. However, the ancient divine ape was not good at speed. Although its attacks were strong, it could not hit Lu Ming. Don't run! The ancient divine ape roared. Its iron rod kept swinging, but it could not hit Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored it and focused on refining the origin stones. Junior brother Lu Ming, go for it. Tian Chui and Xuanixin cheered for Lu Ming from the Dragon God Valley stands. Lu Ming will win. The disciples of the Dragon God Valley also cheered. Right now, they were getting closer to the final victory. Most of the disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley hoped that Lu Ming would emerge victorious. It had been many years since the Divine Dragon Valley had won the first place at the Treasure Ding Ding meeting. Of course, there were a few who did not want Lu Ming to win. Those were the disciples of the Silver Dragon Valley and Hiyu. The ancient divine ape will smash him to death. Hiyu's eyes widened as he stared at the fighting ring. He did not want Lu Ming to win. Instead, he hoped that Lu Ming would be defeated or killed by the ancient divine ape. The disciples of the Silver Dragon Valley had similar thoughts. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. Lu Ming's movement technique was fast. The ancient divine ape was not good at speed. No matter how Hiyu attacked, Lu Ming would always be able to dodge it. The fight went on for more than 10 minutes. No, this can't go on. Lu Ming keeps dodging. What's the point? Let's declare him the loser. That's right. Are we going to keep this up? The disciples of the Monster Castle yelled. Humph, there is no rule in the treasure sorting party that says that you can't dodge. Movement technique is also a part of your combat power. The disciples of the Dragon God Valley sneered. Then, if this continues, when will it end? 3 days? 5 days? Lu Ming is absorbing origin stones to restore his true essence during the competition. This is simply impossible. The origin energy he absorbs is less than the energy he consumes using his movement technique. If this continues, then he won't be able to finish the competition in half a month. The people from the Demon Castle retorted. The people of Dragon God Valley remained silent with cold faces. Indeed, if this were to go on, who knew when it would end? Furthermore, in the midst of the competition, absorbing the ores would definitely not be fast. This was not the way to go. Who said it would take 3 to 5 days? At this moment, Lu Ming's figure stopped, and a faint voice was heard. Then, a dragon's roar was heard, and a punch was thrown out. Boom! Lu Ming's fist collided with the iron rod of the ancient divine ape, blocking the iron rod's attack. Not running anymore? Many people were stunned. If you don't want to run, then you'll lose. The ancient godly ape roared and continued to attack Lu Ming with the iron rod. This time, it was even more powerful than before. You're the one who will lose. Lu Ming formed a seal with his hands, and a huge chaotic flipping sky seal appeared above the ancient godly ape's head and pressed down on him. It's that move again. How is this possible? Didn't he use up all his true essence? How can he use it again? Impossible. How can he absorb and refine the origin stones so quickly? Many people shouted in disbelief. They did not know the wonders of the devouring power. The devouring power could devour and refine the ores at an astonishing speed. Although it had only been a few minutes, it was enough for Lu Ming to recover a lot. It was enough for him to use the chaotic flipping sky seal at 50 to 60% of its strength a few times. The chaotic flipping sky seal pressed down, and the pressure made the ancient godly ape's heart palpitate. He could not care less about attacking Lu Ming and swung his iron rod upward. Boom! The huge iron rod hit the chaotic flipping sky seal, and a loud boom was heard. The ancient godly ape roared and his huge body shook violently. He kept retreating, and the ground rumbled when he stepped on it. The ancient godly ape's arms kept shaking, and he almost lost his grip on the iron rod. Blood kept flowing out of his fangs. Buzz! The sky shook, and another chaotic flipping sky seal was formed. I admit defeat. The ancient godly ape roared and his body shrank rapidly. He ran out of the fighting ring. Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand. The chaotic flipping sky seal in the sky dissipated. The ancient godly ape rushed down the fighting ring. There was no need to continue the fight. He knew that he would lose when Lu Ming formed 2 chaotic flipping sky seals in a row. Hence, he admitted defeat. Another person. Lu Ming had defeated another person. In addition to the 3 people he had killed, 9 top supreme talents had been defeated by Lu Ming. There was only one person left, and that was 10 people. Come on, let's decide the winner. Lu Ming looked at the last person, the supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall. The supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall stepped onto the fighting ring and looked at Lu Ming with a solemn expression. Lu Ming, although you have absorbed some origin stones, you haven't recovered much. How many more moves can you make? The supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall asked to test Lu Ming. Why don't you give it a try? Lu Ming smiled. Of course. The supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall was filled with fighting spirit. His body started to turn golden. There was only one battle left. The supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall would not give up. Perhaps Lu Ming did not have much true origin left. As long as he could withstand a few more moves, he would be able to defeat Lu Ming. He had to take a gamble and fight with all his might. Heavenly King Apocalypse. The supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall turned golden. His body swelled up like the youth in purple armor, but the color was different. A golden giant sword appeared in his hand, and he charged at Lu Ming. At that moment, a chaotic flipping sky seal appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Boom! The chaotic flipping sky seal flew out and collided with the supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall. In the golden light, the supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall was sent flying. The golden light around his body dimmed and he spat out blood. He was injured in one move. However, the supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall did not give up and continued to charge forward. He was betting that Lu Ming's true origin would be depleted soon. However, to his despair, another chaotic flipping sky seal appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Boom! This time, the supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall was even more injured. Many of his bones were broken and his body shrunk. His aura was much weaker. However, there was still a look of determination in his eyes. He did not want to give up. Boom! Another huge primal chaos flipping sky seal appeared in the sky. I have lost. At that moment, the supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall said helplessly. He knew that it was impossible for him to win. With this move from Lu Ming, he would definitely die. He struggled to charge out of the fighting ring. Lu Ming looked on calmly. The chaotic flipping sky seal did not attack. After the supreme talent from Heavenly King Hall rushed out of the fighting ring, Lu Ming waved his hand and the chaotic flipping sky seal disappeared. Whoosh! Chapter 1550. This battle was really not easy to win. If he didn't have the chaotic flipping sky seal, a heaven-defying domain-type martial technique, he wouldn't have been able to win against so many experts. That is, unless his cultivation base was one level higher. We won, Lu Ming won. Dragon God Valley won first place. The disciples of Dragon God Valley shouted excitedly. Some of them were so excited that they were trembling with tears in their eyes. The Dragon God Valley had a hard time in this battle. From the beginning, they were targeted by the Heavenly God sect, the Sky Universe Demon sect, and the Poison sect. They kept killing the disciples of Dragon God Valley. At that time, they were furious and helpless. They even thought that they would be the first to be eliminated and not be able to participate in this treasure sorting meeting. However, they did not expect the situation to turn around. When there were only 4 people left, the Dragon God Valley started to fight back and took the initiative. In the end, when Lu Ming was the only one left, he defeated his opponents consecutively with his invincible talent and clinched the first place. With such a huge contrast, the disciples of the Dragon God Valley were very excited. Of course, He Yu and the disciples of Silver Dragon God Valley all looked gloomy. However, the disciples of the Heavenly God sect, the Sky Universe Demon sect, and the Poison sect looked even worse. In this battle, the 3 great sects could be said to have lost everything. They had suffered a double loss and suffered heavy losses. Although they had killed many people from the Divine Dragon Valley, they were those with weak cultivation levels and were not very talented. However, those who had died in the hands of Lu Ming and the rest were true geniuses. Many of them were elites with medium earth spiritual bodies. In particular, the 3 people who were killed by Lu Ming were elites with high earth spiritual bodies. They had suffered heavy losses. The people of the other sects also had complicated expressions. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the fighting ring, on the handsome and tall figure. In a sense, this treasure sorting meeting was a grand event for one person. That person was Lu Ming. Lu Ming alone dominated this competition. This was something that had never happened since the Treasure Ding Assembly was established. The treasure peddling meeting this time seemed to be held solely for Lu Ming. Good. In the pavilion of the Dragon God Valley, the Saint Realm Elder stepped out and laughed. He said good 3 times, showing how excited this Saint Realm Elder was. Now it's time for the reward. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley looked at the pavilion of the Celestial God sect. The Sage Stage Elder of the Celestial God sect flew out with an ugly expression. He reluctantly took out a jade bottle and said, "The last person remaining in this small meeting will be rewarded with 7 Emperor Domain pills." Then he tossed the jade bottle to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and opened it to take a look. There were 7 sparkling and translucent Emperor's Domain pills inside. They were dazzling and resplendent, and they emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. Just a whiff of the medicinal fragrance was enough to make one feel comfortable all over. Countless envious and jealous gazes were cast at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Tian Chui, Xuening Xin, and Han Sun. He said, "Senior brother Han Sun, senior brother Tian Chu, senior sister, come to the battle stage." They were stunned and stepped onto the battle stage one after another. "Senior brother Han Sun, this Emperor's Domain pill is for you." Lu Ming poured out an Emperor's Domain pill and handed it to Han Sun. Han Sun was stunned and he quickly declined, saying, "I can't accept this. The rule of the small meeting is that only the last person remaining will receive the reward. You're the last person, so the reward naturally belongs to you." Han Sun shook his head. "Senior brother Han Sun, you don't have to be so polite. You were seriously injured in the battle with Saint Yu. This Emperor's Domain pill is what you deserve." Lu Ming said and handed the Emperor's Domain pill over. Seeing Lu Ming's sincere attitude, Han Sun hesitated and said, "Then Han Sun will thank junior brother Lu Ming." Saying this, he received the Emperor's Domain pill with joy. The Emperor's Domain pill was extremely helpful to him. With the help of the Emperor's Domain pill, he would be able to rank up to the 7th layer Martial Dominator realm in no time. "Senior brother, senior sister, there are still 6 pills left. We'll take 2 each." Lu Ming glanced at Tian Chui and Xuening Xin. "No way. Junior brother, it's all because of you that you were able to come first in the battle. We didn't help you at all." Xuening Xin shook her head. "That's right. I'm worried that you'll share it with us." Tian Chui rejected too. "How about this? You'll take 1 each, what do you think?" Lu Ming said with a smile. Tian Chui and Xuening Xin hesitated for a moment before agreeing. After giving 1 to Tian Chui and Xuening Xin, Lu Ming kept the remaining 4 Emperor's Domain pills. The 4 Emperor's Domain pills should be able to improve his cultivation. Wait! At that instant, a few figures entered the battle stage. They were He Yu, Inqing, and a few other disciples of the Silver Dragon Valley. The one who spoke was He Yu. Lu Ming, are you going to keep the rest of the Emperor's Domain pills? So many of us have taken part in the trial. Are you planning to keep them all to yourself? He Yu said with a hollow laugh. Oh, what do you want? Lu Ming said calmly. Of course we'll share them. He Yu said with a hollow laugh. Share them? Bullshit, the rules of the trial state that only the last person will be rewarded. Why should junior brother Lu Ming share the Emperor's Domain pills? Tian Chue snapped in an unpleasant tone. Humph, we all contributed to Lu Ming being able to stay until the end. How could we not share them? He Yu said. Contributed? Lu Ming said as he looked at He Yu with disdain. You're a coward and you didn't follow the rules. You were the first to rush up and you purposely lost. Is this your contribution? I did it on purpose to leave behind a useful body. Otherwise, I'd just be throwing my life away. Moreover, we were facing such a situation in the beginning. So many of our brothers died because you offended the 3 great sects of the Heavenly God sect. He Yu quibbled and made a false accusation in the end. Is that so? Lu Ming said coldly. Suddenly, Lu Ming moved. He took a step forward and slapped He Yu. He Yu was shocked. He had never expected Lu Ming to attack him. Slap. There was a crisp sound of a slap. Lu Ming had slapped He Yu's face directly. He Yu's body was sent flying like a sandbag. He landed heavily on the ground below the fighting ring. Half of his face was smashed. Lu Ming did not want to waste his breath on such a person. He would fight if he could. He Yu was completely dumbfounded. He lay on the ground and covered his smashed face as he stared blankly at Lu Ming. What right does a piece of trash like you have to share the Emperor's Domain pills? Lu Ming said coldly. At this moment, He Yu came to his senses and shouted crazily, Lu Ming, you're audacious and lawless. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have some strength? Senior and junior brothers, am I right? All of us have contributed, so why should the reward be given to him alone? Chapter 1551. However, those youths were all looking at He Yu with disdain and disdain. Lu Ming had gotten the reward himself. They were not so despicable as to split the reward with Lu Ming. He Yu was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood when he saw everyone's disdainful gazes. He looked at the Sage Realm Elder and said, Elder, you must uphold justice. Shut up and get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here. The Sage State Elder scolded coldly and looked at He Yu with disgust. He Yu turned pale and stood there, tongue-tied. Do you want to be slapped too? Lu Ming looked at the people from Silver City. The people from Silver City turned pale. They did not dare to say a word and quickly left the fighting ring. All right, this meeting has ended perfectly. Disciples of the 7th level and above, go back and prepare for the treasure sorting meeting. The Sage State Elder of Dragon God Valley said and stepped into the air. Buzz. At this moment, there was a terrifying fluctuation in the sky. A ray of Saint Light fell from the sky and attacked Lu Ming. This ray of Saint Light was too terrifying. It was like a divine sword and its speed was unbelievable. Danger! Danger! At this moment, Lu Ming sensed a fatal danger. The muscles all over his body tightened and his hair stood on end. His instincts told him to retreat, to dodge, but his body seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move at all. Who is it? The Sage State Elder of Dragon God Valley roared, but it was too late to help. The terrifying ray of Saint Light was about to land on Lu Ming's head. At this moment, there were ripples in the space around Lu Ming like water waves. The ray of sword light pierced Lu Ming's head. However, Lu Ming's body shattered like glass. It was an afterimage. Then the space rippled. Lu Ming's body reappeared a few meters away. On Lu Ming's shoulder, Bubble's body glowed as it chirped. It seemed that Lu Ming really thought that he was going to die just now. That was an attack that he couldn't resist. Fortunately, Bubble acted in time. The pressure in the air grew even stronger. Lu Ming looked up and his pupils shrank. A white figure was walking down from the sky step by step. Son of God. He was the Son of God, who was known as the leader of the top 10 geniuses. Many people were shocked. The Son of God had appeared and even attacked Lu Ming. Could it be that Lu Ming had killed so many people from the Celestial Divine Sect and ruined the Celestial Divine Sect's plan to come in first place? Hence, the Son of God wanted to kill Lu Ming out of anger? A terrifying pressure emanated from the deity's body, pressing down on Lu Ming, Tian Chue, and Xuanxin. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Space-time domain. It seems that you were the one who secretly sabotaged the Dragon Palace. The Son of God said indifferently as he looked down at Lu Ming coldly. Finally, his gaze fell on Bubble, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming didn't say anything. He knew what the Son of God was talking about. The Son of God was talking about the sabotage of his God-forbidden ancient void talisman in the Dragon Palace. The attack just now was a test. Bubble had used the space-time domain, which proved that the person who sabotaged the Dragon Palace was Lu Ming. Of course, if it wasn't Lu Ming, the attack just now would have killed Lu Ming. Why would the Son of God care if he killed the wrong person? Then, the Son of God glanced at Tian Chue and Xuanxin and said coldly, "You are the ones who took away the Dragon Palace's treasury?" "Yes, it was us." Lu Ming said. "Treasures depend on luck and wisdom. Those who are fated will get them." What a joke! Luck and wisdom. Everything is in vain in front of absolute power. The Son of God said indifferently. He stood in the air, his body emitting a milky white holy light like a deity. His tone was full of dominance and confidence in his own power. Lu Ming sneered and said with a hint of mockery, "How did that treasure fall into our hands? After I kill you today, the treasure will still be mine." Strong murderous intent burst out from the Son of God's eyes. The Son of God had won first place in 2 consecutive treasure-sorting meetings and was the leader of the top 10 prodigies in the Zhangzhou state. Everything he did was smooth sailing. No one could compete with him for any treasure. But last time, in the trip to the Dragon Palace, he suffered many losses. They had used the divine restriction ancient void talisman, but Lu Ming had secretly destroyed it. Later on, they had chased after the Black Real Dragon's corpse, but the Black Real Dragon's corpse had escaped in the end. As for the Dragon Palace treasure house, it had fallen into the hands of Lu Ming and the other 2. Unknowingly, he seemed to have suffered a great loss in front of Lu Ming and the other 2. Therefore, he had to kill Lu Ming and the other 2, especially Lu Ming. The surrounding people had different expressions, but they all understood that Lu Ming and the Son of God must have had a conflict because of an opportunity. And from the looks of it, the Son of God was at a disadvantage. No wonder his murderous intent was so strong. Lu Ming actually offended the Son of God. Serves him right. Serves him right. Not far away, Hugh, Silver City, and the others were shouting in their hearts. They gloated and wanted the Son of God to kill Lu Ming immediately. Boom! Holy light shone from the Son of God's body. Endless holy light condensed into a long sword that stood between heaven and earth. Its vast power made many youths tremble. Swoosh! The terrifying sword light slashed violently toward Lu Ming. At this moment, black wings appeared behind Lu Ming's back and a shield appeared in front of him. Tian Chue and Xuanxin both took out their holy weapons. How could they just sit and wait? Stop! The Saintess Elder of Dragon God Valley roared. She stepped in the air like a true dragon and reached out a dragon claw toward the sword light. Boom! Heaven and earth roared. The dragon claw and the sword light dissipated. Old man, why are you meddling in the affairs of the younger generation? The Saintess Elder of Heavenly God Sect rushed out from the pavilion and slammed his palm toward the Saintess Elder of Dragon God Valley. The 2 of them clashed, and the sky trembled. Their bodies shook and stood in opposite directions. Vast Saintess aura filled the air as the 2 of them faced each other. Go away! The Saintess Elder of Dragon God Valley shouted. I told you, why are you meddling in the affairs of the younger generation? Let them settle it themselves. The Saintess Elder of Heavenly God Sect sneered. That's right. The treasure auction has ended. We old men have no reason to meddle in the affairs of the younger generation. The Saintess Elder of Heavenly Universe Demon Sect said coldly. Then, The Saintess Elder of Desire Poison sect also appeared. He locked onto the Saintess Elder of Dragon God Valley to prevent him from meddling. The Saintess Elder of Dragon God Valley looked terrible. These people were determined to kill Lu Ming here. Is the Heavenly God sect such a sore loser? Seeing that Dragon God Valley and Lu Ming won first place, you want to send people to kill Lu Ming. Are you allowed to win but not others? Chapter 1552. Nonsense. The Sage Realm Elder of the Celestial God sect shouted and looked at Qiu Yingying coldly. Qiu Yingying raised her head stubbornly and looked back at him. That's right. The Celestial God sect is such a sore loser. If you had said so earlier, we wouldn't have competed with you. We would have given you the first place. That's right. Let the other sects not participate. Tell the world that the Celestial God sect is the first in the world. The other disciples of the Dragon God Valley also shouted and glared at the deity and the Sage Realm Elder of the Celestial God sect. They directly said that the deity wanted to kill Lu Ming because Lu Ming had won first place. That was why the Celestial God sect wanted to kill Lu Ming. Shut up, the deity shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder, and a terrifying aura pressed down on the disciples of the Dragon God Valley. The disciples of the Dragon God Valley were shocked, as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. I, the deity, have never needed a reason to kill. But today I will give you one. The deity said indifferently. Because they have done something they shouldn't have done. Therefore they must die. Even if today's meeting didn't happen, they must die. Hee, what do you mean by something you shouldn't have done? Didn't you just let a few people with lower cultivation than you take away your treasures? Deity, how dare you kill people? A deep voice was heard. In the void, a purple light flashed and a figure appeared in the sky. Zifeng, the demon of the Dragon God Valley, Zifeng. You want to stop me? The deity looked at Zifeng coldly. If you want to kill the people of the Dragon God Valley, we must fight. Zifeng replied. You are no match for me. The deity said coldly. We haven't fought for 3 years. Not necessarily. Zifeng said with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. Is that so? Then I will kill you first. The deity was very aggressive. He took a step forward and the world rumbled. Terrifying saint light shot up into the sky and turned into a snow-white saint sword, slashing toward Zifeng. Zifeng let out a loud roar, and the sound of a dragon's roar reverberated in the air. Purple light radiated from his body, and dense purple dragon scales appeared on his skin. 2 dragon horns actually sprouted from his forehead. As for Zifeng's hands, they transformed into dragon claws. With a roar, Zifeng charged at the Son of God. His claws continued to claw out, shattering the Son of God's holy blade. Holy light slash. The divine child's expression remained calm. He clenched his fist in the air and holy light coalesced into a holy blade, slashing at Zifeng. Boom, boom. The 2 monstrous geniuses continued to fight in the air, exchanging more than 10 moves. The sky seemed to be divided into white and purple. The oppressive pressure made it difficult for people to breathe. How terrifying. Is this the power of the top 10 monstrous geniuses? It's amazing. I've seen semi-sage experts fight before. But they weren't as strong as this. They can easily kill an ordinary semi-sage expert, right? How terrifying. How could someone below the Saint Realm reach such a level? Many people cried out, feeling extremely shocked. Even the Sage Realm elders had grave expressions on their faces. Clearly, these Saint Realm experts had no choice but to pay attention to such combat prowess. The sky was completely covered by white and purple light. 2 figures were crisscrossing each other. Occasionally, dragon roars could be heard. Boom. Suddenly, there was a terrifying tremor in the sky. A figure quickly retreated, taking dozens of steps back in the air before coming to a stop. It was Zifeng. At this moment, there was a deep cut on Zifeng's body that went straight to his bones. There was a terrifying power of holy light that was constantly eroding Zifeng's body. There was a trace of blood at the corner of Zifeng's mouth. His aura was somewhat weak. Could it be that Zifeng was defeated? In the air, the Son of God strolled out. His clothes were neat and tidy, and his aura was stable. It didn't seem like he had just experienced a great battle. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that the Son of God had won, and it didn't seem like a difficult victory. The Son of God was indeed the leader of the top 10 monstrous geniuses of the Tsang state. Although they were both top 10 monstrous geniuses, Zifeng didn't seem to be a match for the Son of God. I've said it before. You're no match for me. Today I want to kill the three of them. No one can save them. The Son of God said, full of confidence. No one could save whoever he wanted to kill. This was the dominance of the Son of God. Originally, if he wanted to kill Lu Ming and the other two, he could have chosen to do it elsewhere. That way, there would be less resistance and it would be easier. However, he chose to do it here because he was that domineering. He wanted to kill Lu Ming and the other two in front of everyone to build his reputation. Ha! At this moment, Lu Ming laughed. His laughter was full of mockery. What are you laughing at? The Son of God said coldly. I'm laughing at you, Son of God. You want to kill me only because you're afraid. Why do you have to find so many high-sounding reasons? Lu Ming laughed. I'm afraid. What a joke. What do you have that makes me afraid? The Son of God said. Because of my potential. Today, you've seen my potential. You're afraid that I'll catch up to you in the future. You're afraid that I'll take the first place in the treasure sorting convention 3 years later. That's why you're afraid. You're afraid of my potential. That's why you want to kill me today to prevent future troubles. Lu Ming said loudly. The words caused the hearts of many to shudder. The potential that Lu Ming had displayed this time was indeed shocking. With a cultivation of the 4th layer martial emperor realm, he had defeated and killed 10 top experts consecutively and obtained the first place in the treasure ordering party. In the history of the Tsang continent, there had never been such a shocking achievement since the treasure ordering party was established. Lu Ming did have the potential to be a threat to the Son of God. Lu Ming's cultivation was still weak now, but in another 6 or 9 years, would he be able to defeat the Son of God? Could it be that the Son of God was not afraid at all? Such a thought emerged in many people's minds. The Son of God wore a cold expression as he said, You will never be my match. I have no match in the Tsangzhou continent. My opponents are outside of the Tsangzhou continent. The Son of God spoke with great confidence. Among his peers in the Tsangzhou continent, there was no one worthy of his attention. He had set his sights outside of the Tsangzhou continent to compete with the peerless geniuses outside of the Tsangzhou continent. Even the terrifying geniuses of the monarch forces were his match. Since you are so confident, I will challenge you now. In 3 years, at the treasure sorting convention, we will fight to the death. Do you dare? Lu Ming said loudly, his voice echoing throughout the entire place. Lu Ming's voice was also filled with great confidence. He had also come this far by stepping over the bodies of countless geniuses. He was also confident that he was invincible. The Son of God had a better background. He had been cultivating in the Heavenly God sect of Yunlu since he was young. The cultivation environment there was much better than Lu Ming's. Moreover, the Son of God was at least 7 or 8 years older than Lu Ming. Now, the Son of God's cultivation was much higher than his, which was why he could look down on him from the sky. However, he was confident that in a few years he would be able to catch up to the Son of God and stand in front of him as an equal. He would not be looked down upon like he was now. Chapter 1553. The deity stood in the air and looked down at Lu Ming. He did not change his mind because of Lu Ming's words. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Ha, what a joke! What kind of provocation is this? You are clearly afraid. Or rather, the celestial sect is afraid that I will grow stronger. So, they sent you here to find a reason to kill me. Otherwise, why would they not even dare to accept my challenge? Lu Ming said, No matter how glib your tongue is, you will still die today. The deity shouted coldly. Holy light burst out and formed a holy light blade that illuminated the area. Zifeng let out a dragon's roar and charged at the deity. Get lost! The sage realm elder of Dragon God Valley roared. He wanted to help Zifeng, but he was blocked by the sage realm elders of the celestial sect. In addition, the elders of the Desire Poison sect were glaring at him. Let's go! Lu Ming sent a message to Tian Chui and Xuanixin and prepared to retreat. However, at this moment, the clouds in the sky surged and a foot appeared in the void. This foot was like the foot of a giant. It was huge and came down from the sky, stomping down on the deity. "Who is it?" The deity roared. Holy light burst out and he slammed his palm into the sky, forming a holy light palm print that blasted towards the giant foot. However, when the palm print came into contact with the giant foot, it collapsed. The giant foot did not stop and continued to stomp on the deity. The deity roared and a white jade pagoda appeared on his body. The white jade pagoda expanded and a vast sage realm aura burst out. Boom! The giant foot stomped on the white jade pagoda. The pagoda shook violently and the light shield on the pagoda collapsed. Bam! The deity's body fell like a meteorite and crashed heavily on the fighting ring. A terrifying roar came from the fighting ring and cracks appeared on it. One should know that the fighting ring was extremely hard. Lu Ming and the others had not been able to leave a mark on the fighting ring, but now, the fighting ring had cracked. The deity's face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up and his hair danced in the wind. He was filled with killing intent as he stared at the sky. A burly figure appeared in the sky and stepped down. The figure seemed to be in his 30s. He had a burly figure and was emitting a vast aura. "Third senior brother, it's third senior brother. Third senior brother is here. That's great." Tian Chui and Xuanixin shouted excitedly when they saw the man. "Third senior brother?" Lu Ming's heart stirred. His master, the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley, had a total of 9 true disciples. However, Lu Ming had only met his second senior brother, Long Yuanshan, Tian Chui, and Xuanixin. He had not met any of the other senior brothers and sisters. It was said that this third senior brother, Yang Tianzong, had broken through to the Saint Realm more than 10 years ago. He often went out to train. Who would have thought that he would appear here? 7th junior brother, 8th junior sister, long time no see. Yang Tian, Zhang Tian and Xuanixin nodded. They then looked at Lu Ming and said, "This must be junior brother. You are indeed a dragon among men." Lu Ming greets third senior brother. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Yang Tianzong. "Haha, there's no need to be so polite. Let's settle this first." Yang Tianzong laughed and looked at the deity. He sneered and said, "You are very arrogant. Come, let me see what you can do." Boom! Yang Tianzong took a step forward and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. It was the aura of a sage, the aura of a sage. The terrifying aura of a sage pressed down on the deity. At the same time, Yang Tianzong stretched out his hand and a huge dragon claw appeared, grabbing at the deity. A terrifying demonic saber slashed out from the side. A combat sword made of poisonous gas pierced through the void and collided with the dragon claw, blocking it. At the same time, 2 elders appeared in front of Yang Tianzong. They were the Sage Realm Elders of the Desire Poison Sect and the Sky Universe Demon Sect. This is a matter of the younger generation. Why are you, a sage, interfering? Let them settle it themselves. If you want to fight, I will accompany you. The Elder of the Sky Universe Demon Sect said coldly. The Elder of the Desire Poison Sect did not say anything, but his attitude said it all. His body was filled with poisonous gas that kept rolling. 2 old men, I will deal with you first. Yang Tianzong's eyes turned cold as he roared like a dragon. Dragon scales appeared on his arms as he took a step forward and charged towards the Saint Realm Elders of the Desire Poison Sect and the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Kill! Kill! The Elders of the Desire Poison Sect and the Sky Universe Demon Sect shouted as they charged at Yang Tianzong with terrifying auras. Boom! 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 There were 5 to 6 explosions in the sky. Then, the crowd saw 2 figures frantically retreating. Their bodies were trembling and there was a claw mark on each of their bodies. Their bodies were almost pierced through and their bodies were covered in blood. They had lost. The 2 Sage Realm Elders of the Desire Poison Sect and the Sky Universe Demon Sect had joined forces and attacked together. However, they had been defeated in just 5 to 6 moves. They had been injured by Yang Tianzong and their clothes were stained with blood. The difference in their combat strength was too great. This time I will spare your lives. Next time I will kill you. Yang Tianzong said coldly. The two Sage Realm elders of the Desire Poison sect and the Sky Universe Demon sect had ugly expressions on their faces. However, there was fear in their eyes. Also, let me correct you on one thing. I am still a few years away from 50 years old. Therefore, I am still part of the younger generation. As for cultivation, this kid is a sage-to-be and he is 7 to 8 years older than my junior brother. If he can attack my junior brother, why can't I attack him? Having said that, Yang Tianzong looked at the deity's son again. Boom! Yang Tianzong suddenly took a step forward and a giant foot that looked exactly like Yang Tianzong appeared in the sky and stomped down on the deity's son again. The deity's son shouted as he tried to block the attack with his holy weapon. However, he was almost flattened by the attack. He knelt on the ground and vomited blood. Don't you think that you are strong? Aren't you just trash in front of me? Yang Tianzong mocked. You have only cultivated for 10 more years than me. If you give me 10 more years, no, 5 more years, I will be able to stomp you under my feet. The deity's son shouted angrily as his eyes turned red. He was the deity's son and he was extremely talented. Ever since he rose to power, he had been surrounded by many people. He had never been humiliated like this before. He had knelt on the ground in front of everyone. At that moment he was furious. He wanted to kill Yang Tianzong and everyone else who had witnessed the scene. You are not qualified to challenge me. If you want to challenge me, you will have to defeat my junior brother in 3 years' time. If you can defeat my junior brother, I will give you a chance to challenge me. Yang Tianzong sneered. All right. The deity's son shouted as he looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I accept your challenge. We will fight at the treasure sorting meeting in 3 years' time. I will take your life in 3 years' time. Lu Ming said coldly. Ha, how arrogant of you. However, let me tell you this. I will definitely break through to the Saint Realm in 3 years' time. If you want to challenge me, you will have to defeat my junior brother and pass the treasure sorting meeting. Only then will you be qualified to challenge me. The deity's son said coldly as he regained his confidence. He firmly believed that he would not be defeated. Chapter 1554. The Divine Son will break through to the Saint Realm in 3 years. Many people were shocked. However, it was normal. The Divine Son had been in the Sage-to-be realm for almost 10 years. With his talent, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the Saint Realm. Once he broke through to the Saint Realm, his status would be completely different. He would truly enter the upper echelons of the Zhangzhou state. At the same time, he would not be able to participate in the treasure sorting convention. No one else would have a chance if a sage-to-be participated in the treasure sorting convention. In other words, if Lu Ming wanted to challenge the Divine Son, he would have to pass the treasure sorting convention. If he was killed at the treasure sorting convention, there would be no way to challenge him. In 3 years, Lu Ming won't stand a chance. Someone shook his head and sighed. That's right. He won't stand a chance. Others shook their heads. Lu Ming was only in the LV4 martial royal realm. In 3 years, no matter how fast Lu Ming improved, it would be extremely fast for him to reach the LV8 or even the LV9 martial royal realm. However, what was the use of reaching the LV8 or LV9 martial royal realm? How could he fight with the Divine Son? Even if the Divine Son was still in the Sage-to-be realm, Lu Ming would not be his match. Once the Divine Son broke through to the Saint Realm, Lu Ming would not stand a chance. It was not impossible for someone to become a sage-to-be before reaching the Saint Realm. Since ancient times, not many people had been able to do so. Every one of those people was a terrifying genius whose name shook the world. Then I'll let you live for 3 more years. The Divine Son said coldly. Then, without saying anything else, he turned and left. He turned into a beam of saint light and disappeared. Let's go! The Saint Realm elder of the Celestial God sect shouted and left. The disciples of the Celestial God sect hurriedly followed and left. After the people of the Celestial God sect left, the people of the Sky Universe Demon sect and the Poison sect also left. Then, the people of the other sects also left. Lu Ming, if there's a chance, let's fight again in the future. Luo Xiang from the Life and Death Sword sect said loudly. Okay, let's fight another day. Lu Ming said. Goodbye. Luo Xiang cupped his fists and left. Thank you for your help, third senior brother. Lu Ming, Tian Chui, and Xuaningxin cupped their fists at Yang Tianzong. You and I are brothers, there's no need to be so courteous. This time, I just happened to pass by Tsang Mountain and wanted to take a look. I didn't expect to encounter something like this. Yang Tianzong laughed heartily. Third senior brother, youngest junior brother defeated and killed 10 prodigies with superior earthly spiritual bodies all by himself and won first place in the treasure sorting party. Xuaning thought. Oh! Amazing, amazing! Little junior brother is truly blessed by the heavens. It's still master who has good taste. Yang Tianzong's eyes lit up. He hadn't been here for long, so he didn't know that Lu Ming had won first place at the treasure ordering convention. Senior brother, you flatter me. After that, everyone chatted as they flew toward the Dragon God Valley. Among the crowd of Dragon God Valley, Hiyu, Silver City, and the others were filled with unwillingness. Damn it, even under such circumstances, Lu Ming managed to escape. Hiyu cursed in his heart. Soon, everyone returned to the Dragon God Valley. Junior brother, junior sister, you've had a great battle. You should go back to your rooms to heal. Yang Tianzong said. Tian Chui and Xuaning nodded. They had been severely injured in the previous battle and were far from recovering. Many of the other disciples of Dragon God Valley were also injured and had returned to their rooms to heal. Everyone returned to their rooms. When Lu Ming returned to his room, he took out a pile of origin stones and devoured them to recover his true origin. Half a day later, Lu Ming had fully recovered. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and a few storage rings appeared in his hand. He had obtained all of them from killing his opponents at the treasure sorting party. Lu Ming began to count them. When he was done, Lu Ming was overjoyed. This time, he had gained a lot. One should know that the people he had killed were all prodigies and were extremely wealthy. Needless to say, there were hundreds of millions of origin stones. There were also dozens of spiritual weapons of the emperor level. There were even as many as 6 sacred weapons. In particular, there were 3 sky-piercing flying shuttles. The 3 sky-piercing flying shuttles were found in the storage rings of the 3 top prodigies, Mo He and Wu Qiandu. It was really a case of searching high and low for something, only to find it by chance. Lu Ming had always wanted to buy a sky-piercing flying shuttle. He did not expect to obtain 3 at once. Lu Ming picked one, erased the mark of its original owner, and began to refine it. It was very easy to refine the sky-piercing flying shuttle. In less than a day, Lu Ming had refined it. The sky-piercing flying shuttle floated above Lu Ming's palm and changed its size according to Lu Ming's will. After playing with it for a while, Lu Ming put away the sky-piercing flying shuttle and took out the flowing element gloves to refine it. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. In the past few days, news of what had happened at the Treasure Ding Ding convention had quickly spread throughout the Tsang Mountain. Furthermore, it had spread to the entire Tsang province at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming's name shook everyone's heart. The most talked about in this competition was Lu Ming's name. He had defeated and killed 10 top prodigies all by himself and obtained first place. In the end, he had challenged the god's son. 3 years later, he would fight the god's son to the death. Although no one was optimistic about Lu Ming's chances, believing that Lu Ming would be able to fight the god's son in 3 years, many people remembered the name Lu Ming. 3 days later, the flowing element gloves were refined by Lu Ming. With a thought, the flowing element gloves turned into liquid and wrapped around Lu Ming's right palm. As Lu Ming injected his true yuan, the flowing element gloves became heavier and heavier. In the end, even Lu Ming's arm was trembling slightly. So heavy, coupled with the primal chaos domain and the hell-suppressing heaven skill, how terrifying would the power of this punch be? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. He couldn't wait to find an expert to test it out. With a thought, the flowing element gloves seemed to come alive and burrowed into Lu Ming's skin, disappearing without a trace. With a thought, it would reappear again. It was very convenient to use. It's time to leave, Lu Ming muttered under his breath. There were still 5 days before the start of the treasure sorting assembly, but Lu Ming planned to leave and return to the Dragon God Valley to cultivate in seclusion. After all, he had seen the strength of the god's son, Zifeng, Wang Jian, and the rest of the top 10 prodigies of Tsang State. There was no point in staying and watching the treasure sorting assembly. It was better to seize the time and cultivate. For Lu Ming, time was the most important thing. Lu Ming got up and walked out to find Tianchu. "Junior brother, you're leaving?" Tianchu asked in surprise. "Yes, I came to the treasure sorting assembly to see the strength of the top 10 prodigies of Tsang State. Now that I've seen it, there's no point in staying any longer. So, I plan to return to the Dragon God Valley." Chapter 1555. "Oh, in that case, junior brother, I'll lend you my sky-piercing flying shuttle." Tianchu said. "There's no need. I already have the sky-piercing flying shuttle." He and the others contributed many good things. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took out 2 holy weapons, returning them to Tianchu. "Say goodbye to 8th senior sister for me." Lu Ming cupped his fists and soared into the air, flying out of the Tsang Mountain. After leaving the range of the Tsang Mountain, Lu Ming waved his hand, and the sky-piercing flying shuttle appeared. It rapidly expanded until it was 100 meters long. The doors opened, and Lu Ming entered the sky-piercing flying shuttle. This sky-piercing flying shuttle was very similar to Tianchu's, and its grade was about the same. They were both low-grade sky-piercing flying shuttles. The higher-grade sky-piercing flying shuttles were faster, but they were shockingly expensive. Ordinary people could not afford them. After Lu Ming put away the origin stones, he determined the direction of the Divine Dragon Valley and drove the sky-piercing flying shuttle. Whoosh! The sky-piercing flying shuttle turned into a beam of light and disappeared, quickly flying in the direction of the Divine Dragon Valley. As for Lu Ming, he sat cross-legged in the sky-piercing flying shuttle and took out a jade bottle. The jade bottle contained the rewards of the treasure peddling meeting, the 4 Emperor Domain pills. Even with the sky-piercing flying shuttle, it would take about half a month to return to the Divine Dragon Valley. He could use this time to cultivate and refine the 4 Emperor Domain pills. Lu Ming poured out an Emperor Domain pill and swallowed it. Boom! After the Emperor Domain pill entered his stomach, it immediately turned into surging energy. What a strong energy! It is more than 10 times stronger than the Emperor Domain fruit. Lu Ming was not shocked. Instead, he rejoiced. The Emperor Domain pill was indeed a pill that could raise a mid-stage martial monarch's cultivation by 1 layer. Its medicinal effects were shocking. It was refined with 9 Emperor Domain fruits and other precious herbs. Following that, Lu Ming focused and started to refine the medicinal energy. Time passed quickly, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. In 7 days, Lu Ming refined the 4 Emperor Domain pills. Peak 5th layer martial monarch. Lu Ming opened his eyes and felt the vast and boundless energy in his body, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Within 7 days after refining the 4 Dominator pills, Lu Ming's cultivation had improved by 1 layer, reaching the peak of the 5th layer martial Dominator realm. What others could achieve with just 1 Emperor Domain pill, Lu Ming had to use a total of 4 Emperor Domain pills to achieve. But Lu Ming was still very satisfied. His cultivation had increased by 1 layer, and it was unknown how much time Lu Ming had saved. This was something that could improve both his origin energy and domain. Now, Lu Ming's chaotic domain had also reached the peak of level 5. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, if he participated in the treasure banquet, he could easily defeat a genius like He. There was no need for him to use the primal chaos flipping sky seal. The treasure auction has already begun, right? Lu Ming's heart thumped. Then he shook his head with a smile and closed his eyes to consolidate his cultivation base. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Late at night, in the vast mountains, Lu Ming's space-piercing flying shuttle flashed across the sky like a meteor. Boom! Lu Ming was cultivating when the space-piercing flying shuttle suddenly shook violently. Someone is attacking the space-piercing flying shuttle. Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and looked outside through the crystal glass of the space-piercing flying shuttle. Above the pitch-black clouds, A few large hands came down from the sky and heavily bombarded the space-piercing flying shuttle. Rumble! The space-piercing flying shuttle shook violently as if it was about to explode. Then, a large hand grabbed the 100-meter-long space-piercing flying shuttle and smashed it into a nearby mountain. Boom! The mountain shook and shattered, sending debris flying everywhere. Damn it! Lu Ming's eyes were cold. His body moved and he rushed out of the space-piercing flying shuttle. The space-piercing flying shuttle shrank rapidly and was put away by Lu Ming. In the pitch-black night sky, a dozen black figures appeared and surrounded Lu Ming. Kill! Without any superfluous words, one of them said coldly, "Bush, bush, bush." More than a dozen terrifying sword lights stabbed toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. 7th layer Martial Royal Realm. All of them are experts above the 7th layer Martial Royal Realm. There are even some 8th layer Martial Royal Realm experts. Lu Ming's eyes widened. These people were all experts. None of them were below the 7th layer Martial Royal Realm. They were all high-level Martial Royal Realm experts. Without any hesitation, the black feather wings appeared. With a flap, Lu Ming soared into the sky. Bush, bush. A few terrifying sword lights suddenly appeared above his head. 8th layer Martial Royal Realm. The people who appeared above his head were all 8th layer Martial Royal Realm experts. Who is it? Countless thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Who wants to kill me? He had only told Tian Chui when he came out, but Tian Chui would not betray him. It was very likely that someone had been watching Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Ming came out of the Tsang Mountain, he had been targeted. The reason why they had only attacked now was that they were waiting for Lu Ming to lower his guard. They had also confirmed that there were no experts following Lu Ming and that Lu Ming was alone. Kill! Lu Ming roared. The divine sword art burst out and formed a terrifying soul attack toward the people above his head. However, the other party's body merely trembled slightly and he seemed to be fine. The sword gleam did not stop and he continued to charge toward Lu Ming. The divine sword art is useless. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. At the same time, the black dragon spear appeared in his hand and he thrust it forward. Bush. A ray of spear light destroyed a ray of sword light and directly pierced through a black-robed figure. The destructive power wiped out all the life force of that person. A LV-8 Martial Royal Realm expert was killed by Lu Ming. However, the other sword lights were already close to Lu Ming. The black wings flapped and blocked Lu Ming's body. Clang, clang. The sword light stabbed Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body shook and he was sent flying. Bush. With the help of this force, Lu Ming performed the wind origin skill. The black wings flapped again and he rushed forward. Buzz. The black dragon spear swept out and turned into a 1,000-meter spear ray. A cultivator of the 7th Royal Martial Realm was hit by the attack. 13 streams of energy overlapped and his body exploded. The terrifying energy swept towards a second cultivator of the 8th Royal Martial Realm. That cultivator screamed in agony and was killed as well. With the black dragon spear in his hand, Lu Ming's attack was even more powerful. Even without the holy weapon, Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of LV-5 Martial Royal Realm. It was not too difficult for him to kill an ordinary LV-8 Martial Royal Realm expert. With the holy weapon, it was easy for him to kill an ordinary LV-8 Martial Royal Realm expert. Lu Ming killed 2 people in a row. However, the other sword lights fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming blocked with the black wings, but his body was also sent flying. After all, his opponents were LV-7 and LV-8 Martial Royal Realm experts. Although Lu Ming could kill those above his level, he could not deny their terrifying attack power. They were all high-level Martial Royal Realm experts and their attack power was absolutely terrifying. If the sword light fell on Lu Ming, even if Lu Ming did not die, he would be injured. Attack with all your strength. A voice was heard. Kill, kill. The sword light continued to stab at Lu Ming. However, some of them changed their swords to sabers and shouted. The terrifying saber light tore through the void and lit up the night sky, slashing at Lu Ming. This is the Silent Saber Art. Chapter 1556. The intentionless saber art was the ultimate technique of the intentionless saber sect. one of the 13 top sects of the Tsang continent. There were people from the intentionless saber sect among them. However, there was no conflict between him and the intentionless saber sect. Why would the intentionless saber sect want to kill him? Also, who were the other people who use swords? The heavenly divinity sect, the heavenly demonic sect, or the poison desire sect? Lu Ming's mind was filled with thoughts, but he did not stop moving. A shield appeared and expanded rapidly, hovering behind Lu Ming. He then flapped his black wings. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and dashed toward it at high speed. The black dragon spear continued to thrust forward, emitting a terrifying spear glow that penetrated the air and collided with his opponents. Bang! Bang! A deafening explosion took place in the sky. Lu Ming broke through the opponent's attack and pierced the dantian of an 8th-level martial emperor with his spear, killing him instantly. At the same time, the black feather wings were like 2 heavenly sabers. With a slash, 2 7th-level martial emperors were split into 2. Buzz. In front of him, a magnificent saber glow slashed toward Lu Ming, as if it could break the heavens and earth apart. 9th layer martial dominator realm. Lu Ming's eyes widened rapidly. At that moment, Lu Ming was completely exhausted, thus he could not counterattack. He could only hold the black dragon spear in front of him. Ding! The saber glow struck the black dragon spear, causing it to vibrate vigorously. Lu Ming's figure was knocked backward. Behind him, a storm of attacks was launched. The sword glow and saber glow landed on the sacred weapon shield and knocked it flying. Lu Ming's body felt slightly numb, as he could feel the qi and blood in his body turning restless. There were too many experts, all of them at the advanced martial dominator realm. Sending so many people to kill Lu Ming was a sure kill move, as they were determined to take Lu Ming's life. There was nothing to be said, as this was a battle of life and death. Lu Ming let out a roar as a dragon's cry was heard from his body. Dragon scales appeared on the surface of his skin. At the same time, the 3rd bloodline appeared, causing a force to surge into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's strength to grow stronger. Kill! The black wings on Lu Ming's back flapped wildly, bringing about gusts of wind. In a flash, Lu Ming's figure rushed to the rear. The black dragon spear swept out with the power to sweep away 1,000 soldiers. Lu Ming killed the 2 7th-level martial emperor experts who were dashing toward him at high speed. Kill. Lu Ming used his black feather wings and shield to protect himself. With the black dragon spear in his hand, he used all his strength to kill his way into the crowd. The 13 accumulating power strikes was simply too powerful. Combined with the power of a sacred weapon, an ordinary 8th-layer martial dominator would not be able to withstand it, let alone a 7th-layer martial dominator. With his long spear, Lu Ming seemed to have transformed into a killing machine, constantly reaping lives. Of the dozen or so experts, only a few were left after being killed by him. Of course, he had also been struck many times. However, with the protection of the Saint Weapon Shield and the Black Feather Wings, as well as his freakish dragon god battle physique, he had not suffered any serious injuries. However, at this moment, several figures appeared in the dark night. This time, there were 20 to 30 people, all of whom were high-level martial dominators. So many experts. They really think highly of me. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. It was shocking to see such a terrifying force being sent out at once. Kill! 6 figures stepped out, unleashing terrifying auras. They were all 9th-layer martial dominators. Swish! Below him, a terrifying sword ray was launched at Lu Ming. It was another 9th-layer martial dominator. Get lost! Lu Ming bellowed as he executed the 9 Dragons Sky Stomp. He took 9 consecutive steps and 9 dragons danced in the air, charging toward the person below. Boom! The sword ray collided with the 9 dragons, producing a terrifying explosion. Following this, the sword ray shattered the 9 dragons and continued to slash at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure moved and he moved horizontally in one direction. However, there was still a 9th-level martial emperor in that direction. There were 9th-layer martial dominators in all directions. The black dragon spear swept out toward the 9th-layer martial dominator behind him. So what if he was a 9th layer martial dominator? He would still kill him. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, even without a sacred weapon, he could fight against an ordinary 9th layer martial dominator and even kill him. With a sacred weapon, he was even more fearless. Clang. The black dragon spear collided with the opponent's saber. The opponent's body shook violently and he was sent flying. Kill. Lu Ming targeted this and continued to charge toward the other party. The black dragon spear became 1,000 meters long and pressed down on the opponent. Boom. The opponent tried his best to resist, but he could not stop it. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying. However, Lu Ming used the wind origin skill and chased after the opponent. Let's attack together. A cold voice was heard as the other 9th layer martial dominators charged at Lu Ming. Their terrifying attacks knocked away the sacred weapon and shield. Some of the attacks landed on the black wings, causing Lu Ming's body to shake violently. However, Lu Ming's eyes were still firm as he stared at one of the opponents and charged at him. Another spear thrust out and that person spat out mouthfuls of blood. His arm was broken. In the end, Lu Ming threw the black dragon spear out. The black dragon spear pierced through the air like a black lightning bolt. It contained the terrifying power of the 13th strike and suddenly exploded, piercing through the 9th layer martial dominator. A terrifying force vibrated and the 9th layer martial dominator's body exploded. Lu Ming suddenly turned around and threw a punch at one of the 9th layer martial dominators. The flowing element gloves appeared and he poured his true yuan into them. The flowing element gloves rapidly became heavier. Boom. This punch contained the power of the chaotic realm and the health-suppressing skill. It was terrifyingly powerful and could destroy anything. When the fist collided with the opponent's battle sword, the Emperor's battle sword was unable to withstand the force and exploded. The terrifying fist energy bombarded the body of the cultivator of the 9th Emperor realm. He screamed in agony as his body was pierced through and exploded. In an instant, 2 9th layer martial dominators were killed. His sacred weapon is too powerful. Some people were astounded. Even the 9th layer martial dominators were killed. Back off and kill him with your sacred weapons. Someone in the sky said coldly. A few 9th layer martial dominators backed off, but a few others stepped forward. Their auras were also 9th layer martial dominators. There were too many experts. There were more than 10 9th layer martial dominators. Furthermore, the 9th layer martial dominators were even more terrifying as they all had sacred weapons. One of them had a blood-red pagoda floating above his head, emitting a terrifying aura. Another person held a battle blade in his hand. That battle blade was also a holy armament. The third person held an iron rod, which was also a sacred weapon. The fourth person had a mountain floating above his head, which was also a sacred weapon. The 4 9th layer martial dominators controlled 4 sacred weapons to seal off the area. Attack! The person in the sky gave the order. Kill! Chapter 1557. The power of a 9th layer martial dominator controlling a sacred weapon was too terrifying. Lu Ming did not dare to face the attack head-on, as he continued to dodge the saber glow. Will dispersing light. That person spat out this sentence coldly. That saber gleam actually split apart all of a sudden, biting Lu Ming's body tightly. No matter how fast Lu Ming was, he actually could not avoid that saber gleam. It's really the intentionless saber art. You guys are from the intentionless saber sect. Lu Ming let out a furious roar. He had seen the geniuses of the intentionless saber sect using the intentionless saber art at the treasure pedestal meeting. The person's eyes were cold and emitted a strong murderous intent, as the saber glow did not stop. Ding. Lu Ming blocked the attack with the sacred weapon shield and the black feather wings, but after being struck by the saber glow, his body shuddered violently and was sent flying like a cannonball. In the process of being sent flying, Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of a 9th layer martial dominator controlling a sacred weapon was too shocking. Even with the protection of the sacred weapon, Lu Ming was still injured. Bang! Above him, a strong gust of wind was blowing, as a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. A pitch-black mountain was pressing down on Lu Ming. Another expert made his move, also aiming a sacred weapon at Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming channeled his true energy into the flowing force gloves as he executed the heavenly art of suppressing hell and threw a punch at the small mountain. Bang! A shocking explosion took place as the small mountain was sent flying by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's body fell to the ground like a meteor. Lu Ming spat out another mouthful of blood as his arm trembled slightly. Bang! An iron rod, which was thousands of meters long, swept toward Lu Ming like a pillar that could hold up the sky. Lu Ming used the black wings to protect his body. With a boom, Lu Ming was sent flying. He crashed into a huge mountain, causing it to crack. The ninth layer Martial Dominator realm was the peak of the Martial Dominator realm, granting him a terrifying strength. Previously, Lu Ming had managed to kill the two cultivators at lightning speed with the help of his sacred weapon, but it did not mean that a ninth layer Martial Dominator realm cultivator was weak. On top of that, there were 4 ninth layer Martial Dominators controlling the sacred weapons. Their combined strength was even more terrifying. Lu Ming was no match for them at all. Bubbles, let's go! Lu Ming called out Bubbles. Under such circumstances, the only way out was to retreat. It was unwise to fight head-on. As for Ming Lian's second body, Lu Ming had no intention of calling him out. Given the cultivation of Ming Lian's second body and the fact that he didn't have a saint artifact to protect him, he would only be killed if he called out. Chirp chirp, the bubble cried out and opened up a space-time tunnel. Lu Ming and Bai Yunfei rushed in. However, at the next moment, Lu Ming seemed to have knocked into a wall and his body was blocked. The space-time tunnel had lost its effect. Buzz! Inscriptions appeared in all directions. Over 10 black-robed cultivators stood in different directions. Each of them had a formation disc floating above their heads, sealing off the space. Such a meticulous plan. Lu Ming's heart turned cold. It was obvious that the enemy was serious about killing them, as they had taken all of Lu Ming's trump cards into consideration. They also knew that Lu Ming had Bubbles with him, allowing him to escape using the space-time tunnel. The enemy had already set up a space-sealing formation to seal off the space. Even Bubbles would not be able to escape. It was not that Bubbles' space-time domain was not powerful enough, but that Bubbles' cultivation was too low, while the enemy's cultivation was too high. Bubbles had no chance of escaping with the help of the formation. Take down the space-time spirit mouse. The black-robed cultivator in the sky spoke once again. Buzz. 12 black-robed cultivators stepped forward with formation discs floating above their heads. They sealed off the space and surrounded Bubbles. Boom! At this moment, a huge pagoda came crashing down on Lu Ming. The attacks of the 4 experts arrived again. Flapping his black wings, Lu Ming dashed forward at lightning speed, not wanting to collide with the huge pagoda. However, what greeted him was a terrifying saber light. The 4 experts controlled their sacred weapons and attacked together, not giving Lu Ming any chance to catch his breath. There was no way to avoid it. Lu Ming threw a punch. The shadow of the prison-suppressing monument was faintly discernible. Boom! The fist collided with the saber light. Lu Ming destroyed the saber light, but his body was also sent flying. The 12 black-robed cultivators sealed off the space and surrounded Lu Ming, trying to suppress Lu Ming in the space. Fight! A fierce look flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The third bloodline continuously poured energy into Lu Ming's body. Not enough, more. Lu Ming roared in his heart, madly borrowing the power of the third bloodline. The power in the third bloodline seemed to be endless. As the power crazily poured in, Lu Ming's body exploded with a terrifying killing intent. Lu Ming's eyes turned blood red, and so did his hair. It was as if he was bleeding. At this moment, the huge pagoda came crashing down. Get lost! Lu Ming punched out. Don't. A terrifying sound was heard, and the sky trembled. The huge pagoda was sent flying by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he stepped on the void, retreating more than 10 steps. However, he still managed to block it, unlike before when he was sent flying and vomited blood. Boom! A huge iron rod swept toward Lu Ming from one side, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. Everything in its way was about to be smashed into smithereens. Lu Ming punched out again, and it collided with the huge rod. Buzz. The huge rod kept vibrating, and it was sent flying by the terrifying power. However, Lu Ming was the same, and he was sent flying 1,000 meters, creating a passage of air waves in the sky. However, in the sky, a small mountain came crashing down on Lu Ming. The four of them joined forces, and their attacks seemed endless. Not enough, still not enough, more. Lu Ming roared, and he threw caution to the wind. The power of the third bloodline poured into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body swelled because of the terrifying power. His hair was blood red, and his eyes were like a demon from the abyss of hell. Kill! Lu Ming roared, and endless killing intent, together with the divine sword art, spread out in all directions. Although these people had already prepared for the divine sword art's defense, the endless killing intent still made them shiver and their hearts tremble. Boom! Lu Ming punched the small mountain above his head, and this time, Lu Ming's body did not move at all. Kill! Lu Ming stomped his foot, and with a swoosh, rushed out, and rushed towards the person who was controlling the divine weapon. The other party's true yuan boiled, and he slashed out a terrifying saber light. Lu Ming's punch directly shattered the saber light, and he rushed towards the other party at an extreme speed. The terrifying killing intent shrouded the other party, and his face turned pale. Splitting light with a thought, saber breaking the firmament. The divine sword vibrated, and in an instant, it slashed out hundreds of times. However, the hundreds of saber lights eventually condensed into 9. The 9 saber lights connected head to tail, and they continuously slashed towards Lu Ming. The terrifying saber intent constantly cut Lu Ming's body. However, it was blocked by a layer of terrifying energy on Lu Ming's body. Bam! Bam! Chapter 1558. Kill! The iron fist punched out, causing the void to tremble violently. The other party's expression changed drastically as he used the sage saber to block. Clang! The other party was sent flying and crashed into a mountain peak, vomiting blood. Lu Ming stepped forward, wanting to rush up and kill this person. Die! Suddenly, a loud shout came from the sky. A black light flashed, and an invisible force bombarded Lu Ming's spiritual deity. The defensive armor on the spiritual deity shone and blocked the attack, but it kept trembling. A soul attack! Lu Ming's heart trembled. At this moment, buzz, buzz, buzz. Around him, at least a dozen people attacked at the same time, using soul attack techniques to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spirit deity was shaken. These people were all high-level martial emperors, and one of the soul attacks belonged to the person who gave the order. It was terrifyingly powerful. If not for Lu Ming's powerful soul and the spiritual deity's defensive treasure, his soul would have been destroyed. This is the divine sword art. You are from the evil spirit sect. Lu Ming roared. He finally knew who the other party was. The evil spirit sect. They were definitely from the evil spirit sect. They were not from the heavenly divinity sect, the heavenly universe demon sect, or the poison desire sect, but from the evil spirit sect. The evil spirit sect had targeted him. More than a dozen experts attacked Lu Ming with soul attacks. At this moment, the attacks from the pagoda, the small mountain, and the giant rod also arrived. Lu Ming roared like a wild beast. More energy surged into his third bloodline, filling Lu Ming's heart with endless killing intent. His mind was almost drowned by the endless killing intent. Boom! He sent the giant iron rod flying with a punch. Then, his black wings flapped crazily and bombarded the small mountain and the pagoda, sending them flying. Then, he took a step forward and charged toward the expert who was controlling the saber. Let's go! The expert was shocked and wanted to escape, but his body stiffened when Lu Ming's terrifying killing intent enveloped him. Lu Ming flew over. His black wings were like blades as he killed this person. Lu Ming grabbed the saint artifact, and with a flap of his black wings, he charged towards the expert controlling the small mountain. From all directions, soul attacks continuously rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming forcefully withstood the soul attacks and charged forward. Clang! The holy saber slashed down at the other party, who used a small mountain to block, but the small mountain was sent flying. The other party's face was pale as he quickly retreated. On the other side, the huge pagoda charged towards Lu Ming, wanting to rescue the cultivator controlling the small mountain. Lu Ming threw out the holy blade in his hand to block the pagoda. Lu Ming's figure did not stop as he continued to attack his opponent. With a punch, the other party was unable to recall Xiao Shan in time and could only block it with his own strength. However, in Lu Ming's current state, his strength was astonishing. The opponent's spirit weapon was directly torn apart by Lu Ming's punch. The terrifying fist force killed the opponent in the air. Retreat, retreat. The other two were shocked. They did not dare to get close to Lu Ming and frantically retreated. Lu Ming's current state was too terrifying. He was completely like a legendary bloodthirsty demon, extremely terrifying. I'll do it. At this moment, the black-robed man who had given the order in the sky moved. He took a step forward and unsheathed his sword. A beam of sword light instantly crossed the void and slashed towards Lu Ming. It was fast, extremely fast. Moreover, the terrifying pressure made even Lu Ming almost drown in the endless killing intent. He was shocked. The sword light reached Lu Ming's throat in an instant. It was going to cut off Lu Ming's head. This was a half-saint with 1 foot in the saint realm. It seemed that there was only 1 level difference between a half-saint and a 9th level martial royal realm, but the combat strength of a half-saint was much stronger than that of a 9th level martial royal realm. It was easy for a half-saint to kill a 9th level martial royal realm person. At this moment, Lu Ming let out a loud roar. At the critical moment, he moved to the side. In the end, Lu Ming's chest was still swept by the sword light. The genuine vitality, the chaotic field, and the dragon scales on his skin were directly cut open, revealing a deep sword wound. Even his bones were broken and blood flowed out. At the same time, the terrifying sword chi kept drilling into Lu Ming's body, trying to destroy Lu Ming's physical body. There was no doubt that the weapon used by the black-robed man was also a holy weapon. Otherwise, it would not have such terrifying power. The black-robed man did not kill Lu Ming. The black-robed man's sword light turned again and slashed towards Lu Ming's waist. The black-robed man flapped his wings and swept towards Lu Ming. Clang! The sword light cut the black-robed man's wings. The black-robed man's wings vibrated violently. A terrifying force bombarded Lu Ming. Lu Ming flew backwards and smashed into a mountain, breaking it apart. There was a loud explosion. The next moment, Lu Ming's body flew out from the rubble. A 5th level martial royal realm person has such strong vitality. No wonder the elder asked us to send so many people. This person must be killed as soon as possible. Lu Ming's tenacity made the black-robed half-saint feel a little dignified. He stepped out and turned into a beam of sword light, attacking Lu Ming. The terrifying sword power made Lu Ming's hair stand on end and his muscles tense, even though he was far away. It's the power of the Dharma. Lu Ming let out a low growl. The black-robed man was obviously a half-saint who had mastered the Dharma. He was extremely powerful. There were strong and weak half-saints. A half-saint who had mastered the power of the Dharma was absolutely terrifying. The sword light approached Lu Ming in an instant. Chirp, 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 chirp. A transparent bubble suddenly appeared above the black-robed half-saint and enveloped him. However, the black-robed man's body was almost unaffected. The sword light burst out and directly broke the transparent bubble. Space-Time's spiritual mouse, controlling time and space. It's really mysterious. Unfortunately, it's too weak. The black-robed half-saint said in a hoarse voice. 2 black beams of light shot out from his eyes and pierced Lu Ming. 2 black beams of light also shot out from Lu Ming's eyes. They used the holy sword skill at the same time. After the black beams of light collided, the black-robed half-saint directly defeated Lu Ming's. The sword light did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. The black-robed man was a half-saint who also practiced the holy sword skill. His soul power was stronger than that of an ordinary half-saint. Even though Lu Ming's soul power was dozens of times stronger than that of a martial artist at the same level, he was still weaker than the black-robed man. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The black-robed man swung his sword and shattered the chirp. Chirp, 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 chirp. Break. Chapter 1559. The black-robed half-saint slashed Bubbles' body with his sword. Bubbles' body shattered like glass. It was a spatial afterimage. Bubbles' real body had appeared on the other side of the black-robed half-saint. With a wave of his claws, the space-time domain enveloped the opponent. On the other side, Lu Ming's black feather wings flapped and slashed towards the black-robed half-saint like two blades. At the same time, his genuine vitality rushed into the flowing energy gloves and punched his opponent. Whoosh, whoosh. Facing the joint attack of Lu Ming and Bubble, the black-robed half-saint's face did not change at all. His sword radiance bloomed and he slashed twice. The first slash broke Bubble's space-time domain. The second slash blocked the attack of the black feather wings and hit Lu Ming's fist. Boom! Lu Ming's fist seemed to have hit a terrible force. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was sent flying. At the same time, a strong force passed through the flowing energy gloves and blasted into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming to spurt blood. The power of the Dharma! Lu Ming was shocked. The power of the Dharma was too strong. The Dharma was the foundation of heaven and earth. A world was made up of different Dharma. Its power was far stronger than a domain. No matter how mysterious Lu Ming's chaotic domain was, it was still a domain. It could not withstand the erosion of the Dharma. Unless in the future, Lu Ming could transform the chaotic domain into the chaotic law. Then, it could suppress other Dharma. Chirp chirp, Bubble screamed and performed the space-time domain. His body flashed around the black-robed half-saint and he attacked continuously. The black-robed half-saint could not attack him at all. Get lost! At this time, the black-robed half-saint seemed to be really angry with Bubble. He shouted coldly and a terrible aura burst out from his body. A terrifying true essence, like a black demonic flame, was burning fiercely, bombarding in all directions. The black-robed half-saint burst out his strong genuine vitality and crushed it in all directions. As such, Bubble was unable to dodge and was sent flying by the surge of true essence. Suppress him! The black-robed half-saint's cold voice sounded. Buzz. The 12 black-robed men controlled the formation plate and suppressed the bubble, sealing the void. Boom. The black-robed half-saint used his powerful vital essence to blast the bubble into that area. The 12 black-robed men controlled the formation plate and sealed off the area, trapping the bubble in the void. Chirp chirp, Bubble screamed and used the space-time domain, wanting to rush out. However, the void seemed to have turned into an iron wall. It was completely sealed and Bubble couldn't rush out at all. Let him go! Lu Ming roared and flapped his black wings, rushing towards the 12 black-clothed men. Kill! The black-robed half-saint slashed horizontally with his sword. The sword radiance was thousands of meters long. It hit Lu Ming and sent Lu Ming flying. Today, none of you will leave. This place will be your burial ground. The black-robed half-saint said coldly. He took a step forward and became one with the holy weapon. He turned into a beam of brilliant sword light and stabbed toward Lu Ming's glabella. Fast, too fast. It was so fast that Lu Ming couldn't react in time. Moreover, a terrifying force locked onto Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming's muscles to tremble slightly. In an instant, the sword radiance approached. The terrifying sharpness pierced Lu Ming's glabella, causing pain. At the critical moment, Lu Ming roared. He reached forward with his right hand and grabbed the blade of the black-robed half-saint's holy weapon. Buzz buzz buzz, the holy weapon rubbed against the flowing element glove, making ear-piercing sounds and sparks. Although Lu Ming had grabbed hold of the sacred weapon battle sword, he was still pushing it forward slowly. With your cultivation, don't even think about grabbing my sword. Kill! The black-robed half-saint roared. His vital essence exploded and the holy weapon became stronger. It pushed Lu Ming back. Boom! After retreating for a while, Lu Ming crashed into a mountain. The entire mountain shook violently and almost exploded. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of the sword rubbing against the glove became louder and louder. The sword was slowly approaching Lu Ming's glabella. Bang! Lu Ming's left hand was covered with dragon scales. It turned into a dragon claw and grabbed the blade, preventing it from moving forward. If this sword pierced through his glabella, the terrifying destructive power would erupt and he would definitely die. However, Lu Ming's left hand didn't have the flowing element glove. The blade of the holy weapon was so sharp that it directly cut through the chaotic field and vital essence covering his hand. It cut through the dragon scales on his hand. Lu Ming's hand was bleeding. His entire hand was almost cut off. Lu Ming ignored the pain and tried his best to stop the sword. "You can't stop it." The black-robed half-saint kept urging his power. The force of the sword was getting stronger and stronger. Buzz buzz. On the other side, the 12 black-robed men sealed the void. The range was getting smaller and smaller. Bubble had nowhere to run and was about to be caught. "Power, I need power, great power." At this moment, Lu Ming roared in his heart. His power was too weak. In the vast Yuan continent, his power was too weak. A martial emperor was like an ant. He desperately needed great power. He ignored the consequences and used the power of the third bloodline. "If you want power, I'll give it to you." At this moment, a vast, deep, and ethereal voice sounded from the third bloodline. Boom! When the voice sounded, Lu Ming felt an explosion in his head. Then, his consciousness seemed to have entered the third bloodline. What entered his eyes was an incomparably huge and boundless sea of blood. The sea water seemed to be filled with endless blood. However, at this moment, the waves rolled and a face appeared in the boundless sea. It was a huge and boundless face. A pair of cold eyes looked at Lu Ming. "Power, I'll give it to you." The huge face opened its mouth and a voice sounded. Boom! At this moment, endless murderous intent drowned Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have sunk into endless darkness. Only endless power surged into his body. At this moment, Lu Ming's hair was growing crazily. It was at least 2 meters long and it was dancing in the wind. Lu Ming's body was wriggling rapidly. In the end, hideous bone spikes grew out of his body. Lu Ming's eyes turned completely red. There was no trace of rationality in them. Lu Ming let out a roar like a wild beast. "Kill, kill, kill." Lu Ming let out a loud roar and a terrifying power suddenly erupted. Clang! The power blasted into the holy weapon combat sword. The power passed through the combat sword and blasted into the arm of the black-robed half-saint. The black-robed half-saint's body shook violently. His arm exploded. He spat out blood and retreated. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "What kind of monster are you?" The black-robed half-saint roared in shock. Chapter 1560. Kill, 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 kill. Lu Ming roared. He had completely lost his mind. There was only one thing in his mind, which was to kill everyone, kill all the living creatures in the world. Swoosh! Lu Ming threw out the holy weapon in his hand. The holy weapon whistled and tore through the void. It was so fast that a LV-8 Martial Royal Realm expert was pierced by the holy weapon and died on the spot. Swoosh! The black wings were covered with a layer of blood-red light, which made them even more powerful. With one flap, Lu Ming appeared in front of the black-robed half-saint and clawed at him. The black-robed half-saint's pupils contracted and he quickly retreated. However, he soon found that it was useless. Lu Ming's claw was faster than his retreating speed. It clawed at his body. Then, Lu Ming's other claw also clawed at his body. The half-saint's holy weapon armor was as fragile as paper. "No!" the black-robed half-saint screamed in horror. In the next moment, Lu Ming roared and tore the body of the black-robed half-saint into pieces. His spiritual spirit flew out in horror and was crushed into ashes by Lu Ming's foot. A half-saint who had comprehended the law was torn apart and killed by Lu Ming. Kill, kill. Lu Ming roared. After killing one person, Lu Ming's killing intent became even stronger. Swoosh! With a flap of the black wings, Lu Ming rushed toward the 12 black-robed men who were imprisoning the bubble. "Imprison him!" One of the black-robed men roared and tried to control the disc to imprison Lu Ming. Swoosh! Lu Ming's claw tore the space apart. The space shook, but it could not imprison Lu Ming at all. In a flash, one of the black-robed men was killed. After one of the black-robed men was killed, the formation that imprisoned the space was broken. The bubble seized the opportunity and flew out. Kill, kill. Lu Ming roared continuously and his black wings flapped wildly. The other men in black were killed by Lu Ming one by one. They did not even have the chance to escape. Chirp chirp, the bubble flew toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming grabbed at the bubble as if he did not know the bubble. The bubble hurriedly used the space-time domain and retreated to avoid Lu Ming's attack. Chirp chirp chirp, Bubbles looked at Lu Ming from afar. There was a look of anxiety in her big, black eyes. Lu Ming let out a beast-like roar and charged toward the others. Not good. When the rest of the people saw that Lu Ming had easily killed the half-sages, they did not dare to fight back. But at this moment, Lu Ming's body was filled with boundless power. The black wings were strengthened by this power. The power of the sacred weapon seemed to have been completely stimulated and its speed was terrifying. Lu Ming's body flashed and appeared behind the 9th-layer Martial Royal Realm expert who was controlling the sacred weapon Iron Rod. Go to hell. The black-robed man was terrified. He waved the sacred weapon Iron Rod in his hand and swept it toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming punched out and the sacred weapon Iron Rod was sent flying. The terrifying power flowed through the iron rod and into the black-robed man's hand, causing the black-robed man's palm to explode. Then, Lu Ming's body flashed. The black-robed man could not fight back and was torn apart by Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming's body flashed and charged toward another black-robed man. With a wave of his hand, the black-robed man was killed. Then, Lu Ming's body flashed continuously. Hunting and killing took place in the void. Lu Ming killed each black-robed man with one move. Screams echoed in the night sky. There were dozens of black-robed men, all of whom were above the 7th-layer Martial Royal Realm. They fled in all directions. Lu Ming was like a demon, chasing them everywhere. Half an hour later, Lu Ming caught up with the last black-robed man hundreds of thousands of miles away and killed him. This time, all the black-robed men who had come to kill Lu Ming were killed. After killing so many black-robed men, Lu Ming's killing intent did not weaken at all. Instead, it became even stronger. The cold killing intent made people shudder. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming roared. His heart was filled with endless killing intent. He wanted to kill everyone in the world. Chirp, chirp, Bubbles appeared not far away. She looked at Lu Ming with worry and fear, not daring to get close. Lu Ming suddenly looked at Bubbles. He flapped his black wings and charged toward Bubbles. Bubbles was shocked. She hurriedly used the space-time domain and retreated quickly. Lu Ming continued to chase, but after a while, he realized that he could not catch up with Bubbles. He roared and flew into the distance. Bubbles' body flashed. She swallowed the black-robed men's holy weapons and storage rings one by one. Then she followed Lu Ming from afar, worried. Below his feet were boundless mountains. Lu Ming flew at high speed, like a demon cutting through the night sky. In the forest below, some wild beasts and demonic beasts trembled when Lu Ming's murderous intent swept past them. They hid in their respective cave abodes, feeling extremely terrified. Lu Ming's blood-red eyes glanced at the forest below. He did not stop and continued to fly. It seemed that the beasts and monsters below were too weak for him to kill. Boundless mountains flashed past under his feet. A huge castle appeared in front of him. It was built on a towering mountain. There were guards around the castle. Seeing the castle, Lu Ming let out a loud roar that echoed in the night sky. Who's there? The guards of the castle immediately discovered Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming let out a roar and flapped his wings, dashing toward the castle. This is the Lu clan castle. The guard let out a roar, but was killed by Lu Ming in the next moment. Lu Ming dashed past the guards, leaving more than 10 corpses on the ground. Enemy attack! The entire castle was startled. The sound of drums could be heard as experts flew out from the castle. 4th-layer Martial Dominator Realm, 5th-layer Martial Dominator Realm, and even 8th-layer Martial Dominator Realm experts. These people flew out and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming let out a roar and charged into the crowd. A moment later, these experts were all dead. Demon! Someone yelled in terror and backed away. Close the gate and activate the formation. Someone in the castle yelled. Following this, the gate was closed and a formation was activated. Lu Ming charged toward the castle and threw a punch at the formation. Bang! The formation was shattered into pieces. Following this, Lu Ming dashed through the gate and blasted it open. Lu Ming charged into the castle and began a massacre. Demon! The entire castle was in chaos as countless people fled in all directions. Demon, I'll kill you! A 9th-layer martial dominator realm old man dashed toward Lu Ming and was killed by Lu Ming with a single move. It seemed like the 9th-layer martial dominator realm was the strongest in the castle. The others were all below the 9th-layer martial dominator realm. Mother, mother, I'm scared. A childish cry could be heard from not far away. It was a 6 or 7-year-old girl. She was extremely cute, and her little face was red. At this moment, she was incomparably terrified. She was tightly hugging a young woman beside her. Xiang Xiang. The woman hugged the little girl tightly and glanced at Lu Ming in terror, trying to back away. Roar! Chapter 1561. Mother! The little girl hugged the young woman tightly. Her big eyes were filled with fear and innocence as she looked at Lu Ming. Seeing this pair of eyes, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. This pair of frightened and innocent eyes seemed to have touched Lu Ming's heartstrings. Lu Ming, who had been completely drowned in killing intent, recovered a little. No, no, I can't kill the innocent. That little bit of reason roared. But more than that, it was endless killing intent. Loud roars rang in Lu Ming's mind, urging him to slaughter the world. Don't kill my mother. The little girl was very scared. She hugged the young woman tightly and looked at Lu Ming with her big eyes. No, I can't kill her. I can't kill her. Lu Ming roared in his heart. His face became extremely ferocious. In the end, Lu Ming let out a terrifying roar. His figure soared into the sky and flew crazily into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Xiang Xiang. The young woman hugged the young woman. Tears fell like rain. Her body was trembling because of fear. Lu Ming roared. His black wings flapped crazily. At this moment, the only trace of reason in his heart was fighting an intense battle with the endless killing intent. Not far away, a white light flashed. Bubbles appeared and looked at Lu Ming worriedly. Bubbles, leave quickly. Lu Ming roared. He was afraid that once he lost control, he would kill even Bubbles. Chirp, chirp. Bubbles shook her head and looked at Lu Ming from afar. Lu Ming roared and continued to fly forward. He felt that he was about to lose control. The endless killing intent was about to drown his trace of reason. He was about to turn back into a killing machine. He was unwilling, but the endless killing intent was too strong. It was constantly attacking his reason. At this moment, he only wanted to kill all the living beings in the world. Lu Ming flew through the air like a bolt of black lightning. After flying for an unknown distance, a huge forest appeared in front of Lu Ming. In the forest, fierce beasts roared and were full of vitality. Lu Ming could no longer control himself. He dashed into the forest and tore a giant tiger at the 7th-level Emperor realm into 2 halves. Blood bathed his body. Lu Ming's killing intent became stronger. His trace of reason was once again drowned by the killing intent. Lu Ming crazily hunted fierce beasts in the forest. One by one, the powerful beasts died in Lu Ming's hands. A giant bear at the level of half-saint slapped its paw at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming punched the giant bear's paw directly. Then, with a slash of the black wings, the giant bear's head was chopped off. At this moment, Lu Ming was extremely powerful. He could kill a half-saint instantly. In this huge forest, fierce beasts fell to the ground one after another. Lu Ming was bathed in blood and killed countless fierce beasts. At this moment, a gentle-looking old man suddenly appeared in the sky above the forest. This old man was Lu Ming's master, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. At the sight of Lu Ming, even the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley was shocked. What kind of power is this? Bloodline? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master frowned. Chirp, chirp. At this moment, Bubble appeared not far away from the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. It waved its little claws and cried out, gesturing non-stop. Space-time spirit mouse. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes revealed a trace of shock again. He whispered, "Nina is really lucky. Even the space-time spirit mouse is by his side. However, the more lucky one is, the more difficult it will be." After saying that, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master looked at Bubble and said, "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to Ming." After saying that, he took a step forward and headed towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming also noticed the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. His eyes were filled with shocking killing intent. He roared and charged towards the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. The black feather wings flapped, bringing with it a violent wind as it slashed towards the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley had a gentle expression on his face. He used his fingers like a sword and pointed slightly. A sword aura appeared and slashed the black wings. The black wings were blocked. However, Lu Ming roared and threw a punch at the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley. "Ming, wake up!" The Cloud Dragon Valley Master roared and the sound waves surged towards Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming felt like he was struck by lightning. His body was sent flying and he felt his head buzzing. "I'll give you power." At this moment, the voice of the third bloodline sounded in Lu Ming's mind again. An even stronger power surged into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body became even more ferocious and filled with endless killing intent. Bam! Lu Ming took a step in the air and charged towards the Cloud Dragon Valley Master in a frenzy. The power of the bloodline. What kind of bloodline is this? Why is it so strange? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master frowned and pressed down with one hand. A huge palm appeared in the air and pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming roared and a bloody light burst out from his body as he charged towards the huge palm. Boom! Lu Ming was pressed down by the huge palm and his body was sent flying. He smashed into the ground and created a huge crater. That giant hand trembled for a moment before collapsing. What a strong power! The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley muttered and the vital essence in his body surged. Between heaven and earth, an extremely mysterious force was controlled by the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley. Once again, it formed a huge claw and grabbed toward Lu Ming. It was the power of the laws. This time, the huge claw contained the power of the laws. Roar! Lu Ming roared and charged out of the crater. The bloody light around his body was almost solid as he charged towards the huge palm formed by the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled and a formless shockwave swept out in all directions. The huge trees within a few hundred miles were swept away and exploded. Such destructive power was extremely shocking. One had to know that this was the Yuan continent and not the Divine Wilderness continent. If they were in the Divine Wilderness continent, such a force would be able to crack the ground for thousands of kilometers and pierce through it. Once again, Lu Ming was sent flying. However, the huge hand merely trembled for a moment and did not dissipate. It continued to move towards Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming charged forward again. Due to the strong power that had entered his third bloodline, cracks had appeared on his body and blood was flowing out continuously. After all, there was a limit to the strength of Lu Ming's body. He had already withstood too much power and could not inject more power into his body. Otherwise, his body would collapse. Lu Ming punched the huge palm again and was sent flying once again. However, this time, a second palm formed behind him and grabbed Lu Ming. Lu Ming roared and struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the palm. Suppress! The Cloud Dragon Valley Master muttered. He clenched his fist and his power erupted, grabbing Lu Ming tightly. No matter how Lu Ming struggled, he could not break free. His cultivation was far inferior to the Cloud Dragon Valley Masters. Chapter 1562. Lu Ming roared as blood spurted out, shattering the layer of ice. However, more layers of ice covered Lu Ming's body. Gradually, the layer of ice on Lu Ming's body became thicker and thicker. In the end, it turned into a huge block of ice, sealing Lu Ming inside. Lu Ming's body was sealed in ice and he could not move at all. The terrifying cold air constantly seeped into his body and mind. It was as if it wanted to freeze his murderous aura. Then, Valley Master Yunlong waved his hand and a bead flew out, floating above Lu Ming's head. Endless chill seeped into the block of ice and strengthened it. Chirp, chirp, Bubble chirped as it flew near the block of ice with a worried and concerned face. All right, I have suppressed Ming-Er's killing intent with my sacred weapon. I will bring him back to the Divine Dragon Valley and place him in the 10,000 years Ice Jade. I will use the chill of the Ice Jade to erase Ming-Er's killing intent. Little guy, follow me back to the Divine Dragon Valley. Valley Master Yunlong said. Bubble nodded and landed on Valley Master Yunlong's shoulder. Valley Master Yunlong waved his hand and kept the block of ice that sealed Lu Ming. He then took a step forward and left the place. Not long after, Valley Master Yunlong returned to the Divine Dragon Valley and placed Lu Ming in the 10,000 years Ice Jade. He used the Ice Jade's chill to erase the chill on Lu Ming's body. Time flew by and the days passed. Not long after, the treasure sorting assembly ended and the news of the treasure sorting assembly spread throughout the Tsang state. This time, the Heavenly God sect was still the strongest and took the first place. The two ancient treasures were still in the Heavenly God sect's custody. The Heavenly God sect displayed even more terrifying strength in this treasure sorting assembly. The God's Son, ranked first among the top 10 monstrous talents, continued to take the first place and suppressed the other monstrous talents. He stood at the peak of the younger generation in the Tsang state and was unrivaled. The most shocking thing was that a new supreme talent had appeared in the Heavenly God sect. He was terrifyingly strong and was only second to the God's Son. He took the second place in this assembly. Since then, the top 10 monstrous talents in the Tsang state were reshuffled and the Heavenly God sect took the first 2 places. The news of Lu Ming challenging the God's Son 3 years later was pushed to the forefront. There was news that after the God's Son, the God's Son, the God sect's son. Given the deity's talent and the fact that he had been a half-saint for so many years, it would not be too difficult for him to break through to the saint realm. 3 years later, in the face of the Son of God who had reached the saint realm, what did Lu Ming have to compete with him? Many people even said that it was impossible for Lu Ming to compete with the Son of God. This was because if he were to participate in the treasure pedestal meeting, he would most likely be killed by the demon who was ranked second in the celestial sect. However, the Dragon God Valley had suffered a great loss in this treasure ranking meeting. Many powerful geniuses had been killed by the Celestial God sect. Even Zi Feng, one of the top 10 geniuses, had returned with serious injuries. Of course, Lu Ming was unaware of all these. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Lu Ming had been frozen in the 10,000-year-old Ice Jade for half a year. On this day, a cracking sound could be heard from the 10,000-year-old Ice Jade. In the end, it cracked completely. Lu Ming opened his eyes after half a year. There was still a hint of murderous intent in his eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. Lu Ming withdrew it. Where am I? Lu Ming looked around. He found that he was in an underground ice cellar. There were ice cubes everywhere. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes. He only remembered that when he was attacked by the evil spirit sect, he had no choice but to borrow the power of the third bloodline. In the end, he was drowned by endless murderous intent and completely lost his mind. Later, because of a little girl, he regained a bit of his mind and rushed into a forest. He couldn't remember what happened after that. What happened after that? Ming, you're awake. At this time, a gentle voice sounded. An elder walked over. Master. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The elder who came was his master, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Master, were you the one who saved me? Lu Ming got up and bowed to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master as he asked curiously. I've left a mark on each of you, so I'll be able to sense your location within a certain range. Luckily, your location wasn't too far away from the Dragon God Valley, so I immediately rushed over as soon as I sensed it. If I was too far away, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming had a lingering fear. Indeed, if the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley had not saved him, he would have been reduced to a killing machine from then on. In the end, he would have been besieged and killed by other powerful figures. Chirp, chirp. At this time, a cry sounded. A white light rushed out from the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's shoulder and flew into Lu Ming's arms. It was Bubbles. At this time, Bubbles was curled up in Lu Ming's arms. Its furry body rubbed against Lu Ming's body. Bubbles. Lu Ming stroked Bubbles' soft fur, feeling very apologetic. Back then, he must have done something to Bubbles. Master, how long have I been asleep? Lu Ming asked. Half a year. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Half a year. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that he would be asleep for half a year. My cultivation level. Lu Ming sensed his cultivation level and found that he had broken through. Back then, he was at the peak of the 5th level Martial Royal Realm. Now, he had broken through to the early 6th level Martial Royal Realm. He reckoned that he had digested some of the endless energy in his bloodline, and the energy in the 10,000-year ice jade had also entered his body, causing his cultivation level to break through naturally in the past 6 months. My chaotic domain has also reached the 6th level. Lu Ming thought to himself. Ming, what happened to you back then? Why did you enter a state of massacre? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master asked. Master, on my way back from Song Mountain, I was intercepted by the Evil Spirit Sect. Then, Lu Ming recounted what had happened back then. The Evil Spirit Sect? It was actually the Evil Spirit Sect. It seems that the Evil Spirit Sect has really revived. Ming, perhaps because of your performance in Song Mountain, you have been targeted by the Evil Spirit Sect. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes were grave. I have been targeted by the Evil Spirit Sect? Lu Ming furrowed his brows. The Evil Spirit Sect specializes in hunting people with the potential to become Thearchs or directly hunting Thearchs. Perhaps they think that you have the potential to become a Thearch, so they sent people to hunt you down. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master guessed. Maybe. Lu Ming muttered. However, he felt that it was not that simple. Perhaps it was related to the prison-suppressing monument bloodline. Back then, he had used the prison-suppressing monument bloodline to destroy Elder Demon Soul's physical body. Elder Demon Soul might not have died. Ming, so you entered that state of massacre entirely because of your bloodline? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master asked. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. I have never heard of such a bloodline. There is actually such a strange bloodline in this world. Ming, try not to use this bloodline in the future, or even not. Chapter 1563. Lu Ming nodded. The third bloodline was simply too strange. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. In the third bloodline, the endless sea of blood and the huge face above the sea of blood. What exactly was that? How could there be such a strange bloodline in the world? It was completely different from the other bloodlines. Other bloodlines could not contain such terrifying power. Moreover, it seemed to have its own will. Ming, although I sealed you in the 10,000-year ice jade and used it to erase your killing intent, some killing intent has already seeped into the depths of your heart and soul. This is also a potential danger. In the future, you might be affected by this hidden killing intent and slowly change your personality, becoming a bloodthirsty person. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Master, what should I do? Lu Ming asked. Go out and train. Walk in nature and train your heart. Use the chi of heaven and earth to erase the killing intent in the depths of your soul. Only then will you be able to get rid of the influence of the killing intent. It will also be of great help to your cultivation in the future. To become a sage, you need to control the laws. The laws are also in nature. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Yes, Master. Lu Ming nodded. Go out and train for a year. After a year, return to the Cloud Dragon Valley and I will send you to a place. That place may be of greater help to you when you defeat the Divine Prince 2.5 years later. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Obviously, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master already knew that Lu Ming had challenged the Divine Prince. Master, where is that place? Lu Ming was curious. It's a place filled with endless dangers, but it's also a place filled with endless opportunities. Before you go there, you must eliminate the killing intent in the depths of your spiritual deity. Otherwise, once you enter that place, it's very likely that you'll be affected by the killing intent and become a bloodthirsty person. When you return in a year, you'll naturally know. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming had no choice but to give up. By the way, Master, there seems to be an expert from the intentionless saber sect among the people of the evil spirit sect. Lu Ming suddenly said. Thoughtless saber sect? It looks like some sects have already been infiltrated by the evil spirit sect. Ming, I will discuss this with the Valley Master and the other sect masters. You don't have to worry too much. Alright, go out. Old 7, Old 8, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master frowned, then smiled. Lu Ming nodded. That was related to the top sects of the Tsang state. With his current strength, he could only reveal the information. He couldn't do anything else. He believed that those sect masters would be more concerned about the evil spirit sect infiltrating the top sects of the Tsang state. There was no need for him to worry. Senior brother Tian Shui and senior sister Shui? Afterward, Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. He followed the Cloud Dragon Valley Master out of the ice cellar and into a glacial valley. This was still a part of the Cloud Dragon Valley. Two figures were waiting outside. They were Tian Shui and Xuanixin. Little junior brother, you're finally awake. It's great that you're fine. Little junior brother, you slept for half a year. When Tian Shui and Xuanixin saw Lu Ming, they smiled. 7th senior brother, 8th senior sister, long time no see. Lu Ming also smiled. Then he looked around and said, Congratulations, senior brother and senior sister. You've broken through to the 7th stage martial emperor. In half a year, Tian Shui and Xuanixin's cultivation had improved greatly. They had reached the 7th stage martial emperor and entered the ranks of the high-level martial emperors. If we don't hurry up, junior brother will catch up with us. Tian Shui laughed and said, You guys chat first. Ming, if you go out, you don't have to report to me. Just come back in a year. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said and took a step forward. His figure disappeared. Little junior brother, let's go. We haven't seen each other for half a year. Let's go and have a few drinks. Tian Shui grinned. But Lu Ming agreed happily. The three of them went to Tian Shui's cave abode. Tian Shui took out more than 10 jars of wine. Xuanixin was very generous. She picked up a jar and drank it in one go. Junior sister, drink slower. I don't have that much wine for you to drink like that. Tian Shui said eagerly. Stingy. Xuanixin glanced at Tian Shui with disdain. Tian Shui's face turned bitter. Lu Ming laughed and picked up a jar of wine. The three of them drank to their heart's content. After 3 rounds of wine, Lu Ming said goodbye to Tian Shui and Xuanixin and strode out of the Cloud Dragon Valley. After a while, a beam of light cut across the void. Lu Ming stepped on the air and left the Divine Dragon Valley. Lu Ming did not take the sky-piercing flying shuttle because it was meaningless. Lu Ming did not have a goal for this trip. Just like what the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said, he wanted to walk in nature and use the chi of heaven and earth to eliminate the killing intent in the depths of his soul. Chirp chirp, in Lu Ming's arms, Bubbles cried. Then she opened her mouth and a long spear flew out from her mouth. Black Dragon Spear. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Back then, when he was surrounded by many evil spirit sect experts, Lu Ming had thrown out the Black Dragon Spear and killed one of them. Later, he did not have time to retrieve it. It turned out that Bubbles had kept it. Lu Ming grabbed the Black Dragon Spear in his hand and kept it in his sea of consciousness. Thank you, Bubbles. Lu Ming patted Bubbles' furry little head. Bubbles cried softly and revealed a comfortable expression. Then she opened her mouth and 5 weapons flew out in succession. All of them were sacred weapons. A battle saber, a battle sword, an iron rod, a small mountain, and a pagoda. They were the sacred weapons that the evil spirit sect had used to kill Lu Ming. Haha, Bubbles, you're too awesome. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He waved his hand and kept the 5 sacred weapons. Then, dozens of storage rings flew out of Bubbles' mouth. Needless to say, they were all storage rings left behind by those who had killed Lu Ming. Lu Ming was overjoyed and kept all of them. Then, he took out all the spirit herbs inside and gave them to Bubbles. Bubbles held a ginseng that was even bigger than its body and chewed on it. Bubbles' cultivation is also improving very quickly. Lu Ming sensed carefully with a smile on his face. The Titan longhorn beetle had given Bubbles a time and space crystal back then. Bubbles used this time and space crystal to cultivate and improved very quickly. Lu Ming's flying speed was not fast. After leaving the Dragon God Valley's range, his speed became even slower. He did not have a goal and was moving casually. If he felt something or was deep in thought, he would stop. Sometimes, when he saw beautiful scenery, his mood would be broadened. He would also stop and enjoy the beautiful scenery to nourish his mood. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming looked ahead and his expression changed. In front of him, on a towering mountain peak sat a huge fortress. Lu Ming's thoughts couldn't help but return to half a year ago. When he was drowned in killing intent, he had killed his way into a castle. That castle was the one in front of him. Chapter 1564. Back then, Lu Ming was completely overwhelmed by the murderous intent. He lost his self-awareness and fell into a frenzy of killing. Later, he showed a trace of clarity because of a little girl and stopped killing. But it was too late. At that time, many people in this castle had died in his hands. It was also because he had regained a trace of consciousness that he had some impression of this castle. Since I'm here, let's pay our respects. Lu Ming sighed softly. The people in this castle had no enmity with him, but he had killed many of them. Lu Ming felt guilty. Lu Ming had always been a person who distinguished between kindness and hatred. He would repay kindness with kindness. He would never kill the innocent. The people he killed were all people who had enmity with him or wanted to kill him. If not for the endless murderous intent, Lu Ming would not have done so. At the thought of this, Lu Ming stepped forward. Who's there? This is the Lu family castle, please wait. As he approached the castle, a few burly men flew out and blocked Lu Ming. They looked at Lu Ming cautiously. Lu family castle? They have the same surname as me. Lu Ming clasped his fists and said, I'm Lu Ming, a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. I heard that the Lu family castle was attacked half a year ago and many people died. I'm here to pay my respects. You're a disciple of the Dragon God Valley? The burly men's faces changed. That's right, this is my identity token. Lu Ming took out the Dragon God Valley's identity token and handed it to the man. The man took a look and his face softened. So you're a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. Sorry for the disrespect. This place was not very far from the Dragon God Valley. Small factions like them were still very respectful to a large faction like the Dragon God Valley. My ancestor was once on good terms with the Lu family castle. I heard that the Lu family castle was attacked, so I'm here to pay my respects. Lu Ming repeated. Half a year ago, the Lu clan fort was suddenly attacked by a devil and suffered heavy casualties. I don't know if that devil was sent by our Lu clan fort's enemy. Sigh, young master, please follow me. One of the burly men sighed and made a please gesture before walking forward. Lu Ming felt helpless in his heart. The demon that the other party was talking about was naturally him. Following the burly man, Zhang Xian flew for a short distance before arriving at the back of the castle. There were many tombstones erected here. Half a year ago, more than 100 people died and were all buried here. The burly man said. Lu Ming looked at the tombstones, then clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Although Lu Ming had no choice back then, it was Lu Ming's fault after all. From now on, the matters of the Lu clan fort are Lu Ming's matters. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Big brother, is that you? Suddenly, a clear and tender voice sounded. Lu Ming turned around and his heart skipped a beat. A young woman stood not far away with a little girl of 6 or 7 years old. The little girl was looking at Lu Ming with her big black eyes. This little girl was the little girl who made Lu Ming regain a trace of clarity in the midst of the massacre. The young woman was the little girl's mother. Big brother. The little girl called again. There was a hint of fear in her big eyes, but more than that, there was curiosity. This little girl recognized me. Lu Ming was shocked. He felt that it was a little unbelievable. Half a year ago, when the third bloodline power entered his body, Lu Ming's appearance was thousands of miles away from now. At that time, his eyes were blood red, his hair was blood red, and his body was covered in bone spikes like a devil. Even his aura was absolutely different. Even a martial arts expert would not be able to recognize Lu Ming. This little girl did not seem to have started cultivating. How did she recognize him? Xiang, do you know this big brother? The little girl's mother asked. The little girl nodded and did not say anything else. Young madam, this is a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. His ancestor used to be friends with the Lu clan. He came to pay his respects after hearing the bad news. The bulky man explained. So it's a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. Thank you for coming. The young woman bowed to Lu Ming. You're welcome. Lu Ming brought his fists together in return. He then looked at the little girl and said, What's your name? I'm Xiang Lu. The fear in the little girl's eyes slowly faded. She looked at Lu Ming curiously. Xiang, good name, Lu Ming said. At this moment, his eyes emitted a strange glow as he observed the little girl. He was very curious about this little girl. How did she recognize him? Also, back then, this little girl was able to restore a trace of clarity from his killing. It was definitely not because she was young. Lu Ming felt compassion for her. Back then, he had completely lost his mind and had no compassion. All he had was to kill. There must be another reason. Right now, Lu Ming was casting a secret skill. This secret technique was obtained from the memory fragments of the 9 dragons. When this secret technique was used, it could roughly see through a person's constitution and check a person's talent. Of course, that was under the condition that the other party did not resist at all with their ethereal force. In Lu Ming's eyes, Xiang had changed. She seemed to have turned into a ball of light, a ball of dazzling radiance that seemed to be filled with endless vitality. What a strange constitution, what a shocking constitution. After a while, Lu Ming withdrew the secret technique. His eyes were filled with surprise. A peerless genius. This little girl was simply a peerless genius. She was more of a genius than any of the geniuses Lu Ming had met. She was completely a piece of unpolished jade that had not been carved. That vast vitality hidden in the depths of her body made even Lu Ming feel shocked. Could it be the legendary life body? Lu Ming thought of a legend and his heart trembled. In the world, there were some innately terrifying constitutions. Without special means, it was very difficult to discover, but it was shocking. The life body was one of them. If it's the life body, it can explain why she could make me have a trace of clarity, and also explain why she could recognize me. Lu Ming's thoughts were flying. The life body had an amazing perception of all kinds of living creatures. He could recognize a person through the characteristics of life. This was a talent that outsiders could not learn. You too, Lu Ming has something to talk to Xiang alone. Is that okay? Lu Ming said to the young woman and the middle-aged man. The young woman was a little hesitant. Don't worry, I see that Xiang is very talented and I have the intention to take her as my disciple, so I have a few questions to ask. Lu Ming explained. Take Xiang as your disciple? The young woman's eyes lit up. Lu Ming was a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. If he could take Xiang as his disciple, she would naturally be happy. Okay, young master, please ask. The young woman hurriedly said and then left with the middle-aged man. They stood in the distance and looked over. At the scene, only Lu Ming and Xiang were left. Xiang, since you know who I am, aren't you afraid of me? Don't you hate me? Chapter 1565. I'm not afraid. Xiang shook her head and said, I know Big Brother didn't do it on purpose. So Xiang is not afraid of Big Brother now, and I don't hate Big Brother. Xiang Bela spoke. Her voice was very tender, but it was reasonable. Well, Big Brother thanks Xiang. Then, this matter will be a secret between the two of us. Xiang, don't tell anyone, not even your mother, okay? Lu Ming said softly. Well, if Xiang won't say, but if Xiang says, Mom and the others will be afraid of Big Brother. Xiang shook her head and said. Her little braids swayed, looking very cute. Xiang, good girl. Lu Ming smiled and said, Xiang, Big Brother will take you as a disciple and teach you martial arts. How about it? To be honest, Lu Ming really wanted to take her as a disciple. The body of life was too amazing. If others knew about it, who knew how many experts would break their heads to take Xiang Xiang as a disciple? Perhaps even some great emperors would fight to take Xiang Xiang as a disciple. Since Lu Ming had encountered such a good jade, he didn't want to miss it. Perhaps this was karma, fate. Good. Xiang Xiang has long wanted to practice martial arts. Xiang Xiang nodded happily. Lu Ming was delighted, then nodded to the young woman in the distance, and the two flew over. Lu Ming wants to take Xiang Xiang as a disciple, and Xiang Xiang has agreed. Lu Ming said, "Thank you, young master." Xiang Xiang, kneel down and greet master. The young woman was overjoyed. Xiang Xiang greets master. Xiang Xiang knelt down obediently and kowtowed to Lu Ming, acknowledging him as her master. Yes, get up quickly. Lu Ming hurriedly helped Xiang Xiang up, feeling very happy. He stretched out a finger and tapped on Xiang Xiang's forehead, and a ray of light flashed. Xiang Xiang, I've passed on a cultivation technique to you. Your physique should be very suitable for this cultivation technique. In the future, cultivate according to this cultivation technique. Lu Ming said. The cultivation method he had just imparted to Xiang Xiang was called the Universal Scripture. It was also one of the cultivation methods in the 9 Dragons' memories. It was extremely profound and mysterious. However, Lu Ming's physique was not compatible with it, so he could not practice it. Therefore, it was best to impart it to Xiang Xiang as a foundation. Lu Ming had accepted Xiang Xiang as his disciple and imparted the cultivation technique to her. The young woman was very happy and felt that she had become more familiar with Lu Ming. She started chatting with Lu Ming. Through the conversation, Lu Ming found out that the young woman's name was Lu Wanjun. She was Xiang Xiang's mother and the young madam of the Lu clan fort. Xiang Xiang's father was the young master of the Lu clan fort. However, he died a few years ago when he was out adventuring. Xiang Xiang's grandfather was the patriarch of the Lu clan fort. When Lu Ming went on a killing spree, Xiang Xiang's grandfather was in seclusion and managed to escape. Lu Ming was secretly glad that the people closest to Xiang Xiang did not die in his hands. Otherwise, Xiang Xiang might hold a grudge against him. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, there was a loud drumbeat in the Lu clan fort. It was the sound of war drums. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The Zhao clan, it's the Zhao clan. An anxious roar could be heard as several figures rushed out of the Lu clan fort. At the same time, the entire Lu clan fort was covered in a brilliant glow as the grand formation was activated. Lu Wanjun and the middle-aged man were startled. The Zhao clan is here again, damn it. The middle-aged man was furious. I'm afraid they are not friendly this time. Lu Wanjun wore a solemn expression. Young madam, you guys stay here. I'll go take a look. The middle-aged man flew toward the front of the fort and regrouped with the others. Let's go take a look too. Lu Ming said as he held Xiang Xiang's hand and stepped forward. Lu Wanjun quickly followed behind. There were already many figures standing in front of the Lu clan fort. They were all experts of the Lu clan fort. However, Lu Ming discovered that there were not many experts among them. There were only a few high-level martial emperors above the 7th layer of the martial royal realm. The leader was an old man with white hair and beard. He seemed to be an 8th layer martial royal realm expert. Grandfather. Xiang Xiang called out softly as she looked at the old man. A huge warship was parked outside the Lu clan fort. The warship was majestic and ferocious. A terrifying aura emanated from the warship. A muscular middle-aged man stepped out from the warship. His aura was ferocious. He was also an 8th layer martial royal realm expert. This is Zhao Tianba, the patriarch of the Zhao clan. Lu Wanjun stood beside Lu Ming and whispered, Old man Lu, I've given you a month. Have you made up your mind? Surrender now and join the Zhao clan. Zhao Tianba's voice echoed throughout the Lu clan fort. Don't even think about it. Xiang Xiang Beila's grandfather roared. Zhao Tianba's face darkened as he said, If you don't surrender, the entire Lu clan fort will be slaughtered. Boom. Zhao Tianba's aura became even more ferocious as it pressed down on Xiang Xiang's grandfather. Xiang Xiang's grandfather did not back down and resisted with his aura. What's going on? Lu Ming asked Lu Wanjun. Half a year ago, the Lu clan fort was in trouble. A demon came and killed many of our high-ranked martial royal realm experts. The Zhao clan fort took advantage of the situation and tried to take over the Lu clan fort. They came once a month ago and said that they would give the Lu clan fort a month to consider. Otherwise, they would flatten the Lu clan fort. Lu Wanjun explained. Lu Ming was enlightened. In the martial world, the strong preyed on the weak. It did not matter if it was a large sect or a small faction. If they were weak, they would be taken over by other factions. It was the same for the 13 top factions in the Tsang continent. If many of the Saint Realm experts in the Dragon God Valley were killed, the Divine Sky sect and the other factions would immediately send people to take over the Dragon God Valley. Old man Lu, don't blame us if the Lu clan is courting death. Don't think that you can stop the Zhao clan's movement technique with a broken formation. Zhao Tianba said coldly. Bush, bush, bush. One figure after another flew out from the huge warship. These figures flew out of the warship and stood in front of the Lu clan fort. Powerful auras burst out and formed a terrifying pressure. Many of them were high-level martial royal realm cultivators, above the 7th level of the martial royal realm. The terrifying auras made the people of the Lu clan fort pale. So many experts. Is the Zhao clan fort going all out? They are determined to take over the Lu clan fort. Many people of the Lu clan fort said in trembling voices. The Lu clan fort had lost many experts. How could they defeat the Zhao clan fort? Boom! An old man stepped out from the group of people from the Zhao clan. A terrifying aura permeated the air, causing the faces of the people from the Lu clan to turn even uglier. 9th Martial Royal Realm. The old man from the Zhao clan fort was a 9th Martial Royal Realm expert. In the Lu clan fort and the Zhao clan fort, a 9th Martial Royal Realm expert was the most powerful existence. The Lu clan fort used to have a 9th Martial Royal Realm Supreme Elder, but he was killed by the demon half a year ago. Lu clan, if you don't surrender, I'll kill you all. Chapter 1566. The 9th layer martial dominator realm expert of the Zhao clan attacked with a terrifying aura. As he lashed out with his palm, a giant palm was formed, shrouding the entire Lu clan's fortress. Boom! The giant palm landed on the defensive formation of the Lu clan fort. The defensive formation shook violently and only stabilized after a while. It's blocked! It's blocked! Many people in the Lu clan fort were overjoyed. Their defensive formation had blocked the enemy's attack. Humph! How can a broken formation stop me? The 9th layer martial royal realm elder from the Zhao clan said coldly. His hand glowed and a long spear appeared in it. It emitted a terrifying aura. A sacred weapon? You have a sacred weapon? Xiang Xiang's grandfather yelled in shock. Haha, it's an honor for the Lu clan fort to be destroyed by my sacred weapon. The 9th layer martial royal realm elder from the Zhao clan burst into laughter. His true energy surged as he thrust the long spear at the Lu clan fort. The sacred weapon spear seemed to be expanding at an extremely fast speed. Like a pillar that reached the sky, it heavily pierced the defensive array of the Lu castle. Boom! The defensive formation of the Lu clan fort shook violently. In the end, a crack appeared on the defensive formation of the Lu clan fort. The crack grew bigger and bigger until it exploded with a loud bang. The defensive formation of the Lu clan fort had been destroyed. Everyone in the Lu family fort was as pale as a sheet of paper. Now that the Lu clan fort had lost all their experts, how could they fight against the Zhao clan fort without the defensive formation? Was the Lu clan fort going to be wiped out? Master, Lu Ming, please take Xiang Xiang away. You're a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. The Zhao clan won't dare to touch you. Lu Wanjuan's face was pale. She looked at Lu Ming pleadingly. She only hoped to save Xiang Xiang's life. Lu Ming shook his head. You don't want to? Lu Wanjun despaired. Just ask the Zhao clan to leave. Lu Ming said. Lu Wanjuan's eyes lit up. Those of the Lu clan are stubborn. Kill them. The ninth-layer martial royal realm elder from the Zhao clan destroyed the defensive formation of the Lu clan fort with a mighty aura. He held the long spear in his hand like a deity. He wanted to take the lives of the Lu clan. His long spear was about to strike the Lu clan fort. The terrifying aura caused Xiang Beila's grandfather, an 8th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator, to feel despair. Boom! At that instant, a rock the size of a water tank flew out from the Lu clan's fortress, flying toward the 9th-layer martial dominator of the Zhao clan at a terrifying speed. Flames of the Lu Ming's grandfather from the Lu clan fort as a meteor. The expression of the 9th-level martial emperor of the Zhao family changed. He changed the direction of his holy weapon and thrust it at the stone. Boom! The stone exploded, but the old man of the 9th martial emperor layer of the Zhao clan was forced to take 3 steps back. Who? The martial royal realm elder from the Zhao clan royal realm. He was actually forced back 3 steps by a piece of rock. It's me! A clear voice could be heard as Lu Ming stepped into the air and approached the martial royal realm elder from the Zhao clan. Lu Ming had casually grabbed a rock from the side and tossed it out. Although it was just an ordinary rock, it contained Lu Ming's vital essence and chaotic domain. It was as heavy as a mountain and it forced the other party to take 3 steps back. Mr. Lu Ming. Lu Wanjuan's face turned pale, but on second thought, Lu Ming was a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. The Zhao clan would not dare to harm Lu Ming. Kid, who are you? The 9th-layer martial royal realm elder from the Zhao clan said coldly. You don't have the right to know who I am. Now, I'll give the Zhao clan a chance. Take the blood oath and never invade the Lu clan fort again. Then piss off. Lu Ming said calmly. Haha. Not only did the 9th-layer martial royal realm elder from the Zhao clan burst out laughing, Zhao Tianba and the others from the Zhao clan also burst out laughing. Who is this kid? How arrogant, asking us to take the blood oath and piss off. I'm afraid this kid has lost his mind. Ridiculous, leave this kid to me. A 6th-layer martial royal realm cultivator, I'll kill him with a single move. The crowd of the Zhao clan burst out laughing mockingly. Who is he? Many people in the Lu clan fort exchanged glances with one another. Patriarch, his name is Lu Ming, a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. He even has Xiang as his disciple. The middle-aged man who had led the way for Lu Ming came up to Xiang's grandfather and whispered. A disciple of the Dragon God Valley. Xiang's grandfather's eyes flickered, before he let out a sigh and said, Unfortunately, his cultivation is too weak. He's only a 6th-layer martial royal realm cultivator. However, since he's a disciple of the Dragon God Valley, the Zhao clan would not dare to harm him. If a battle breaks out later, ask him to bring Xiang away. He had the same thought as Lu Wanjun, which was to bring Xiang away. A 6th-layer martial royal realm cultivator was too weak to turn the tide. It seems like you're not leaving? Lu Ming said calmly. Nonsense, today, the Lu clan fort will not leave a single person alive. No, the young woman will stay. The 9th-layer martial royal realm expert of the Zhao clan said coldly. Sigh, I didn't want to kill anyone during this period, but you all insisted on dying. Lu Ming let out a sigh all of a sudden. It was true that he did not want to kill anyone during this period, as killing someone would require him to unleash his murderous intent. Unleashing his murderous intent would strengthen his murderous intent. His main goal was to erase the murderous intent deep within his soul. However, it seemed like he had no choice but to kill someone now. Shameless boasting, I'll kill you first. The 9th-layer martial royal realm expert of the Zhao clan snapped and stabbed at Lu Ming with a sacred spear in his hand. Watch out! Xiang's grandfather, Lu Wanjun, and the others blurted out. Buzz. Meanwhile, the black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. A dragon cry could be heard as the black dragon spear lashed out. A spear glow collided with the opponent's spear. At the moment of the collision, Lu Ming executed the 13 accumulating blows, stacking them together. A terrifying force penetrated the opponent's spear and penetrated his body, causing him to let out a cry of agony as his figure was knocked backward while vomiting mouthfuls of blood. The hand holding the spear exploded due to the terrifying force. With Lu Ming's current cultivation of the 6th-layer martial royal realm, it was easy for him to deal with an ordinary 9th-layer martial royal realm expert. Die! Lu Ming uttered a roar as a terrifying murderous intent encapsulated his opponent's figure. At the same time, he executed the godly sword art and stabbed his opponent's spiritual spirit. The opponent let out a cry of agony, feeling as if his soul was being torn apart. The spear glow pierced through the sky and penetrated the dantian of the 9th-layer martial royal realm expert of the Zhao clan, destroying his spiritual spirit. The man let out a cry of agony before his corpse fell to the ground. A 9th-layer martial royal realm expert with a sacred weapon had been killed by Lu Ming in just 2 moves. The place fell into a dead silence. Chapter 1567. He was only a LV6 martial royal realm cultivator, but he had killed a LV9 martial royal realm expert in 2 moves. It was shocking. A peerless genius. He must be a peerless genius from the Dragon God Valley. Xiang's grandfather trembled in excitement. He was definitely a peerless genius, and an extremely terrifying one at that. To be honest, he had never heard of such a person in his entire life. If he wasn't a peerless genius, then what was he? That's amazing. Young Master Lu Ming is so powerful. Lu Wanjun was also dumbfounded, her face full of shock. She was overjoyed when she remembered that Lu Ming had taken Xiang as his disciple. Such a peerless genius had taken Xiang as his disciple. This was a great opportunity for Xiang. Lu Ming reached out and sucked the spear from the LV9 martial royal realm elder into his hand. He then put it away. Do you still want to fight? Lu Ming looked at Zhao Tianba and the others coldly. Zhao Tianba and the others shuddered and their faces turned pale. Even the Grand Elder of the Zhao clan fort, a LV9 martial royal realm expert with a sacred weapon, was killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. How could they fight? Do they have a death wish? If you don't want to fight, swear a blood oath that you will never invade the Lu clan fort. Let me tell you, the Lu clan fort and the Dragon God Valley are safe. Lu Ming said coldly. Ooh, you are from the Dragon God Valley? Zhao Tianba said with difficulty. That's right. Lu Ming said. So you are a peerless genius from the Dragon God Valley. We were blind to not know that the Lu clan fort was related to the Dragon God Valley. We swear that we will never invade the Lu clan fort again. Zhao Tianba said hurriedly. After hearing that Lu Ming was from the Dragon God Valley, Zhao Tianba gave up on the idea of invading the Lu clan fort. Lu Ming, with his cultivation of LV6 martial royal realm, had easily killed a LV9 martial royal realm expert. Such a genius was definitely a rare genius in the Dragon God Valley. His status was extraordinary. Unless the Zhao family fort wanted to be annihilated, they would not dare to offend such a person. Now, even if they were given 100 guts, they would not dare to offend the Lu family fort. Immediately, Zhao Tianba and the higher-ups of the Zhao clan swore a blood oath that they would never invade the Lu clan fort again. Then they boarded the warship and left. Phew! The people of the Lu family fort heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that they had dodged a bullet. I am Lu Ming. Thank you for your help, young Master Lu Ming. Xiang's grandfather came before Lu Ming and respectfully cupped his fists. Senior, there's no need to be so courteous. I'm Xiang's master. Naturally, I won't sit by and do nothing. Lu Ming smiled. Gongzi Lu Ming, this way please. Lu Zhenghao quickly invited Lu Ming into the Lu family fort. Lu Ming nodded and entered the Lu family fort with Lu Zhenghao and the others. Lu Zhenghao immediately ordered for a banquet to be prepared to celebrate Xiang's apprenticeship. After the banquet, Lu Ming, Lu Zhenghao, Lu Wanjun and the higher-ups of the Lu family fort sat on both sides of the hall. Of course, little Xiang was beside Lu Wanjun as well. The higher-ups of the Lu family were very happy. Now that Xiang had become Lu Ming's apprenticeship, she had established a connection with the Dragon God Valley. In the future, with the Dragon God Valley as her backing, no one would dare to touch the Lu family fort in this area. Xiang, come here. Lu Ming looked at Xiang. Xiang obediently came to Lu Ming's side. A storage ring appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he put it on Xiang Xiang's finger. He said, I still have some matters to attend to during this period of time. I can't bring you back to the Dragon God Valley to cultivate for the time being. There are some spiritual medicines and elixirs in here that can aid your cultivation. There are also some spiritual weapons and inscription scrolls. Keep them for your own use. Thank you, Master. Xiang Xiang said obediently. I'll be back in a year's time and bring you back to the Dragon God Valley. After saying that, Lu Ming's body glowed and he tapped Xiang Xiang's forehead 3 times. He said, I've left 3 marks on your body. Each mark has the power of a full blow from me. If anyone tries to harm you, the marks will appear and kill the enemy. His words made some of the Lu family members' hearts skip a beat. They knew that Lu Ming's words were meant for them. Lu Ming had just given Xiang Xiang a storage ring. With his status, he would definitely give her a lot of things. It was inevitable that some people would be greedy. But his words made some people's greed disappear completely. Patriarch Lu, I'll be staying in the Lu family fort for a few days. First, I'll bring Xiang Xiang to cultivate and teach her a lesson. Second, I know a little about the way of inscription. In these few days, I'll set up a large formation around the Lu family fort. Even a half-saint would not be able to break it in a short period of time. Lu Ming looked at Lu Zhenghao. Lu Zhenghao was overjoyed and thanked Lu Ming repeatedly. Xiang Xiang, come with me. Then, Lu Ming held Xiang Xiang's hand, took a step forward, and disappeared. After a while, Lu Ming brought Xiang Xiang to a mountain peak not far away. Then, Lu Ming's glabella glowed and Ming Lian's second body walked out. Xiang Xiang looked at the 2 identical Lu Ming in surprise. Her dark eyes were filled with curiosity. Ming Lian's second body smiled and took a step forward. He appeared around the Lu family fort and began to inscribe a defensive formation. He was doing his best because he felt guilty toward the Lu family fort. Secondly, Xiang Xiang would be staying in the Lu family fort for a year. He was also thinking about Xiang Xiang's safety. Ming Lian's second body began to inscribe the formation while Lu Ming's main body began to teach Xiang Xiang how to cultivate. Before this, Xiang Xiang had not started cultivating and her bloodline had not awakened. Now, the first step was to help Xiang Xiang awaken her bloodline and enter the first level of cultivation, the illuminating pulse level. Xiang Xiang, sit properly and do as I say. Lu Ming instructed. Xiang Xiang obediently sat on the ground with her legs crossed. Lu Ming circulated his true origin and tapped on Xiang Xiang's body a few hundred times. Streams of true origin entered Xiang Xiang's body. After a while, Xiang Xiang's body began to emit a green glow. This is? At this moment, Lu Ming saw a shocking scene. The grass around Xiang Xiang began to grow wildly. After a while, the grass grew taller than Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Xiang Xiang were drowned in the grass. Lu Ming's true origin trembled and the grass turned into powder. However, grass continued to grow from the ground. The green glow on Xiang Xiang's body became increasingly stronger. Buzz. At this moment, a ball of green light flew out from Xiang Xiang's spine. On the green ball of light, there were 9 golden chakras that shone brightly. A divine bloodline of the 9th level. Lu Ming had a dumbfounded look on his face. There was no doubt that this ball of light was a bloodline. But wasn't this the number 1 bloodline? Why was it a divine bloodline of the 9th level? It had directly reached the highest level. What was going on? Lu Ming's spiritual awareness entered Xiang Xiang's body and carefully sensed it. Amazing, truly amazing. It seems that there is only one type of bloodline. Lu Ming's current cultivation was very high. In addition, he had the secret technique to see through talent in the 9 dragons' memories. Naturally, he could sense it very clearly. Chapter 1568. Whoosh whoosh, after Xiang Xiang's bloodline appeared, wisps of green energy gathered around the mountain peak and entered Xiang Xiang's body. They began to connect the meridians in Xiang Xiang's body. Soon, a ray of light shot up into the sky. This is the first divine vein. So fast. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. But then a second ray of light and a third ray of light rushed out. All 3 divine veins were opened. Lu Ming was speechless. This speed was too shocking. Thinking back, when Lu Ming had just stepped into the martial Tao, he had spent a lot of effort to open 3 divine veins. He had even used the true battle dragon art to open them. But now, in just a few minutes, Xiang Xiang had opened all 3 divine veins. After opening all 3 divine veins, Xiang Xiang's cultivation naturally entered the first realm of the martial warrior realm, the martial warrior realm. She reached the first stage of the martial warrior realm. But all of this was far from over. Between heaven and earth, there was a constant stream of green energy that entered Xiang Xiang's body. Xiang Xiang naturally used the universal scripture to absorb and refine the energy. Her petite body was completely enveloped in a ball of green light. She can use the universal scripture so quickly? Lu Ming was getting more and more surprised. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the energy between heaven and earth was constantly being refined by Xiang Xiang. Xiang Xiang's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Her cultivation was also increasing crazily. First stage martial warrior, second stage martial warrior, third stage martial warrior. In less than half a day, Xiang Xiang's cultivation had reached the 9th stage of the martial warrior realm. Then after a while, Xiang Xiang's body emitted a rumbling sound. She had broken through and reached the first stage of the martial master realm. Lu Ming was already numb. She had just started cultivating and her cultivation had reached the first stage of the martial master realm in just over half a day. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Talent, this was talent. Lu Ming's own talent was far inferior to Xiang Xiang's. Lu Ming grinned from ear to ear. He knew that he had picked up a treasure. This disciple's future achievements would probably be extremely shocking. At this time, Xiang Xiang's cultivation finally stopped rising and she opened her eyes. Is this my bloodline? With a thought, Xiang Xiang's bloodline flew in front of her. Xiang Xiang looked at it curiously. Then, with just a thought, her bloodline would fly into her spine and hide there. Then, it would emerge and hide again. She was having a lot of fun. How wonderful! My body. Xiang Xiang took a step forward and was several meters away. Then, green true essence spread out from her body and grass grew under her feet. Xiang Xiang, in the future, try not to reveal your bloodline and cultivation in front of others. Do you understand? Lu Ming warned. Xiang Xiang's current cultivation was still weak. If she revealed too much, she would probably be targeted by people with ulterior motives. Xiang Xiang understands. Xiang Xiang nodded obediently. In the following time, Lu Ming began to impart his cultivation experience and a few martial skills that were more suitable for Xiang Xiang. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Xiang Xiang's progress was too shocking. It was as if she was advancing 1 level a day. 7 days later, Xiang Xiang's cultivation had reached the 7th level of the martial master realm. However, as her cultivation increased, Xiang Xiang's improvement finally slowed down. At this time, the formation to refine the second body was finally completed. It was also time for Lu Ming to leave. Lu Ming brought Xiang Xiang back to the Lu family castle. He found Lu Wanjun and Lu Zhenghao and handed Xiang Xiang over to them. Master, Xiang Xiang is waiting for you to come and fetch me. Xiang Xiang blinked her big black eyes and looked at Lu Ming. Of course. Lu Ming patted Xiang Xiang's little head and then bade farewell to Lu Zhenghao and Lu Wanjun before leaving the Lu family castle. Whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming allowed the strong wind to blow on his face as he transformed into a beam of light and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. After passing through layers of mountains, a city began to appear. Lu Ming's body also began to change, turning into an ordinary dark-skinned young man. Now that he was targeted by the evil spirit sect, he naturally had to be more careful on this trip. It was safest to disguise himself. He had no goal on this trip and was traveling casually. Sometimes, he would feel something and sit on the peak of a mountain, watching the sun rise in the east and set in the west. He would watch the clouds move and fill the sky with multicolored light. He sat there for a month. During this process, he did not cultivate. Instead, he emptied his mind and forgot everything, as if he had become one with nature. After a month, he left this place. Lu Ming sat cross-legged at the mouth of a volcano, allowing the flames to burn his body and extinguish the killing intent in the depths of his heart and soul. He was like an old monk in meditation. Another month passed. Then he came to a land of ice and snow and casually lay on a glacier. He allowed the snow to cover his body, but he slept soundly. This sleep lasted for another month. Just like that, Lu Ming traveled all over the Tsang state, enjoying different sceneries. His mind and body were emptied and merged with nature. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The Feng family village was a very small village. There were only a few dozen families in the village, and it was located in the far west of the Tsang state. In the village, in front of a wooden house, a dark-skinned young man was holding a piece of wood in his left hand and a small knife in his right. He was seriously carving. The small knife in the young man's hand was like flowing water. It was smooth and harmonious, as if he had merged with nature. Wood shavings flew from the wood. Soon, the piece of wood turned into a woman, a peerless woman who was devastatingly beautiful. "Brother Lu, is this your lover? She's so beautiful." A young girl about 15 or 16 years old, with slightly dark skin, but healthy and beautiful. She skipped over and curiously looked at the wooden sculpture in the young man's hand. This young man was naturally Lu Ming, who traveled all over the Tsang state. 3 months ago, Lu Ming came to this small village in the far west of the Tsang state. This small village was simple, natural, and sincere. Lu Ming liked this small mountain village very much. Hence, he stayed in this small mountain village and became a carpenter in this small mountain village. He helped the village repair furniture and other things. When he was free, Lu Ming would carve some sculptures. "Is that so? Little Ling is also very beautiful?" Lu Ming smiled. The young girl in front of him was called Feng Ling. She was the granddaughter of the village chief. Lu Ming's small wooden house was located near the village chief's house. Lu Ming, Feng Ling, and the village chief were very familiar with each other. "Is that so?" Feng Ling laughed excitedly like a northern sparrow. "Brother Lu, then you should carve a sculpture for Feng Ling too." Feng Ling looked at Lu Ming expectantly. "Okay, I'll give it to you tomorrow." Lu Ming smiled and his gaze fell on the sculpture he had just carved. The sculpture was of Xian Yanqing's appearance. Chapter 1569. Phoenix Incense Wood. This little village has so much phoenix incense wood. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. The wood had a faint pattern on it, which resembled a phoenix. It was a very precious spiritual wood, the phoenix incense wood. The phoenix incense wood would emit a faint fragrance. Martial cultivators would often carry it with them, as it could calm their minds and prevent them from having inner demons. It was extremely helpful in comprehending one's cultivation. Although it was incomparable to the tree of enlightenment, it was still a precious treasure. This little village had quite a lot of the spiritual wood. Some of the villagers even used it to make furniture, which was quite luxurious. Lu Ming had collected quite a lot of phoenix incense wood for the carpenters. Lu Ming had carved them into statues and accessories, which he planned to give to his friends and family. It would be very helpful to his cultivation. A year is almost up. It's time to leave and return to the Dragon God Valley in a few days. Lu Ming thought. He enjoyed his life in this little village, which was worth remembering. However, he had to leave this place eventually, as he did not belong here. After nearly a year, Lu Ming had completely obliterated the murderous intent in the depths of his soul. His gaze was gentle and pure, like a pool of clear spring water. He had not purposely cultivated for the past year. However, his cultivation was still improving slowly. Currently, his cultivation had reached the peak 6th layer martial dominator realm. His chaos domain had also reached the peak 6th layer. He had not purposely comprehended the chaos domain, but it was not in vain. He felt that he was in perfect harmony with the heavens and earth. As for the chaos domain, it was also comprehended from the heavens and earth. He felt that he would be able to improve his chaos domain to the 7th layer in no time. Furthermore, due to his harmony with the heavens and earth, it would be faster for him to comprehend the chaos domain. "Brother Lu Lingling, it's time for dinner." A slightly aged voice could be heard. It was the voice of the village chief, Feng Ling's grandfather. "Coming, Grandpa," Feng Ling replied and pulled Lu Ming along. Brother Lu, come, let's eat. Grandpa has prepared a few jars of good wine. Lu Ming put away the statue of Xian Yanqing and followed Feng Ling into the village chief's residence. Girl, you want to drink again, right? A white-haired old man in his 60s glanced kindly at Feng Ling and scolded her. Grandpa, just a little, just a little. Feng Ling ran in front of the old man and pulled his arm, shaking it with all her might. Good, good, you little girl. The old man lovingly rubbed Feng Ling's head. The three of them sat down and the village chief poured 3 cups of wine for them to eat and drink. At that instant, a bird's cry could be heard coming from the heavens and earth. The three of them couldn't help but look towards the north. It's calling again. The phoenix is calling again. It's been half a month. I'm afraid this area won't be peaceful anymore. The village chief sighed. Grandpa, is there really a divine phoenix residing in the Tianfeng Plains? Feng Ling asked curiously. That's right. Legend has it that there is indeed a divine phoenix residing in the Tianfeng Plains. The village chief said. Grandpa, why do I feel that the phoenix's cry sounds like a cry of despair? Feng Ling asked. Sigh, that's what I feel too. I don't know what happened, but I hope that nothing bad will happen. The village chief sighed and seemed to be worried. A divine phoenix? Lu Ming also looked to the north and frowned. The Tianfeng Plains was one of the 6 forbidden grounds in Song Province. This small village was not far from the Tianfeng Plains. According to the village chief, the phoenix incense would came from the Tianfeng Plains. But since half a month ago, the cries of phoenixes could be heard coming from the Tianfeng Plains from time to time. They were filled with despair and indignation. Swoosh, swoosh. A few rainbow lights flashed across the sky in the north. Finally, there are martial Dao experts who are attracted here. The village chief sighed as he saw the rainbow lights. Soon, the three of them finished eating and drinking. Night fell. In the night sky, Lu Ming stood in midair, looking toward the north. Whoosh, whoosh. Rainbow lights flashed across the sky in the north from time to time like shooting stars. Every rainbow light was a martial Dao expert. Lu Ming watched for a while before returning to the wooden house to rest. In the next few days, the cries of phoenixes could be heard continuously. More and more experts came to this place. He could even see groups of experts whizzing across the sky. The cries of phoenixes had been going on for half a month. There must be something unusual. Some experts nearby would naturally come to check it out. On the morning of the 3rd day, Lu Ming flew to the north. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the periphery of the Tianfeng Plains. Standing in the sky and looking at the Tianfeng Plains, it was a spectacular sight. The heavenly wind plains was filled with endless gales. Tornadoes the size of mountains howled and moved within the heavenly wind plains, piercing through the sky. There were countless giant tornadoes scattered across the vast Tianfeng Plains. These tornadoes were extremely terrifying. Even Sage Realm experts would be shredded to pieces if they were sucked in. Many Sage Realm experts had tried to explore the Tianfeng Plains, but they had all died inside. Therefore, the Tianfeng Plains was known as one of the 6 great forbidden lands in Song Province. However, the strange thing was that the tornadoes seemed to only move within a certain range. It was very peaceful outside the Tianfeng Plains. It was like 2 different worlds. Many people stood in the sky outside the Tianfeng Plains, looking at the Tianfeng Plains. However, no one dared to enter. The Desire Poison Sect and the Heavenly God Sect. Lu Ming muttered. He realized that the Desire Poison Sect and the Heavenly God Sect had the most experts here. This was to be expected. The Desire Poison Sect and the Heavenly God Sect were located in the western part of Tsong Province. Naturally, they would have the most people here. Other than that, there were also some scattered experts from small forces. At this moment, some uninvited guests had arrived in the small mountain village. They were a few burly men. They hovered above the village chief's wooden house with arrogant expressions. Their powerful auras enveloped the village chief and Feng Ling, making them feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Judging from their clothes, they were obviously from the Heavenly God Sect. Old man, I'll ask you a few questions. Answer me honestly. A middle-aged man with a cold and arrogant gaze looked down at the village chief and ordered, "My lords, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. This old man will definitely tell you everything he knows." The village chief quickly bowed and nodded. Chapter 1570. The middle-aged man seemed to be satisfied with the village chief's attitude. He nodded and said, "Since you all live here, do you know when the phoenix's cry started in the Tianfeng Plains?" "About half a month ago. It was very loud then, but it seems to be getting weaker now." The village chief answered honestly. "Half a month ago? Do you have any legends about the Tianfeng Plains in your village? Tell me in detail." The middle-aged man instructed. The village chief told them about the legends of the Tianfeng Plains in detail. After the village chief finished, the Sky Divinity Sect members frowned and fell into deep thought. They then scanned the village chief's courtyard, hoping to find some clues. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He stepped out and appeared in front of a chair in the courtyard. He looked at it carefully and was surprised. Phoenix incense wood. This is actually made of phoenix incense wood. Phoenix incense wood is actually used to make a chair. What a waste! With that, he waved his hand and kept the chair. The other middle-aged men were envious and looked around. That chair is also made of phoenix incense wood. And this steamer is also made of phoenix incense wood. The middle-aged men's eyes lit up. They moved quickly and kept all these things. The bed inside is also made of phoenix incense wood. The young man laughed and was about to rush into the room. "Hey, why are you acting like bandits? That's my bed. Where am I supposed to sleep if you take it away?" Feng Ling could not help but shout. "What did you say?" The middle-aged man turned around and a powerful aura pressed down on Feng Ling. Feng Ling's body trembled and she stepped back. Blood flowed out of her mouth. However, Feng Ling was extremely stubborn and wanted to say something again. The village chief quickly went forward and stopped Feng Ling. He cupped his fists and bowed to the Sky Divinity Sect members. "Please forgive her. My granddaughter is young and insensible. You are all heroes. Please don't lower yourself to her level. Keep her mouth shut. Otherwise, she won't even know how she died." The middle-aged man said coldly. The village chief nodded. The middle-aged man walked into the room and took away Feng Ling's bed. Bang! At this time, in another part of the village, a wooden house suddenly collapsed. Smoke and dust filled the air as several green-robed youths took away a wooden pillar. It was clear that other than the Celestial Sect's large man and a few others, there were others who came to the village and discovered the phoenix incense wood. "There's more in the other houses. Let's go. Don't let the poison sect take everything." When the Heavenly Divinity Sect's men saw this, they hurriedly rushed to the other villagers' houses. In their eyes, this village was simply a treasure trove. Before anyone else discovered it, they had to plunder it clean. A few burly men from the Celestial Sect rushed to the houses of the other villagers and began to plunder without restraint. When a villager tried to stop them, they were sent flying with a slap. "Grandpa, what kind of sect are these disciples of? They're like bandits." Feng Ling felt indignant. "Sigh, the world of martial arts has always been one where the strong prey on the weak." Village chief sighed. In the next moment, his expression changed greatly as he cried out, "Not good, that's the ancestral hall." After saying that, the village head hurriedly rushed towards the largest stone house. Feng Ling hurriedly followed. At this time, the burly men from the Celestial Sect and the green-robed youths had already arrived in front of the stone house. The memorial tablets inside are actually made of phoenix incense wood. "We're rich, we're rich." A burly man from the Celestial Sect cried out in surprise. "That's ours." The green-robed youth's eyes lit up. "Don't even think about it. We found it first." The middle-aged man from the Celestial Sect said. They strode forward and were about to rush into the stone house. Sirs, wait a moment." The village head rushed over and stopped in front of the stone house. He bowed repeatedly. "Old man, what are you doing? Why aren't you scramming?" The middle-aged man berated. "Sirs, the memorial tablets of our ancestors are in there. Please don't take them away. This old man is begging you." The village head knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. The memorial tablets of the ancestors of the village were placed in the stone house. He could take everything else, but he could not allow anyone to take those memorial tablets away. Otherwise, how could he face his ancestors? Old man scram. The middle-aged man kicked the village head out and smashed the wall of the stone house. The village head lay on the ground and vomited blood. "Grandpa!" Feng Ling shouted and rushed to the village head. She helped him up and was relieved when she saw that the village head was only injured. She then glared at the burly men and scolded, "You're the disciples of a big sect. You're no different from robbers. No, you're worse than robbers. How dare you snatch the memorial tablets of other people's ancestors? Little bitch, what did you say? You're courting death." The middle-aged man exuded a cold killing intent. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Feng Ling. He slapped his palm towards Feng Ling. The middle-aged man had used some of his strength in this slap. With Feng Ling's cultivation, she would definitely die from this slap. However, the middle-aged man's palm was caught by a big hand halfway through. A black-faced young man appeared in front of Feng Ling and grabbed the middle-aged man's wrist. The black-faced young man was naturally Lu Ming. He had gone to the outskirts of the Tianfeng Plains to check on the situation. He did not find anything unusual and returned to the village. He did not expect to see this scene. "Brother Lu!" Feng Ling called out subconsciously. "Sorry I'm late." Lu Ming nodded at Feng Ling and the village head. "Brat, how dare you stop me? You're courting death." The middle-aged man saw that it was a black-faced young man who grabbed his wrist. He looked very ordinary. Coupled with the conversation between Lu Ming and Feng Ling, he thought that Lu Ming was from this small village. He roared and released his killing intent. Boom! His true yuan exploded and he wanted to break Lu Ming's palm. However, Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He clenched his fist and a terrifying force rushed towards the middle-aged man. Crack! Crack! In an instant, the middle-aged man's true yuan was scattered. The bones in his arm broke inch by inch and he looked like a pile of mud. My arm! The coldly arrogant middle-aged man screamed miserably. Bang! Lu Ming grabbed the middle-aged man's arm and lifted him up. He was like a broken sack as he smashed him heavily on the ground. The ground shook as the middle-aged man smashed a human-shaped hole in the ground. He lay in the hole and vomited blood. All the bones in his body were broken and he looked like a pile of mud. On the side, the other burly men from the Sky God sect and the green-robed youths were stunned. Then, the burly men from the Sky God sect roared crazily, "Brat, how dare you hit someone from the Sky God sect? I'll skin you alive." "Noisy!" Lu Ming said coldly and moved. Then he heard banging sounds and shrill screams. When Lu Ming appeared again, the few people from the Celestial sect, as well as a few young men in green robes, were all lying on the ground, wailing in pain. They were stacked on top of each other and many of their bones had been broken. Chapter 1571. I'll spare your lives today. Next time I'll kill you. Lu Ming said, his killing intent cold. Then he kicked out. The 5 or 6 people from the Heavenly God sect and the Desire Poison sect were sent flying like rubber balls. They disappeared into the sky. If not for the fact that this was a small village, Lu Ming would have killed them. By the side, the village chief and Feng Ling were dumbstruck. It was only then that they realized that Lu Ming, who had lived with them for 3 months, was also an unfathomable powerhouse. "Village chief, are you all right?" Lu Ming asked. "I'm fine. Sigh, I'm just afraid that those people will come back." The village chief sighed. "If they come again, I'll kill every single one of them." There was a sharp glint in Lu Ming's eyes. Then, Lu Ming gave the storage rings that he had obtained from the Heavenly God sect and the Desire Poison sect to the village chief. However, the village chief did not dare to take out the furniture of the villagers for fear that other experts would see it and bring trouble. The village chief even went to the ancestral hall and put away the memorial tablets. As for Lu Ming, he sat down on a chair in the village head's courtyard and waited quietly. Outside the heavenly wind plains, there was a mountain peak. A few young men in white robes stood with their hands behind their backs and looked into the distance. "Those guys are getting bolder. I asked them to go to the small village to ask about the situation, but they haven't come back yet." One of the young men said coldly. Let's wait for a while. If they don't come back, go and check it out. The young man in the middle seemed to be the leader of the group. Soon, a few hours had passed. A few middle-aged men flew toward the mountain peak in a hurry. These middle-aged men were the ones who had gone to the small village earlier. Although all their bones had been broken by Lu Ming, they were martial emperors and had strong vitality. By now, they had already recovered a little and rushed over. What's going on? The young man in the lead swept his gaze across the crowd and saw that the few men were injured. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Young Master Luo, you have to uphold justice for us. We found the phoenix incense wood in that small village. We wanted to bring it to young Master Luo, but there was an expert in that small village. Not only did he not give it to us, he even beat us up. He was extremely arrogant and did not even put our divine sky sect in his eyes. The icily arrogant middle-aged man shouted. Phoenix incense wood? Does that small village have phoenix incense wood? The eyes of young Master Luo and the other young men flickered. That's right, there is indeed phoenix incense wood, and there is quite a lot of it. The arrogant middle-aged man said. A small village dares to beat up the people of my heavenly god sect. You're courting death. Let's go. Young Master Luo shouted coldly and led the other young men and the middle-aged men towards the small village in an aggressive manner. When the others nearby saw this, they revealed curious expressions. The heavenly god sect's people are so aggressive. What are they trying to do? Did someone offend the heavenly god sect? Looking at their direction, it seems to be that small village. Interesting, let's go and take a look. Let's go and take a look. There were many people in the vicinity who followed young Master Luo and the others towards the small village. In the small village, in the village chief's courtyard, Lu Ming sat on a chair with his eyes closed. On the other hand, the village chief and Feng Ling seemed somewhat anxious. They were afraid of the heavenly god sect's revenge. Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes and said coldly, "They're here." The village chief's face turned pale. Bush. From the north, young Master Luo and the others stepped into the air and arrived above the village chief's courtyard. They looked down at Lu Ming and the others from above. You're the one who injured the people of my heavenly god sect? Young Master Luo stared coldly at Lu Ming. That's right. Lu Ming replied indifferently. It's fine as long as it's you. Kill yourself so that I don't have to take action. Young Master Luo said coldly. Qin Nen let out a hollow laugh and ignored young Master Luo's words. He glanced at the middle-aged bulky men behind young Master Luo and said, I've already said that if you dare to come again, I'll kill you. It seems like you don't take my words seriously. Humph kid, don't be so full of yourself. You're the one who will die today. The middle-aged man snapped. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes flickered with sharpness. How bold. Young Master Luo snapped coldly as his body emitted an icy murderous intent. A powerful aura burst out from his body and encapsulated the entire village. Lu Ming dared to disregard him. A mere scum of a small village, a lowly ant, dared to disregard him. He was the new genius of the heavenly god sect, with a cultivation of the peak 6th layer martial dominator realm. The aura of the peak 6th layer martial dominator realm encapsulated the entire village, causing some of the villagers to drop to their knees in fear. I'm telling you, I'm not from this village. You can come to me if you need anything. It has nothing to do with the villagers here. Lu Ming snapped coldly. Nothing to do with you? I'm telling you, not only are you going to die today, these lowly ants will all die too. Young Master Luo snapped coldly. Bang! A gigantic palm materialized and descended from the sky. It covered the entire sky and enveloped the entire village. He was planning to raise the village to the ground with a single palm. Bang! At that instant, Lu Ming was infuriated. An icy murderous intent burst out from his body. He had been holding back as he was worried about the safety of the villagers. Previously, he had not killed the middle-aged bulky men as he was worried about the safety of the villagers. However, it seemed like it was useless for a sect like the Heavenly God sect to hold back. The only way was to kill them until they were intimidated, allowing them to retreat. Bang! Lu Ming lashed out a punch, causing a fist intent to rise into the sky and shatter the giant palm into pieces. Lu Ming sprang into the sky and charged toward young Master Luo and his crew. A powerful aura was unleashed toward them. "I've given you a chance, but you're asking for it." Lu Ming snapped coldly. "Sixth layer martial dominator realm, humph, no wonder you're so arrogant. However, I'm telling you, there's a huge difference between our strength even though we're at the same cultivation level." Young Master Luo said. A godly retribution spear appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and thrust the godly retribution spear at Lu Ming. However, he was greeted with a punch from Lu Ming. When the fist landed on the spear of divine retribution, the spear of divine retribution crumbled. The terrifying fist energy broke through young Master Luo's defense and landed on his dantian, penetrating it with a single punch. Young Master Luo stared with his eyes open wide. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not understand how an ordinary young man he had met in a small village could be so terrifying. He was able to kill him with a single blow even though he was at the same cultivation level as him. He was a genius of the Heavenly God sect. How dare you?" The other young men and the middle-aged men were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they stammered as they spoke. Chapter 1572. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. His eyes were like lightning and his killing intent was like a knife as he charged towards the other young men. His fist radiance seemed to be able to crush everything. The young men did not even have time to scream before they were killed. Then, Lin Fan glanced at the middle-aged men coldly. The middle-aged men were covered in cold sweat and their faces were pale. "Spare my life, spare my life." The arrogant middle-aged man was the first to kneel down and his body was trembling. "I have said before that if you come again, I will kill you. However, you did not take my words to heart. You brought about your own destruction," Lu Ming said coldly. Then he slammed his palm down. The middle-aged men were only low-level martial emperors. How could they stop Lin Fan? They were slapped to death. What a powerful move. Not far away, the other people who had come to watch the show were also amazed. They did not expect the people of a small village to be so bold and powerful. They killed the people of the Heavenly God sect easily. There were even a few geniuses among them. There will be a good show. The people of the Heavenly God sect are not the only ones here. There are many experts who have come. I am afraid they will go crazy. That's right. The people of the Heavenly God sect will come soon. The people discussed and left the place. They are all dead. The village chief was dumbfounded. Then he became worried. They had killed so many people of the Heavenly God sect. The Heavenly God sect would definitely come for revenge. What should I do? The village chief was worried. "Village chief, do you want to move to another place to live?" Lu Ming asked. The strength of this small village was too weak. In this martial world, it could be destroyed at any time. Just like today. If it were not for Lu Ming, Feng Ling would have been killed. In that case, the village chief would not be able to survive. In the end, if the arrogant middle-aged men were angered, the entire village would be destroyed. This was because the village did not have strong martial strength. However, it had the phoenix incense wood. It had not been discovered in the past. Now that it had been discovered, it was only a matter of time before it was destroyed. This was the sorrow of the weak. "Grandpa, let's leave this place," Feng Ling advised. "Sai, we also want to leave, but in the Tsang province, there are powerful vicious beasts everywhere. Just one emperor-level vicious beast can easily destroy our village. But here, we are close to the Heavenly Wind Plains. The Heavenly Wind Plains has a phoenix that can intimidate hundreds of vicious beasts. That's why we are safe. As for those big cities, if we want to live in them, we need to spend a lot of origin stones. How can we have so many origin stones?" The village chief sighed. It was not that they did not want to leave, but that they had nowhere to go. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, "Village chief, I have a grotto heaven treasure. You can enter the grotto heaven treasure first, then I will bring you to a place." There were only a few dozen families in this village. Lu Ming planned to send them to the Lu clan fort. The Lu clan fort was extremely spacious. Just a small plot of land was enough to house a few dozen families. Grotto Heaven Treasure. The village chief revealed a look of astonishment. It seemed that this little brother Lu before him had a shocking background. All right, I will call all the villagers here. We will have to trouble you later. The village chief bowed to Lu Ming, then hurriedly left to call the other villagers. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept all the villagers into the mountain river diagram. Then, Lu Ming waited there quietly. At this time, the news of a powerful villager killing a few heavenly divinity sect geniuses had already spread in the periphery of the heavenly wind plains. Such a powerful villager. The heavenly divinity sect will definitely seek revenge. Let's go and take a look. Let's go. Streaks of light whizzed through the air. One by one, figures came to the small village and stood around it. And no one? Did they escape? No, there is one person. Many people looked around and finally fixed their eyes on Lu Ming. Senior brother, senior sister. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd and actually found a familiar face. Tian Chui and Xuening Xin. The Divine Dragon Valley was quite far away from here. He did not expect Tian Chui and Xuening Xin to be here. Tian Chui and Xuening Xin, like the others, stood in the distance and looked at Lu Ming curiously. Mo Yang is here. What a beautiful woman. Who is that woman? There was a sudden commotion in the crowd, and they all looked in one direction. There were about a dozen people in that direction. There were 2 young men and a young woman, and a dozen old men. Each of them had an extremely powerful aura, and demonic qi was soaring. Yanqing. When he saw one of them, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The beautiful woman among the young men and women was Xian Yanqing. The other person was Mo Yang, one of the top 10 monstrous geniuses in the Zhangzhou. Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanqing, and Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming at the same time. When their eyes met, Xian Yanqing was slightly stunned. Then she smiled and winked at Lu Ming. I've been recognized. Lu Ming smiled. He was too familiar with Xian Yanqing. No matter how a person changed their appearance, aura, and appearance, their eyes would never change. Obviously, Xian Yanqing had recognized Lu Ming through his eyes. Lu Ming shook his head slightly at Xian Yanqing, and Xian Yanqing also nodded slightly. Lu Ming meant not to reveal his identity for the time being. Xian Yanqing naturally understood Lu Ming's meaning. Mo Yang, who was beside Xian Yanqing, seemed to have noticed Xian Yanqing's abnormality. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold and suspicious look in his eyes. The people from the Celestial God sect are here. Someone exclaimed. In the distance, there were at least a dozen figures walking in the air. They were all dressed in white robes and had powerful auras. There were young men, middle-aged men, and old men. The person at the front was bathed in sacred light, as if he was the moon surrounded by stars. Yu Sheng. Lu Ming recognized this person at a glance. A year and a half ago, at the treasure peddling meeting in Song Mountain, Yu Sheng was the leader of the Celestial God sect. He was extremely talented and had amazing combat strength. A year and a half later, Yu Sheng had become even stronger. His powerful aura filled the air and was extremely terrifying. Early-stage martial royal realm. This was Yu Sheng's cultivation. It was obvious that Yu Sheng had made rapid progress in the past year and a half. The people from the Celestial God sect stood in the sky above the village. They looked around and finally fixed their eyes on Lu Ming. You're the one who killed the genius of the Celestial God sect? Yu Sheng asked coldly. That's right. Lu Ming replied indifferently. How audacious. You're courting death. Where are the other villagers? Where are you hiding? Hand them all over and die. A middle-aged man beside Yu Sheng scolded. He exuded the aura of a peak level 7 martial royal realm cultivation. He, as expected of a great sect. How impressive, how domineering. Their disciples came to this remote mountain village to bully ordinary villagers and even snatch the ancestral tablets of their ancestors. As expected of the self-proclaimed #1 sect in the Tsong prefecture. Lu Ming sneered. Chapter 1573. Lu Ming's words made everyone from the Heavenly God sect pale. What? How dare you steal someone's tablet? No wonder you're a disciple of the Heavenly God sect. How shameful! How could such a sect be as famous as the Divine Dragon Valley? A deep voice was heard. It was Tianchu. The relationship between the Divine Dragon Valley and the Heavenly God sect had worsened after the treasure meeting. Tianchu naturally wanted to ridicule them. Nonsense. Lad, how dare you slander the Heavenly God sect? I'll make you beg for your life today. The man at the peak of the LV7 Martial Royal Realm shouted angrily. He stepped forward and clawed at Lu Ming. A giant yellow hand was formed in the sky and grabbed at him. A small knife appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was the knife he used to carve the statue. Swoosh! Lu Ming threw the knife out. The knife turned into a flash of lightning and pierced through the yellow hand. It then continued to move toward the man. The man's face fell. A giant axe appeared in his hand and he swung it at the knife. Clang! The giant axe hit the knife and the knife was sent flying. It returned to Lu Ming's hand. The man's body shook violently. He took 5 or 6 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. What? The expressions of many onlookers changed drastically. They looked at Lu Ming in shock. They could clearly see that the small knife that Lu Ming had thrown out was definitely an ordinary small knife, a very ordinary spirit weapon. However, such a small knife was thrown out casually, and it actually repelled an expert at the peak of the 7th level Martial Emperor realm, causing him to vomit blood. That kind of power was too terrifying. They did not know that Lu Ming's knife was covered by a LV6 chaotic territory. It was as heavy as a mountain. It was not difficult to injure an ordinary LV7 Martial Royal Realm expert. Who are you? Yu Xing asked with a serious face. He could not believe that there was such an expert in a small village at the border. I'm just a carpenter in a small village. Lu Ming replied calmly. The onlookers looked at each other. A carpenter? How could he be so powerful? Trying to be mysterious. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. An old man stepped forward with a godly retribution spear in his hand, which he stabbed toward Lu Ming. Another expert also attacked. A terrifying sword light slashed towards Lu Ming's head. Both of them possessed cultivations of the 8th layer Martial Dominator realm, and were planning to kill Lu Ming with a single move. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He took a heavy step forward and soared into the sky. He dodged the sword light and punched out. Boom! The old man's spear of divine punishment was shattered, and the fist energy did not stop, bombarding the old man's body. The old man screamed as his body was torn into pieces. A LV8 Martial Royal Realm expert had been killed by Lu Ming with a single move. Whoosh! Then, Lu Ming flipped his hand and threw the small knife in his hand again, flying toward another person who had attacked. The man was shocked and tried to block the attack with his sword. However, the powerful force of the knife caused his arm to go numb. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's figure was already charging toward him. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled as the man's body was penetrated. His corpse flew a few thousand meters away and fell to the ground with a heavy thud. He was no longer breathing. Many people gasped when they saw that 2 LV8 Martial Royal Realm experts had been killed in an instant. How powerful! His cultivation is only at the peak of the 6th layer Martial Royal Realm, but his strength is so powerful that he could kill 2 LV8 Martial Royal Realm experts in an instant. His strength is comparable to a top genius. Could he be a top genius? The onlookers discussed among themselves with various guesses. You're courting death. Yu Sheng's eyes were extremely cold as he stepped forward. A sacred glow filled the air as a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. Many people were startled. Yu Sheng was about to make his move. Yu Sheng was a top genius with a superior earthly spiritual body. His strength was extremely terrifying. Although he was also an 8th layer Martial Royal Realm expert, his strength was many times stronger than the previous 2. Yu Sheng could easily kill them with a single move. Yu Sheng yelled as a godly retribution spear appeared in his hand and stabbed toward Lu Ming. The godly retribution spear was extremely sharp and powerful. It was incomparable to the previous one. Boom! Lu Ming's way of fighting was still very simple. He simply threw a punch. A terrifying vibration could be heard as the godly retribution spear in Yu Sheng's hand vibrated vigorously, as if it would shatter at any moment. A terrifying force surged toward Yu Sheng, causing his face to turn pale. Boom. Following this, Lu Ming threw out a punch with his other hand. Yusheng's face turned pale as he threw out a punch with his other hand, which collided with Lu Ming's fist. Another explosion took place, causing Yusheng's face to turn pale as his figure was knocked backward. He was being suppressed by Lu Ming in a head-on clash. A year and a half ago, Lu Ming's cultivation was 2 layers lower than Yusheng's, but he was still able to defeat a genius like Yusheng. Not to mention that Lu Ming's cultivation was now at the peak of the 6th layer martial dominator realm, while Yusheng was only at the early stage of the 8th layer martial dominator realm. That Lu Ming bellowed. His fists were like rainbows, constantly blasting toward Yusheng. Yusheng let out a roar as a sacred glow burst out from his body, trying his best to fight against Lu Ming. After exchanging more than 10 blows, Yusheng was forced to back off. Let's attack together. Let's kill him together. The others of the Heavenly Divinity sect yelled as they dashed forward and surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming let out a roar as a dragon's cry could be heard from his body. Following a roar, the godly sword art burst out. Those who were charging toward Lu Ming let out cries of agony as if their souls were being torn apart. On the other hand, the black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a shake of the spear, rays of spear light shot out like lightning. In an instant, more than 10 experts of the Heavenly Divinity sect were killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming, he's Lu Ming. Yusheng's eyes widened as he roared. What? He's Lu Ming? Kill him. Use the sacred weapons. The remaining people of the Heavenly Divinity sect roared. A few of them exuded a powerful aura as several sacred weapons appeared, emitting a terrifying radiance. It's Lu Ming. Kill him. Not far away, there were some powerful figures from the Desire Poison sect. At this moment, some of them took out their sacred weapons and charged toward Lu Ming. At this moment, the spectators nearby were a little dumbfounded. Lu Ming? This person is Lu Ming? The Lu Ming who was famous in the Tsang continent a year and a half ago? The Lu Ming who was going to challenge the Divine Prince at the next treasure sorting meeting? He was hiding in a small mountain village at the border. It's Lu Ming, junior brother. Kill! Tian Chui and Xuaningxin were stunned for a moment before they roared and charged forward. Sacred weapons also flew out from their hands and shot out. Boom! Boom! Several experts of the Heavenly Divinity sect were killed. Tian Chui and Xuaningxin's cultivation had improved rapidly. They had both reached the early stage of the rank 8 martial royal realm like Yusheng. Chapter 1574. Sky Universe Demon Sect, Stop the Desire Poison Sect. On the other side, Xian Yanqing gave the order. Junior sister, what are you doing? Mo Yang shouted. Attack! Xian Yanqing said again, her face cold. Yes, holy maiden. The others responded and attacked the Desire Poison Sect with Xian Yanqing. Sky Universe Demon Sect, what are you doing? Do you want to go against my Poison Desire Sect? The people of the Desire Poison Sect roared. However, Xian Yanqing's face was cold. A black lotus floated above her head and pressed forward. Some of the Desire Poison Sect's experts spat out blood and retreated. Xian Yanqing's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of the martial royal realm. His progress was astonishing. The black lotus was obviously a sacred weapon. Although the other people of the Sky Universe Demon Sect did not want to attack, they could only obey the Holy Maiden's order. Mo Yang stood not far away with a cold face and did not attack. However, the Desire Poison Sect's experts were terrified. Mo Yang was one of the top 10 geniuses in Sangzhou. His cultivation had long broken through to the Sage-to-Be realm. If he attacked, they would be in danger. Retreat, retreat first. The Desire Poison Sect's experts shouted and began to retreat while defending. They had lost the will to fight. Lu Ming had already displayed the black feather wings and rushed toward the Celestial Divinity Sect. The black dragon spear became 1,000 meters long and smashed out, sending a sacred weapon flying. At the same time, the black dragon spear stabbed out like lightning and killed a peak 8th level martial royal realm expert. Then, The black feather wings slashed out like a knife and killed a 7th-level Martial Royal Realm and an 8th-level Martial Royal Realm expert. Tian Shui and Xuanning Xin also showed their power. Tian Shui's hammer had already been swapped for a saint artifact. Every time he swung his hammer, his might would be incomparably shocking. Even a saint artifact would be sent flying by his hammer. A single strike from his hammer would result in either death or injury. Xuanning Xin, on the other hand, wielded a 7-colored saint weapon, which was also very powerful. Although there were only 3 of them, Lu Ming and the other experts of the Celestial Divinity sect were suppressed and killed. Go! In the end, Saint Yu roared and led the remaining people away, leaving behind more than 20 corpses. Lu Ming and his crew did not chase after them. Among the remaining cultivators, there were a few 9th-layer Martial Dominator Realm experts with sacred weapons. If they were determined to escape, it would not be easy to kill them. Junior brother, so you're here. You vanished without a trace this past year. I haven't heard any news about you. Tian Shui kept his giant hammer and patted Lu Ming heavily as he laughed out loud. I was just about to return to the Dragon God Valley. I didn't expect to bump into senior brothers and sisters here. Lu Ming also revealed a smile. His body changed back to his original appearance. Lu Ming. A cold voice rang out. Xian Yanqing stepped through the air, like a demoness descending to the world, attracting everyone's attention. So beautiful. Is she the saintess of the heavenly demonic sect? I think so. I heard that there's a new saintess in the heavenly demonic sect. She's peerless and talented. The sect leader of the heavenly demonic sect has taken her in as a disciple and is grooming her. Some people discussed among themselves. Xiaoqing. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The two of them looked into each other's eyes, full of affection. Nothing was said. Tian Shui glanced at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing and said with a grin, Junior brother, this must be your sister-in-law. She's so beautiful, a perfect match for you. Junior brother, why didn't you introduce her to us when she's so beautiful? You're going to be punished. Xuanning Xin teased. Lu Ming smiled and introduced them. Xian Yanqing also bowed politely to Tian Shui and Xuanning Xin, causing them to be overjoyed. Junior sister, let's leave this place first. They've killed so many people from the Celestial Divine Sect. The Celestial Divine Sect won't let this matter rest. We don't want to get involved. At this time, a discordant voice was heard. Mo Yang walked over with a cold face. When he looked at Lu Ming, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. You guys leave first. I want to be with Lu Ming. Xian Yanqing said. Junior sister, Mo Yang's face became even colder. He looked at Lu Ming with intense jealousy, and the murderous intent in his eyes became even colder. When Xian Yanqing had just joined the heavenly demonic sect, Mo Yang had been in seclusion. Later, when the treasure sorting convention was about to begin, Mo Yang came out of seclusion. When he saw Xian Yanqing, he was shocked. Moreover, she was his junior sister. In his heart, Xian Yanqing was already his woman. Later, when he heard that Xian Yanqing had a boyfriend, he was suddenly filled with intense jealousy and murderous intent. Therefore, he had taken action to stop Zifeng in Song Mountain. Junior sister, this place is not safe. It's better for me to stay by your side. Mo Yang said as his gaze shifted. This made Xian Yanqing frown. As for Lu Ming, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. How could Lu Ming not see through Mo Yang's thoughts? Sister-in-law has already asked someone to leave, but someone is really thick-skinned and insists on following her. Isn't he ashamed? Tian Shui sneered. What did you say? Mo Yang asked with a sullen face. Someone knows what I'm talking about. Tian Shui curled his lips. Humph. Mo Yang snorted coldly, then looked at Xian Yanqing and said, Junior sister, you have to think carefully. Our Heavenly Universe Demon Sect and Dragon God Valley belong to different sections. Moreover, Lu Ming challenged the Divine Child, so he will definitely be killed by the Divine Child in a year and a half. He won't be able to live for much longer, so it's not too late for you to leave him now. Mo Yang. Xian Yanqing shouted coldly. Her face was unusually cold as she said, Let me tell you, Lu Ming won't die in a year and a half. The divine child will be the one to die. Also, you are my senior brother, so I respect you. If anyone else had said such things, I would have already taken action. Now, please leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. Junior sister, you. Mo Yang's face was extremely ugly. In the end, he gave Lu Ming a cold look, then turned around and left. The other people from the Heavenly Universe Demon sect also left with Mo Yang. Lu Ming, I'm sorry. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming apologetically. You don't have to say such things to me. Moreover, this shows that you have great charm. Since such a charming beauty has taken a fancy to me, wouldn't I feel a greater sense of accomplishment? Lu Ming said with a smile. Shameless. Xian Yanqing also smiled. By the way, Shaoqing, why are you here? Lu Ming asked. The Heavenly Universe Demon sect was adjacent to Dragon God Valley, which was far from the western part of Cangzhou. So, why would Xian Yanqing and the others appear here? Even if they had heard the news and wanted to rush over, they wouldn't have arrived so quickly. Mo Yang and I, along with other people from the Heavenly Universe Demon sect, were chasing a traitor of the Heavenly Universe Demon sect. We happened to be nearby, so when we heard the news, we rushed over to take a look. Xian Yanqing said. Chapter 1575. There are changes in the Tianfeng Plains. What? Let's go and take a look. At this moment, a piece of news came and the onlookers all flew towards the Tianfeng Plains. There are changes in the Tianfeng Plains? Lu Ming and the other three were also surprised. Junior brother, shall we go and take a look? Tian Shui said. All right, let's go. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Tian Shui, and Xuaning Xin immediately flew towards the Tianfeng Plains. Chirp! At this moment, a phoenix cry was heard from the Tianfeng Plains. It was filled with despair and unwillingness. The phoenix cry is getting softer and softer. It seems to be getting weaker and weaker. Lu Ming said. Could it be that the divine phoenix is about to fall and that's why it keeps crying? Xian Yanqing guessed. It's not impossible. Lu Ming said. Soon, the four of them arrived at the periphery of the Tianfeng Plains. The Tianfeng Plains had a vast territory. Many people were standing in the air at the periphery of the vast plains. Lu Ming and the other three were standing at the back. They were not eye-catching at all. Whoosh whoosh, in the Tianfeng Plains, strong winds howled and huge tornadoes swept across the land. There were many of them and they were densely packed together. It was a spectacular sight to behold from afar. No one knew how these tornadoes were formed. They seemed to have appeared suddenly 80,000 years ago. Some guessed that there had been a great battle between powerful experts and they were formed by the power of law. Others speculated that they were formed because of a formation set up inside. There were many different opinions and no one agreed on the answer. But now, some tornadoes were moving slowly towards the depths of the Tianfeng Plains. As time passed, the number of moving tornadoes increased and they were all moving in the same direction towards the depths of the Tianfeng Plains. Gradually, the number of tornadoes on the heavenly wind plains decreased, and the place became bustling with activity. At this moment, another phoenix cry was heard and it seemed to be clearer. The Tianfeng Plains have retreated. Something must have happened inside. There must be treasures in there. Opportunities and dangers coexist in any forbidden land. Now that the Tianfeng Plains have retreated, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Many people were tempted and their eyes were burning. Suddenly, someone moved and rushed into the Tianfeng Plains. He avoided the remaining tornadoes and rushed into the depths of the Tianfeng Plains. Seeing that the person was fine, even more people moved. They rushed towards the heavenly wind plains and disappeared from everyone's sight. Let's go in and take a look. It won't be too late to retreat if there's danger. Even more people rushed towards the heavenly wind plains. Riches and honor were sought in the midst of danger. This was even more so for martial arts cultivators. They had to rely on themselves to seize opportunities. Rainbow lights flashed, and countless figures charged into the heavenly wind plains and disappeared. Lu Ming saw the people from the Desire Poison sect, Yu Sheng and the others from the Celestial God sect, as well as Mo Yang and the others, rushing into the Tianfeng plains. Let's go take a look too, Lu Ming said. That's exactly what I wanted. Alright. Tian Shui and the others nodded in agreement. Then, they stepped forward and charged into the Tianfeng plains. Hoo-hoo, as soon as they rushed into the Tianfeng plains, they felt the whistling of the wind. It was like a blade blowing on their bodies. They used their true ether to protect their bodies, blocking the blade-like wind. The four of them carefully avoided the tornadoes and rushed inside. There were still many tornadoes left, and they were constantly moving. However, their speed was not fast, and there were many gaps, which were enough for them to pass through easily. Soon, the three of them had flown thousands of miles into the Tianfeng plains. Not far away, some people were fighting. One of them was blasted away and swept into a tornado. He immediately let out a shrill scream. In front of Lu Ming and the others, this person was torn to pieces by the tornado. What a terrifying power! Tian Shui licked his lips. Lu Ming took out a level 9 spiritual weapon and threw it at a nearby tornado. After the level 9 spiritual weapon was swept into the tornado, it shattered within a few breaths of time. It was cut into pieces by the terrifying wind. The four of them turned solemn. The power of the tornado was truly terrifying. No wonder it was said that Saint Realm experts would most likely die if they were swept into it. It was not a lie. The four of them continued to move forward. Along the way, they saw that the ground was flat and barren. Swoosh! Suddenly, they saw a branch being thrown out from a tornado. It's the phoenix incense wood. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Their eyesight was so powerful that even though they were still a distance away, they could clearly see that there was a mark of a phoenix on the branch. That was the characteristic of the phoenix incense wood. According to the villagers, the phoenix incense wood that they obtained was also blown out from the Tianfeng plains. The four of them quickly rushed toward the phoenix incense wood. This phoenix incense wood was 3 meters long and as thick as a person's waist. It seemed to be a branch from a huge ancient tree. Such a big branch. How many origin stones is it worth? Tian Shui laughed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. 7 to 8 figures appeared and surrounded the four of them. Put down the phoenix incense wood and get lost. An old man in a black robe snapped coldly. These people were either middle-aged or old men. Each of them possessed a powerful aura. Even the weakest among them possessed a cultivation of the 8th layer martial dominator realm. Some of them had even reached the 9th layer martial dominator realm. You're asking us to get lost? You're the ones getting lost. Come and try if you want to die. A giant hammer appeared in Tian Shui's hand as his eyes flickered ferociously. Stubborn fools, die. One of the men in a black robe uttered a roar and made his move, charging toward Tian Shui. A long spear was thrust forward, encapsulating Tian Shui's figure. Die. Tian Shui uttered a roar as he lashed out with his giant hammer. Bang! The spear shadows disappeared as the giant hammer landed on the man's body. Following a groan, the man's body was flattened and sent flying a few hundred meters away. Killed with a single attack. Let's work together. The old man in a black robe let out a furious roar as his peak 9th layer martial dominator realm aura burst out. A terrifying saber glow slashed toward Lu Ming. These people were not present during the battle between Lu Ming's group and the Heavenly Divinity sect. They did not recognize Lu Ming's group. If they had witnessed the battle, they would not have dared to attack Lu Ming's group. A cold grin appeared on Lu Ming's face as he poured his true energy into the flowing force gloves and threw out a punch. Bang! The weight of the flowing force gloves was shocking. Together with the chaotic domain and the hell-suppressing heaven skill, its power was terrifying. The saber glow of the opponent was shattered by the punch, while the punch continued toward the old man in a black robe. The old man in a black robe was startled as he blocked with his saber. Clang! Lu Ming's fist landed on the battle saber and the battle saber exploded. His fist did not stop and landed on the body of the elder in the black robe. The elder in the black robe let out an indignant roar. His body exploded just like his battle saber. A 9th layer martial dominator realm cultivator without a sacred weapon. How weak!